Welcome to 2026, everyone, and I am excited to get to start the new year off right with another full season of the Voodoo Podcast with some unique and incredibly talented haunt-related guests. This January officially marks 1 year since we started doing video episodes on YouTube, in addition to the audio side of things. And I want to kick off the new year here in season 4 with a very talented actor who I think is even more passionate about the haunt world than I am. And I would challenge you to find anyone out there that is more dedicated to the craft year round than this guy himself. He usually calls the many rooms of Disturbia home, most specifically the hillbilly scenes, but because of the shared ownership, you'll also catch him roaming around Basement of the Dead in Aurora. If he isn't haunting, you'll find him shredding the rails at the skate park where he is practicing his skateboarding tricks. Please welcome to the Voodoo Podcast, Cade Cohen.
Hello, how you doing?
Pretty good. How is your start of the year going so far?
Great. Got a lot more skating done. Getting more got a lot more free time nowadays since I'm in the off season, so been just enjoying the ride, man.
I get you. You're always going live on Instagram making masks. What are you kind of currently working on these days?
I jumped into gloves. I started making gloves and chains. Shout out Chains. He's been helping me out with it. I don't know. I'm starting to work with more burlap masks, but I started out making like cast from like latex molds and stuff, but it's just fun. I love it. It's just endless creativity. But
Those molds, are you having to buy them and then, you got to buy the materials for them and then do you turn around and sell some of these masks or are you using them yourself?
yeah, I'm trying to sell some on the marketplace. I usually make the molds over at my buddy's studio over in Elgin. Shout out River Love. He owns Necro Vizard Studios, and they do great work over there. So you could like cast 30 masks you made out of the mold you made. So it's and then you could just resell and just paint them up really nice. It's just fun.
Right in my backyard over here in Elgin. Did he ever have any thing to do, or did you have anything to do with Evil Intentions when it was back here?
No, but my but that River Love did work there, and same with my other buddies, Logan Wall and Andrew Klein. Logan Wall's the one who got me into Disturbia and Basement, and oh my gosh, they're just super talented. I mean, those actors are insane, and they're just super down to earth as well. Great people.
When was this? Of course, that was kind of the start of your haunting, but what kind of, other than them bringing you in, drove you into this kind of world? I know you're a big haunt fan as it is. Was there any kind of inclination to do this stuff beforehand?
Oh yeah, it's just always been my dream. I'm a horror nerd, Mike. I've been watching horror movies since I was like 4, little as I could remember, and it just stuck with me. I love it. I love all the makeup, the effects, and I don't know, it's just super cool to me, to be a part of this industry. It's just honestly a blessing come true, dream come true. So, uh,
No doubt. That was when was it that you kind of started with Disturbia at the start of your career? How long has
it
it been now?
was. This is gonna be my third season. So I started on Friday the 13th 2 seasons ago, started an alien room, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this till I die. It's all, I mean, I have so much fun with it. It's endless creativity, and the people around there, it's just like one big happy family. I can't get enough of it, man.
Especially when you guys get the opportunity to do so many year-round events. You mentioned Friday the 13th. Every time a Friday the 13th pops up on the calendar, it is a big deal for the haunts that do things year-round. And this year, 2026, we are slated for quite the season because February 13th, which is, of course, the day before Valentine's Day, so most shows will be prepping for their Valentine's Day show if they do off-season events. The Friday the 13th is the day before, basically. So
Yep.
that works out perfectly. Then, when you look ahead into St. Patrick's Day, and Disturbia does a big St. Patrick's Day leprechaun haunted house, you've got Friday the 13th, which is the way February lines up because it's 28 days, yeah, with no leap year, it's going to line up so that Friday the 13th is in March as well. And that, of course, would most likely, it's of course not official yet, but most likely be the opportune weekend to do the St. Patrick's Day event, being that St. Patrick's Day is the 17th, and that'll be the Monday, or yeah, the Monday. Yeah, it's always on a Monday. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about my numbers here. So Friday's the 13th, 14th, 15th. Oh no, 16th, 16th. And then 17th, I guess, is Patrick's Day. So I don't know. The way
No,
I
you're
looked at the
good.
calendar though, the Friday is the 13th. And then
Yep.
I believe there's another Friday the 13th. I don't know if it's in November. So we're just gonna miss, of course, a couple years ago we were spoiled with a Friday the 13th in October. But I mean, the way the calendar falls, there's always something that's gonna pop up. I think this past year there was one middle of the year, like so for halfway to Halloween or for summerween events and stuff like that.
Oh
I wore my I knew you were coming on, so my Jason shirt where he's got the Friday on the calendar, but it's the 12th, so he's a little disappointed. It just misses.
I have a
But
pin of that same exact graphic. Sorry, I had to say.
you really? Oh, that's awesome.
I
That's
love it.
awesome. So yeah, it's going to
Oh
be a
my
big
gosh.
year, but like I said, we kind of start this off with the Valentine's Day, Friday the 13th, and of course Valentine's Day on that Saturday itself. Will be probably Cupid's Curse over at Disturbia. Are you prepping for that one? Do you have anything special planned for your character?
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I just been going nuts without hunting, honestly. I made these new gloves, these new clackers, and they were the first gloves I've ever made. So I'm gonna use those, and I do have a burlap mask that I usually wear on Valentine's Day hunt. It's I don't know where it went, but it's like inspired by Hard Eyes, the movie. I don't know if you ever seen that one,
I
but
haven't seen
it's
the movie, but I remember the coming attractions for it. It was either last year or 2 years ago, I think that it dropped, right?
Jeez, I think it was 2 years ago. It was a cool movie, cool little rom-com film. But yeah, so I made a mask just inspired by that for mainly Valentine's Day. I try never to, skip any of the holiday haunts. So, and this coming season, you're gonna see a lot more of me at Disturbia in my Shakes outfit.
All right. Shake's outfit that's the name of the character
I
and
mean, sorry, my character. Yeah.
yeah, right, right, right. I was gonna dive into that. You being a huge horror movie buff, has any of that kind of played into the creation of this character? It's a hillbilly character. How did you make that costume?
Well, I was at Midwest Haunters Convention last year. And I saw this booth. They're the ones that do they sell primal contacts. So I was just shopping around with them and I saw this mask and it looked like a Ed Gein kind of, hillbilly-ish Leatherface mask. And it was from Ghoulish Productions and they're amazing. I love it. And I don't know, it just stuck out to me so much. So I of course bought it and then I made this other flannel and started weathering with that and just throwing up. I don't know, like throwing gloves on with it. Started sliding, and then boom, you got shakes. I don't know. I think it's just more inspired by Leatherface, like Ed Gein like type stuff. But yeah, and
It
I
just
mean
has
I have a lot of ADHD, so I like really like kind of shake sometimes. Said, you know what? That's it's pretty comforting. I'm gonna use shakes as my name.
There you go. I think everybody has ADHD when you throw those clacker gloves on, and it's so addicting to just do. Everybody, of course, this past year was going clock it because all the kids these. I'm like, oh, at least it's not the 6-7 crap. But like,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
whole clock it thing was hilarious to see. But
yeah.
yeah, I don't think people understand how much distressing goes into these costumes. I mean, and as for the creator of costumes,
Mhm.
each individual person I feel like has this sense of accomplishment when you've distressed it to a certain level, but the audience isn't going to pick up on every little nuance. Even if
Mhm.
you're out in the front and you have, an extended amount of time with the customer, but especially if you're in a room. But what I think just, I don't, not that it gets overlooked, but like it has to be a part of that character, right? Otherwise, they're walking in and
Oh
they're
yeah.
seeing like a pristine plaid shirt. So maybe it's not registering consciously in them, but subconsciously, they're seeing all the distressing that you do and all the little things that get added to a
Mhm.
costume like that. You talked about, distressing the flannel and stuff like that, but then also having that Ed Gein style mask. They just had that documentary
Mm.
out, or that little series about Ed
Oh
Gein.
yeah.
Did you watch that? I'm sure.
That was crazy. That was nuts. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like where creativity comes in, it's just a huge role in it. Like I call it just endless. Everything you make, it just I don't know. It's just that's what it's all about. You feel so good wearing something that like you created, and I mean it helps out with your haunting too. It's you just feel that oh I did this. I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna make more gloves. I'm gonna make more masks, and it's just like I can't get enough of it.
No doubt.
Uh,
You you're very talented at that, and it shows. And I know I was telling you after this past Christmas event, I was like, I'd like to see this man get some time with his created character either out on the line. So hopefully,
oh
if
yeah.
anybody's listening, we make that happen because I think you do well, and you're not getting a whole lot of opportunity to slide in certain rooms. I mean, some areas, yeah, but it's got to be big enough. But you run those rooms really well too, and that is a testament. And we've talked about it on this podcast with others before that like it's not just the line actors that make a haunted house. And I think, that gets overlooked a lot of times. You have to have those strong pieces, those strong characters in rooms. So, for those that are just starting out or for those that have been in rooms for multiple years, don't get disheartened that, oh, you're not, a line actor or ever, because every cog in the machine is super important. And especially when you're in rooms, but when you can make a room stand out in people's minds even more. Of course, they're going to go through the room and see the scenery, and there's a lot of set designers at these haunts that do a great job and put in a lot of hard work and effort to make those rooms stand out in your mind. But you really can't beat the human element when it comes into that, and that's every time we go through, I'm like, "Where's Cade?" Because I got to see him. I got to see what he's doing in what room.
Dude, I really appreciate that, man. Seriously. I would love to work outside, out in line acting. I did it once when the power went out, and everybody was doing it because we couldn't really work inside. But it was like the most fun I have ever had, and I give so much respect to all those Q actors, those line actors. Sorry, I can't speak right now. Those line actors, because they're freaking working in. God, below 0 degrees some nights. I mean, it's insane, honestly. It's incredible the work that goes into that. And not a lot of people understand that. It's really cool.
Especially in the off-season events. Like for Halloween, it's decent
Mhm.
out for the most part. Maybe you get some rainy nights. Maybe it does drop. I know this past year was actually the reverse. It was super hot for most of the year, so that's always a
Yeah.
struggle as well.
Yeah.
Especially here in Illinois, you're going to get those fluctuating temperatures and seasons that get that extended summer into fall, or fall
Mhm.
kind of is shortened by winter coming a little bit early, but. I think it was last year during the Valentine's Day event that I think it was probably the coldest I have ever been uh, acting. And I know Dave and Sarah were doing a great job of making sure that everybody was okay and kind of rushing the night, not ruining the experience for the customer, but making sure that everybody got inside and warmed up.
Yep. I remember that. Was that the time you went with the meatball sub? The
Yep.
Parmesan?
Yep.
That was
Yep. Yep.
awesome. That was my
Yeah.
favorite of you gotta bring that back this Valentine's Day, man.
It
Oh
will
my
be it will
gosh.
be coming back this Valentine's Day. I had the chicken parm the one night and the meatball sub the other night, and it was the talk of, I don't know, Disturbia, and even on this podcast, I think it was kind of
It
the
still
talk of
is.
our whole year, and it just keeps getting
Oh.
brought back up. I did bring that character out for one night at our home haunt while we were doing our show here at Voodoo on Vassar, and it was fun. I did it on a clown takeover night, and that character is not exactly a clown, but I got to
Yeah.
do the classic Italian lines of, gosh, I'm drawing a blank on who's the legend's name right now. I
The De Niro? Wait.
no, not De Niro, but what am I, a clown to you? Why am I
Oh, I can't remember his name either. Oh my gosh.
why am I drawing a blank? Yeah, this is gonna haunt me. But by the end of this
Yeah,
podcast, I'm
same.
kicking myself. People at home that are listening are gonna be like, "Why he can't remember so and so's name? He's not really an
Sorry, I'm in the
Italian."
same boat, guys.
But yeah, Oh gosh, it'll come to me. But I got to do the whole what do I look like, a clown to you? So, that was fun too. We still had the red noses and stuff, but I mean even just getting up in that outfit with like red tights on and my underwear over the tights
That
and
was
and
awesome.
pink underwear. I thought
That's
for sure
insane.
at a pro haunt they were gonna look at me and be like, this is towing a line." But got to do it, and that was fun. And I mean, so you kind of look like a clown from the waist down, anyways. Plus, having a leather jacket, and you open up and there's a bunch of just random crap in there is just something to do. Yeah, the maybe the handcuffs were the line that I crossed a little
That
much, but
we
got
loved
to get
it.
some use out of them. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah,
Joe
I don't use them
Pesci.
anywhere else. Joe Pesci, duh, yes. Oh my gosh, I have a
I
buddy
love
whose last
him.
name is Pesci. He's gonna kick me after hearing this too. Duh, yeah, Joe Pesci, one of the
Oh man.
greats, Goodfellas. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
we'll see. Hopefully, the temperatures stay decent for this upcoming Valentine's Day haunt, and we're
Yeah.
not freezing cold out there. Especially like you were talking about, you commend the ones that are out there, especially if you're a slider and you got the metal tips on your gloves. Oh my
Oh yeah.
gosh, it sounds really bad, but there comes to a point where the cold seeps in and you can't feel like either your fingers or your toes. And
Yeah.
then it's to that point where like you still can't feel the extremities, but the reverse kind of happens and then they start to feel warmer because you don't have feeling, if that makes sense to anybody who's been out in extreme cold temperatures. And then you
Yeah.
just kind of keep going if you're crazy enough. Like
Oh yeah.
you just roll with it. And then you walk inside and you realize, oh no, my toes and my fingers weren't extra warm. I just can't
Yeah.
feel them.
Yep. Yeah. And it's all adrenaline too. I mean,
Yes.
it all plays in. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I really want to try it.
Adrenaline for sure. I get it the worst when it is actual haunt season. Like, okay, for our home haunt this year, we did like I think 16 straight nights. And some of the weekday nights are 7 to 9 p.m. So you're not really getting to that point where the adrenaline's kicking in, especially if you have a slower night. But we had a lot of really good nights this year at our home haunt. And then in addition to that, I went around the previous year and then once or twice this year to Disturbia to guest act professionally. And if you're sliding all night, you're feeling it, right? And it's feeling
Oh
good.
yeah.
And I think I've talked about this before, is being a hockey player. You're out there and you're like, yeah, my legs are going, even just going to the gym. You're like, yeah, my legs can handle this. And you get out or just head to the break room or something like that, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden you're like, why is everything in pain and sore? And it's not just
Yeah.
lactic acid at that point. Like hockey shifts are probably the hardest to do in a sport, right? Other than,
Oh yeah.
individual skill, maybe hitting a baseball. But
Mhm.
I will take this to my grave. As hard as that is, there is nothing harder than like nonstop sliding. Like if you get
Yeah.
breaks throughout the night, okay, but like there are nights where you're so dehydrated and your muscles are cramping and stuff like that, and you get that in short bursts in hockey, and you could be tired after a game in hockey or a doubleheader, or of course playing at a higher level than I even
Yeah.
play at. But I mean, there's nothing that quite compares to haunt acting. Like I guarantee you, 95% of the guys that I play hockey with couldn't get into slide gear and do what sliders do throughout the
Yeah.
night. And vice versa. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are sliders that can't play hockey or can't take as gritty of a shift as some hockey players. It's different muscles, but
Mhm.
either way, you're getting a workout, and my legs feel
Yeah.
like they're 60, even though I'm only 27.
Yeah, for real. You could say that again. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what's so beautiful about it is like people from different, like they have different hobbies, they come from different homes, just different walks of life, just come all together in one big haunted family. And it's just that's what it's all about. I mean, that's what I love about it so much.
Absolutely. That's a perfect transition into our Voodoo Personalities segment where we dive a little bit deeper into your personality. And I briefly mentioned that in your spare time, you're on the board. Where did skateboarding come into your life, and how did it become such a huge part of your life? Because like you said, there are so many different sliders or haunt actors in general that all come from these other different walks of life.
Mhm.
Mine and some other people's is hockey. Yours is skateboarding. So how did that start?
Jeez. We well, I got my first board when I was 5. And I started pushing around. I think it was like It had to be 2007, and I thought it was just like, gonna be something. I don't know. I don't even really know how to explain it. It's just I was like, I know I'm gonna be on this board for the rest of my life, and I mean, I've broke more bones in my body than I even knew I've ever had.
Oh my gosh.
But it's that hunger. Like there's you either love falling and loving, like you love the battle, or you don't. And falling's, believe it or not, it's an art form. Like if you don't fall right, you're gonna break something or bust something. So I mean, I started watching videos about skating around that time too. I just thought, this is the coolest thing on planet Earth to me. I mean, I'm such a skate nerd. I have a whole skate hallway when you come into this basement. And then I got sponsored by a few local companies in Chicago a few years back when I was in high school. Then I broke more bones, and now I'm just gonna be lucky if I could cruise around when I'm 40s.
I
So
still see
yeah,
you getting out there and hitting a couple ollies. And what's like
yeah.
some of the best tricks that you've ever hit, other than the injuries, right?
I was a big rail guy back when I was like a teenager. Rails were my thing. They still are. Um, but I mean, I could throw a lot of stuff down rails, and I would never touch a stair set. Like, of course, like an ollie, like a little jump down a stair set. But I don't know, it always freaked me out. So I think the best trick I've done in skateboarding would have to be a kickflip front board down an 8 stair handrail, and it was like a 3-day battle of falling, knocking the wind out of myself, and then going back up and doing it. And it really adapts with life too. It's like skating taught me so much with not just skating, but in life too. Like you try something over and over and over and over until you get it, and it's the best feeling when you get it. So that's why I really, really, really love skateboarding, and I keep doing it. And it's not about like who's better than who, because there's really no better in the whole sport. And because like you could be skating vert, you could be skating street, you're just coming together and skating with your homies. It's just you and the board and the wind and the great outdoors, honestly.
That's
So,
true. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And that resiliency, I think, and that determination that you mentioned, not to go against anybody, because I know there's a lot of people in this haunt industry that aren't like wouldn't consider themselves being athletes, but like
mhm.
I think athletes bring that element into haunt acting like that. But
Oh, for
then you
sure.
see people who would consider themselves as theater kids that are acting, and
Yeah.
you're burning calories too, so I'd consider you a type of athlete as well. So there's a physical side to it, and that grit and that determination is ultimately what keeps people going, like yourself. Otherwise, I think people would quit after a couple nights if they can't handle the
Yeah.
heat. They'll get out of the kitchen,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And
Yeah.
that's the same with snowboarding. It's very fitting that we have you on in the January episode because I mentioned a whole year prior, January of 2024, when we switched over to video episodes, we had Carly Craig of Hell's Gate and Zombie Army on, and I think she is like um, the combination of you and me because you've got the skateboarding elements, so you're grinding on rails and doing jumps and stuff like that. I'm on skates most of the time, roller skates. Ice hockey's there too, but most of the time roller blades. But she's on roller skates and she's doing jumps and tricks. And just like you, she's
Yeah.
broken so many different bones and stuff like that. She was a treat to have on, and we'll have to get deeper into some of her roller derby stories next time we have her on because
Oh,
that
yeah.
girl, she'll beat somebody up. That's for sure. We were just at a party not too long ago over at Emma Von Zombies, and yeah, I stood in the way of her at the bottom of the steps, and there was a part of me that was like, she might beat me up right now, honestly. Like, I should probably get out of the way. So,
Oh, I
no,
believe
very.
it.
You guys, I don't even know how you guys do it. I'm scared to break anything. So you jumping off the rails and breaking a million bones skateboarding, and her doing the same thing but on roller skates. Whew,
Yeah.
you guys are brave.
Yeah. It's a wild ride, man. It hurts. But
That's
no, I just can't stop. It's like a hunger. I need to do it. If I'm not doing anything, or if I'm like free some days, it's just like, what's better than just going to the skate park, getting outside, and rolling around with your homies. It's what it's all about, honestly.
And speaking of homies, before we even met each other in the haunt world, we have a small world connection. One of the best friends of my
Oh,
entire life. I've known him since before kindergarten. I think it was preschool, or it might have been even before. I can't remember a time in my life that this man was not in my life. But Mike
yes.
Cross skateboards with you, and he was telling me he's a hockey guy like the rest of us. So he
Yes.
honestly, maybe he's the love child between us because he was talking about how, yeah, I have a buddy that's in the haunt world, and then he sends me your Instagram, and I'm like, he works at Disturbia. I'm like, I would have worked with him before. And then we did one of those, I looked at you, you looked at me, little Spider-Man meme. We're like, yeah, I know you, yeah.
Oh my God. Mike Cross is, I have nothing but good things to say about that man. He's just the most down to earth, funniest dude you'll ever come across. No pun intended. But he's just such a talented skateboarder. And I mean, he's so chill, you know. I miss him. I miss skating with him. He actually moved up to
Is he
really
Lake
close to where I
Barrington?
live. Yeah, yeah. We're trying to
Yeah.
skate Asylum this week, I thought. But I think Friday. But yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. He's a big family man now. But no, that dude is just amazing. Just a joy to be around all the time. He's awesome.
I know he's been snowboarding lately and he wants to get me out there. Do you snowboard at all or you only skateboard?
I do. I was trying to get out more this season. I want to go up to Cascade, but I haven't. I haven't been snowboarding in like, geez, like 4 years. Because it's weird. Every winter in the past, I would always get injured, and I'd be like, "Oh, I can't wait to skate!" Boom, a broken clavicle. Then next season, boom, a broken wrist. I'm like, "Oh God, I got to stop saying I can't wait to snowboard." But so this season, I'm really trying to get up to more places. I usually go to Alpine.
Yeah, with broadcasting, it's been, I mean, every weekend I'm kind of booked up or doing something, and I always see his snaps that he's there, and I'm always telling him how jealous I am. We went out it's been a couple years now, but I mean, it's like riding a bike, you get right back on. I actually was a skier first until a friend of mine threw me into the deep end and was like, "When you're with me, we snowboard." And I was like,
Yeah.
all right, how bad can it be? And I actually find snowboarding, everybody that I think starts out skiing, especially if you're an ice skater or a roller skater, they always
Mhm.
think like, oh my gosh, like now you're locked into one board. It's going to be so much harder. But actually, that's the easier part. As long as, I mean, you already probably have balance down by doing that. I think it's actually harder to make sure you don't cross your skis, especially as a skater, because in hockey, crossovers are what help you build up speed. And so I'm
Mhm.
used to going foot over foot, end over end to build up speed or get a faster shift or something like that. So when it comes to snowboarding, it's like, oh, I just have to make sure I know which edge I'm on. And sure, you're gonna eat snow a bunch of times throughout the day, especially
That's the
if
beauty of
you're
it.
yeah. I do kind of what you guys do when there's a terrain park. Like I'll ride a couple rails and make sure I try not to break my neck or any other
Oh
bones
yeah.
like you do. But I mean, it's right there. It's fun. I probably go like 3 miles an hour going up them, as you know, looking like a beginner or something like that. But
No,
as
same here, man.
yeah. So I know Mike has been getting on me to possibly come out and snowboard with him. The Chicago Haunt Builders Shindig is always in January. I think the deadline is coming up for haunt builders to sign up for it and pay for the dinner. But they have it at Moretti's now, right over in Bartlett, which is right across the street from Villa Olivia, which is like 15 minutes from where I'm at. So like I always had this plan in my mind that like before I go to the shindig, I'm gonna go snowboard for the day. The
Yeah.
problem is like then you're all sweaty and you're walking into this dinner and it's like, okay, like I don't really want
Yeah.
to do that. But I know Mike's been going, and as you mentioned, family man, the kids are not there yet, but he
No,
did
I
just
mean
get
not
married.
not the
Oh
not,
yeah,
not the
yeah,
kids.
yeah. But he did just get married back in end of November. So congratulations to Cross. And
For real.
now we're looking for the kids to start popping out pretty soon. Especially now that he's got
Yes.
the house too. I mean, they are set up now.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of them.
Same man. He just deserves nothing but the best. Seriously. Hey, we should all go on a snowboarding trip. Honestly, I mean that'd be cool. I haven't took my board out, like I said, in years. I miss it like severely.
I'm
It's
in
just
that
something
same
about it.
boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a 2 years, 3 years for me now too. So, and I always as soon as winter season comes up, I'm always saying like, yeah, I'm gonna go out and do. Actually, I take it back. I believe it was last year. I did take my board out, but we had a super big snow here in Chicago,
Yeah.
and some friends of mine and I found a place that wasn't super plowed, that we still had
Mhm.
traction with the car, and it was like
Yeah.
water skiing or waterboarding. No, wait, that's something different. But water snowboarding, but on snow in a parking lot along the street. So it wasn't exactly like I was on a mountain, but that was fun. That was crazy.
Is that wait, when you get like hitched with a pickup truck? No, I've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
wanting to do that for so long. That looks so gnarly.
It
I
was
was like,
fun, but as soon as you like the place that we were, it wasn't shoveled out, but it kind of was. Like there was much
mhm,
more snow that hit the ground than there, it looks like plows had come through there once before.
yeah,
And that's the good thing because now your car, your tires will still have traction. Especially
yeah,
we were using my car, and it's not exactly like an all-terrain Jeep or anything. I imagine it'd be probably better if you did have one of those, but we didn't have anybody that did. And so you're just on the back of, with like a rope, and if you hit a patch of like concrete,
yeah.
like that board is stopping and
Oh
you are
yeah, for
going
sure.
flying. So you had to make sure you were in like the snowy areas, even though the car, especially the tires that make the tracks, then are gonna eat up some of that snow. So it was tough to really swerve back and forth or do anything too crazy because otherwise, I don't know where I'm going to erode the snow and then just have concrete and that board is going to stop.
Yeah,
Plus, you don't want to ruin your board either because you take all the time waxing it and making sure it's good, waxing it and making sure that it's good for the mountains. And then next thing you know, you're gonna have a bunch of scrapes on the bottom. I think I made
yeah.
it out of there with the board being all right, but yeah, that
Next,
was nuts.
next time you go, you gotta hit me up. I am so down to do. I've been wanting to do that for so long. It looks so fun.
If we get a big snow and we're about to do that, I will let you know. I don't know if I'll
Awesome.
do it again. Maybe I'll drive this time, but
Yeah.
because I know what it's like being on the back end on the board, so I
Mhm.
know how fast to go. Because there were times
Yeah.
where I'm like, all right, guys, let's just slow down a little bit. Like
That's
I'm not
crazy.
Daredevil. I'm not Evil Knievel. So.
That's insane.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're a little nuts. It's all good. It must run in the waters because I think you, me, Mike Cross, and our friend Jude, who went
yeah.
out snowboarding with us. That was Mike Cross was trying to get him to snowboard. He had never
Mhm.
done it before, and he's trying to teach him in skater terms because he skateboards with you guys.
Yep.
And Jude was just looking at me like he got it by the end of the day, but he was just looking at
Mhm.
me like, dude, he's like, this is so different. I'm not locked
Yeah.
in when I'm on a skateboard. He's like, this is, but yeah, he was moving by the end of the day, which is cool.
Yeah. Skating really helps out with snowboarding too, because I mean, with skating you could kick out like if you're feeling like bailing, but snowboarding you're just like you said locked in, like you can't kick out. You just have to learn how to fall on, either your back or lean over here more. But skating really you get a lot of muscle memory down with that, and it plays a big role in snowboarding. Well, really with any like extreme sports, honestly, like biking, like you're so used, like BMXing, you're so used to doing the same tricks and getting them consistent. It's just that same kind of muscle memory, thinking like, oh, I've done this, I could just adapt it over to this thing now and try a new thing or try more like combo tricks. It's pretty cool.
100%. Yeah. It's all about building that foundation and then carrying it over elsewhere. So,
Oh yeah, totally.
and going along the personality side, you have another side to your personality, of course. And you talk about building up some kind of a foundation. You
Mhm.
have a whole collection of horror memorabilia. What are some of
Jeez.
the things that you've collected over the years, and how have you found some of this stuff? What exactly do you look for specifically?
You don't want to know. No, I'm just kidding. Um, I like I said, I've just been a huge horror nerd all my life. Like, I mean, when I was like 5 or 6, my mom took me to Toys R Us. She bought me like a little Michael Myers figure, and that's where all the madness started. So I don't know. It makes me feel really good. Like, just walking down memory lane or going into like a department store. It just reminds me of like, better times. But yeah, I collect a lot of masks. I could show you right now. I'm in the basement. A lot of masks, a lot of model kits. I go to all the conventions and get a lot of things signed, meet great, great actors. Here, let me turn this camera.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of your pictures with some of those. Were you with Wes Craven? I think at one point.
I was with Robert England.
Oh,
He
Robert
was,
Englund too. Yeah.
oh my God, that yeah,
Oh
Freddie,
man,
he's my man, man. Um,
that is
but yeah,
awesome.
he was so fun. He's just a really sweet person. He could talk to you for hours. And I mean, me being a huge Freddie nerd, I was like, I mean, I was just nerding out. I was like, "Can you do the Freddie laugh?" I started melting when he did it. It was nuts, man. Oh,
That is
but
amazing.
yeah,
Oh
I
my goodness.
just freak central over here.
For all the
But
audio listeners, you're gonna have to go back and actually look at the video version of this because I mean some of this collection of memorabilia and it's not just the shelves, I mean the walls, the posters, all the masks. I noticed a couple of those masks that you've actually used haunting
oh
as
yeah.
well too. So I mean this is incredible. Oh yeah, killer clowns. Oh
Yes, I'm a
man.
big freak for killer clowns. I love Shorty. Is like my favorite. I actually got that at my first horror con. He was it's a big, big mask. Those Trick or Treat Studios masks they come out with, they're huge. I love them, man. My buddy actually, River Lev, he sculpted this mask and got it into a chain store when Party City was still around. So
Oh
he signed the
wow.
top of that, and then he signed the inside of the mask himself. So that was really cool. And I mean, and it just keeps going.
Oh my gosh. You've definitely touched upon every single horror movie or TV show within the genre for sure.
Oh,
Oh
I
my
love them.
goodness.
I just it's like an obsession.
What is your sticking with the personality side of things, what is your favorite all-time movie or TV show within within the genre and why is that your favorite work of horror art?
Jeez, you're asking me really tough questions, Mike.
It is tough to choose, I bet.
Oh, God. I Nightmare on Elm Street. I love that franchise so much. I just it's so 80s, you know. And
Yeah.
that's a time I really wish I grew up in. But I don't know. It was just like how could you not love Freddy Krueger? I mean, you know, so watching all these horror movies, love them all so much, but Nightmare, I got to go with Nightmare because not only was he like, you know, a horror villain, he was doing it with like, you know, like a little goofy smile on his face or like he had crazy lines when the kill scenes were, you know, but and Dokken and Dream Warriors Part 3, they came out with a song for that movie. So, I mean, you got the best of both worlds, heavy metal and 80s slashers. I mean, you can't beat it, in my opinion.
No doubt. I mean, there are so many connections back to those iconic movies,
Oh,
namely
yeah.
the first Nightmare on Elm Street, but the whole series in and of itself. We just saw some of that callback with Stranger Things, where everybody thought that the documentary was going to be as meta as the Friday the 13th style documentary, where Freddy ends up going after the whole cast. And of course, there's the connection with. I'm not sure if you were watching Stranger Things, but the father of the main villain, Henry Creel's dad, is actually Robert Englund, and he does a phenomenal. He's not in the series for very long, but he does a
Mhm.
phenomenal job portraying that actor, and of course. Or that character, but of course the writers have taken so many tropes in those in that series from all these different works that
Yep.
were both horror and just straight up 80s or I
Yeah.
mean you name it. There's a reference to everything in there. So Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street are kind of those staples, and of course Halloween as well. But I
Yeah.
think Freddy, some of his lines, like you said, uh,
Yeah.
like I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy, or the tongue through the phone,
Yeah.
or
Welcome to
nowhere near the
prime
halls.
time. I love
Yeah.
it, man. I
Oh
can't
my
get enough.
gosh. Yeah, that's amazing. We'll jump out of the personalities segment and we'll go we'll still be talking about this stuff though because you've got a chance Another man who has so much haunt memorabilia and classic haunt memorabilia is Adam Seigan, who was the warden and of course has his own home haunt. You got a chance to guest act at Horror on Highland this year. Did you get a chance to talk to Adam about any of the stuff that he has in his basement or in his house? I think actually, I
Oh
think it's
yeah,
all over the place.
I was fangirling when I walked in. I was like, holy crap. You know, we were just talking about a lot of the different actors he's met. He's met Gunnar Hansen. He's got like all these what was it? He met like everybody from the movie Haunt. I mean, you name it, he's got it, and his collection is just absurd, man. Um, but yeah, Horror on Highland. I when I went there, oh my gosh, I couldn't. I was so honored to guest act there. The set designs, everything. It was huge. I mean, it was unbelievable. And to think like he put this all together is just it's insane. It's incredible. Like I was driving there with Smiles. Shout out Smiles. He's awesome. He's the sewer clown at Disturbia. And I was just thinking it was just going to be like this and that. But no, man, like it's huge. He has like wood panelings all around the walls going into the rooms. The set was just perfect. There was like about 10 rooms, like what was it, a bomb shelter. It was really cool. If you haven't been out to Horror on Highland, definitely go out next year. And I'm definitely trying to go back and guess back.
I think he said he's scaling things back next year, but you talk about the length of it and how massive it is. It was
Oh yeah.
2024 that he won an award. I think it was from Haunted Illinois for the longest home haunt or longest walkthrough home haunt. So, I mean, he went for length. I think, and I always tell this to people when they ask. There's a couple other home haunts that do walkthroughs that I myself have not seen. I was on an episode of I think it was Adam's podcast with that he does with Matt Brill that I was
Oh,
on
I love
the
Matt.
episode, yeah, with gosh, I'm blanking on his name, but he's in the Chicago Haunt Builders and he does Domum Diaboli. So that's another staple name in the walkthrough home haunt genre or
Huh.
category. I have not seen that one yet, so I can't speak upon that one. But as far as the walkthrough haunts go. I mean, there was us at Voodoo on Vassar, there was Horror on Highland, and then of course there's the Nightmare Haunted House, Michael Peters and them over in Manuka. And the way I always say it is, Michael Peters. They don't have a whole lot of room to work with. Michael's come on this podcast and talked about how, his parents will kill him if he starts using any more of the backyard or the front yard
Yeah.
or whatever. But what they do really, really well other than of course acting, but I'm just talking about the structure of it itself. Because it has to be shorter, they do a really solid job on set design and making you feel like you're in those rooms and the
Hmm.
level to which they go. They got some help this year from Tyler Furmanek, and he's at the prison and he helped them out, I think, with some of their lighting and some special effects. But they do a phenomenal, like, you look like you're walking into a professional haunted house when you walk into theirs. Adams
Oh,
is more so about the length. And like you said, the set designs are still great, but Adam does a great job of being like natural with it, where like
mhm.
a lot of it is wall paneling and palettes and different just different, not, I don't want to say household items, but things that he's collected in order to shape these pathways and these rooms to make it snakes through the entire backyard.
Oh,
So
it's
I mean
insane.
the length is crazy. And I always like to tell people that like we here at Voodoo on Vassar are like, not that, not saying we were the best or whatever, but like that happy medium, like the Goldilocks of the two, because
Oh yeah.
we had as much room to play with as Adam, maybe so more, because I back up to a soccer field, but that's
Mhm.
Park District property, so we can't use it. So we just like to leave that as some of the ambiance, and we maybe make you walk around a couple trees into that area, but
Yep.
we can't have you just going into the soccer field, of course. But
Yeah.
so I took some inspiration from Adam this year with our home haunt to make the backyard feel longer and make you cut through my patio and have more pallets and more of a zigzag, more things to go through. Like when you have more structures, and that's kind of something that we even kind of took from Hell's Gate is, you're out in that woods walk. And some people, oh, out in the wild isn't all that scary because you could see it from a mile away. Well, no, walking in the forest is scary, but we don't exactly have a forest with tight trees to reel you in like that in our backyard. A couple
Mhm.
bushes and stuff, but what we really needed to do was lean heavy on that structure element in the backyard, and we did that. So that's why, like, I tell people, like, we focus on our set design and our scenes. We did a lot of that in the front, kind of like Michael Peters. Now, we don't go to the depths and the levels that they do with their wallpapering and distressing and stuff like that. But don't get me wrong, ours, I'll pat myself on the back. Ours still looked good, but they do
Yeah.
a better job scenery, and Adam does a better job lengthwise. Like for
Mhm.
ours, it was like, people were getting through in about 7 to 8 minutes. And I was like, how do I make this 15 minutes, right? And
Yeah.
especially, if they're paying a $5 donation to go through, I want it to be, the 3 minutes per dollar, basically.
Oh,
So
yeah.
and that was the goal, and we hit that, and we did a great job with it, and making, not only making it longer, but caring more about that set design and the scenery that we'd always done a good job with. But yeah, as far as the main haunt walkthroughs in the Chicago Haunt Builders go, other than, like I said, I haven't seen Domum Diaboli.
Mhm.
There's a couple others out there that have like a little bit of a walkthrough, but if I want to talk about the ones that lean either on length or
Mhm.
on set design. I feel like those are the two routes for home haunters to go because there's not the budget like a giant production such as professional haunt like Disturbia or Hell's Gate or Basement of the Dead,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
but I'm not the only one with a home haunt. You yourself have a home haunt as well. Tell me a little bit about when that got started and how it went even this past year.
Oh, it's a little home hunt we do. It's called Tunnel of Terror. This past year was the biggest one we've ever had. It had to be like more than 200 people that walked through. So I was really happy and very nervous at the same time. I'm just like making sure all these props stay up well, they don't fall on anybody because we were doing it in the grass. So we set up all these like little, well, big tents to make people loop around like in the tents like a maze kind of, and we set up like barriers and all that. But it was really good this season. This was the best season we've had. Next, or should I say this coming season, we're gonna be doing it in the garage because two of our tents broke, and I think our garage is so spacious, so we're gonna make people walk it like a maze again, and put out some barriers so they could like have the idea that they're in there for a long time.
Heck yeah. I know that you had done it. It's always like it's a 1 day event and it's like the Saturday before Halloween.
Yeah, I kick myself every single time now for not going to Voodoo. I was gonna go to
That's okay.
Voodoo last year and surprise you, but there was something with my family. I think it was like a party I had to go to. So on the way down, I was just thinking I could have been at Voodoo right now, getting freaking blood bathed or whatever. It's
Oh
just I've
yeah, yeah.
always wanted to go.
Our
Oh,
yeah, our Thursday nights were bloodbath nights. So you would have saw Mike Cross a couple of those nights. He came
oh
out and he's not a very scary guy, or in the scary genre. So he's like, I'll just work the ticket booth. I'm like, cool, that's fine. He's like, what do I need to do? I showed him how to do it, and he's like, can I eat and drink while I'm here? I'm like, absolutely, dude. Yeah, go for it. Just
now
make
I'm
sh-
really
make sh-
jealous.
just make sure that you keep the money where it's supposed to be. So and make
Oh
sure
my
everybody's
God.
safe. That's another thing too. Is I think safety, of course, is important in all aspects of the haunt community, but I think there's an element of it being heightened when it comes to home haunts because we're not a professional haunt that's selling you tickets that might have the warnings and liabilities on the back, and you've got
Yep.
people stepping onto your home property, so you better make sure
Mhm.
that your insurance. We had one lady this year that I guess she had a bad back or a bad leg or something like that, and she criticized us and said it was unsafe. And I looked at my entire team. There are certain parts of Voodoo where, like when you walk out of the garage and up and around to the backyard, it's a little bit of a steeper uphill, right?
Yeah.
And there's no actors necessarily near you during that, but we're always watching you and we're making sure that we're not too far just in case something happens.
Mhm.
There's not really any tripping hazards if you can walk normally. There's signs
Mhm.
out front that say enter at your own risk, especially
Yeah.
like if you know you have like I guess this lady had a bad back and a bad hip or like you should probably not be going through even professional haunts and stuff like that. Like
Exactly. Yeah.
I've told the story on the podcast before that we just had some of the old Joliet Haunted Prison folks on. There was a lady that got to me in my spot when I was at guest acting there one night, and she
Mhm.
looked at me and I told her in character, I'm like, get up those stairs, and she looked at me like dead serious and was like, I can't do stairs, and I'm just like, they tell you this at the start. You got to listen to the rules, and so
Exactly.
don't break character, but also like
Mhm.
be a human being and help this. Like I helped her up the stairs, but
Mhm.
I just sit there and I shake my head at some of these people. It's like of
Yeah.
the this year, I think for Voodoo we had 650 people walk through, or just about throughout
Wow.
the nights that we did it, and
Mhm.
649 were fine with it. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna leave that there.
A win is a win, man.
I mean, if it's one lady, everybody else, there were people that were going back through, even on our final
Yeah.
night so Saturday, November 1st, we stayed open because it's the Saturday. We've done that before, but the problem
Mhm.
actually, the time we did do it before when we stayed open on the 1st, it was a Sunday. Halloween was on the Saturday. And then you have to compete with Sunday football and people are Halloweened out.
Oh
So
yeah.
our goal was to make it, if we were going to stay open on that Saturday, make something different. And Grace, one
Mhm.
of our actors, came up with a great idea. She's like, why don't we do a Christmas haunt? And I was like, that's perfect, because for years people have been telling me, why don't you stay open and do a creepy Christmas? And it's like, well, my
Yeah.
garage has to become a garage again at some point. And
Yeah.
so this was a way where like we could still have everything up and do a Christmas show. Christmas is not my holiday, but some of the other actors, Rat and some of the other guys that we have in the squad, were
Mhm.
thrilled to be doing something Christmas related. And the World Series was still on, so it was we all got together. Some of
Double
us were
whammy.
leaving, yeah. Some of us were leaving to go to Hell's Gate one final time. So as soon
Mhm.
as it was close up at 10, drive down to Hell's Gate by 11 to get in and see our friends one more time, even though half the crew was out in California doing who knows what, some kind of big production. So I hope
Oh
they come
yeah.
out and say something about that. I want to hear how it went. I've talked to a couple of them about how it went, but in fact, the rest of the boys stayed at my house and just, even though I wasn't home, I went to Hell's Gate. They were watching the last of Blue Jays and Dodgers, which ended in the way I think a lot of people didn't want, but it's okay. So we had one last great Christmas night, and what I was about to say was even during that Christmas night, we had people that went through and then
Yeah.
wanted to go again and again and again. And
Oh
of
yeah.
course, it's like, yeah, sure, get right back in line. We're happy to scare you again and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But I'll be honest, like it was a scramble to try to get everything Christmasified, and
Mhm.
I want to shout out. I don't know if I did this in the last episode. I want to shout out Dave and Sarah, and the whole Seneca family, really, the whole Disturbia
Yep.
family, because we went and we borrowed a lot of those outfits and costumes for their Christmas haunt for Voodoo.
Mhm.
And Naughty or Nice, we changed it from VOV to NON. Naughty or Nice would not have happened if it wasn't for Dave and Sarah and that whole cast and crew letting us borrow that stuff. And even though some of our rooms weren't as Christmasified as I think some of the professional haunts changed their looks, our
Mhm.
characters were on point. Like everybody
Yeah.
could tell like who was Santa Claus, who was an elf, who was,
Yep.
a big giant Krampus. So that was a lot of fun.
I forgot that happened, that they let you borrow those. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Shout out the Senecers. They are the best to ever do it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've been bringing it back to that. Yeah, you're always going to have that one person that like, walks through, but
Somebody's
it's just annoying.
somebody's got to try and ruin it for everybody, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah,
But no,
I
that was really
apologize
cool.
too, because I meant to text you on some of those days, especially when Mike Cross showed up, and one of the nights he did ask me, he's like, "Is Cade coming by?" I'm like, "No, I gotta message him to see if he could come out." So that's on my end too. I should have
Oh,
let
you're
you know.
good.
But
No, dude, you're
this next
good.
year, when we're not doing Voodoo, I definitely need to come out and see Tunnel of Terror.
Oh yeah, yeah. Come on through. I think it's gonna be like a Garage of Terror or something this
Garage of
year.
Terror. Yeah, yeah,
We're
yeah.
gonna figure the name out. I don't know, but it should be fun. This is gonna be the first year we're doing it in the garage. If you wanted to guest act too, man, you could definitely come through. I mean, get full rivets up, or I mean, get full into rivets like the
Yeah,
character. So yeah, that'd be really
absolutely.
cool.
That'd be a lot of fun. I plan on going practically everywhere this year for 2026, if my
Yeah.
broadcasting and main jobs allow it, because there's a lot of conflicts as far as time. But in 2024, I went to a lot of the main haunts throughout the Chicagoland area, but I there were some people that I still didn't know of haunts that we'd been going to for years professionally, that it was like I don't know how to. I mean, I guess I could have reached out to the haunt itself, but it's always nicer when you have that one person that's like, hey, come play with us, come
Yeah.
come join us. So I'm gonna definitely expand my distances and horizons when it comes to just guest acting with whoever I can in
Mhm.
2026 throughout Illinois, maybe into Wisconsin a little bit, and
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a couple Indiana haunts.
Mhm.
All depends, but yeah, there's a great community nonetheless.
I
So
was just gonna say the same thing. This community is really unlike any others. It's just full of so many talented, wonderful, nice people. And I mean, you said it the best, seriously.
no doubt.
Yeah.
I talked about your skateboarding. Have you ever thought of somehow incorporating skateboarding into the haunt world? I know sliding knee pads are already skateboard knee pads, so that seems like it was kind of maybe a no-brainer to incorporate that into the character and be a slider. But have you kind of thought of the crossover between the two of them? I know we kind of talked about this, but even just adding elements of that into your character.
Yeah, Chains asked me to skate outside of in the line. That would be insane. That'd be really cool. I would love to. I never really thought of it though. I never knew like you could do that like at the hunt. But if you can, I'm super down for it. That'd be really fun. That'd be crazy, man.
That'd be
Like
awesome.
just
We
do
talked
kick
about.
flips in front of.
Oh, dude, yeah, absolutely. Dude, we'll get you a little ramp up front and then you're just gonna hit a
Yeah,
couple
yeah,
of
let's go, man.
couple of tricks.
I'm super down.
We talked about me doing that, like not skitching, but like the snowboarding off the end of the trailer hitch and stuff like that on a car. They've got the little mini cars that zip up and down the parking lot. We'll put you on a skateboard and have you off the back. That would be, if they could do that,
That's
maybe
a
for like for Summer Ween or for the Summer Screams
yeah.
event. I think that would look sick.
That's a great idea. Holy crap. I
That would be
yeah, wait. I
incredible.
never really put two and two together. Now I'm hyped. I'm super down for sure. Oh my God. Make a little like gap or something, then I could clear. That'd be really
Yeah.
cool. I never really thought of that.
Because we've seen some of the sliders from Disturbia be holding on and actually sketching off the back of whether it was the Lost Souls bus tour or some of the other buses that come
Oh,
through. But I mean, I've always wanted to be a slider and be off the back of that little mini cart. But every single time I'm there, they're having issues with the cart. It was running a couple of nights, but they didn't want to add too much extra weight. And I guess that was their nice way of saying that I'm a fat ass. But no, like yeah, I was itching to do something like that. So if they can get you like on a skateboard off the back of that, that'd be cool.
sure, we should both do it, man. I mean, that'd be insane. Just
I
like
don't
one
know.
on
I
each end.
I have never. I'll have to try skateboarding with you guys at some point. My
Yeah,
grandparents got me a ripstick one year, and I traded it in for a Lego set. That was the type of kid I was at the time. I,
there you
I
go.
wanted the Legos instead. So I've never really like actually got on skateboarding. But I guess with the snowboarding background and the skating background, like I'll
Mhm.
I'll find my way in there maybe at some
Oh
point.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, as
Oh
long as
my
I'm not breaking
gosh.
too many bones.
Yeah. Knock on wood, man.
Yeah.
Uh No, yeah, that sounds really cool. I am definitely down to do that. I'm just really open to trying new things in haunting or, what like pushing the possibilities to where it could go. So it's where I'm at.
No doubt, no doubt. That'd be unique and something that I have not seen any other haunts really do. So
Oh
that'd
yeah.
be incredible. Plus, if you already had the slider gear on, like say you were about to eat it on the snowboard or on the skateboard, like you could just jump down and be in a slider position and
Yeah.
steer
Just go
somebody.
down on
So
your knees.
yeah,
That'd be
exactly. So
cool, yeah. No,
yeah,
I gotta hit up Chains about that. That's really cool.
that'd be something to see for sure. But
Well, dude,
um,
yeah.
as far as fuel goes, we got to jump into our Zombie Zaps segment sponsored by Franken Fuel.
Oh
What
yeah.
are you putting in your system to keep you energized when you are either skateboarding or haunt acting? What's your go-tos? It could be food, it could be, an energy drink or anything of those sorts.
I really just drink coffee now. I quit like all the monsters and like the energy drinks like a year ago because Oh my God, I don't know what happened, but one day I was just on the way to the haunt and I felt really weird, like I was shaking uncontrollably. And I just had like I don't know, a monster or something, like right before this happened, and I couldn't stop shaking. It was like almost a vibrating sensation. And I was like, I think I'm good. So I went to Popeyes, got something to eat, and I was just like thought I was gonna have a heart attack, so I couldn't even go into work that day. But ever since I stopped drinking like Monster, like energy drinks and all that, I never felt like that anymore. So I just drink coffee, and if I do, it's only gonna be Frankenfuel. That stuff is just amazing. Honestly, it's so good. It doesn't give you that effect. It's just that's the way it should be.
I've
But
talked about it on the podcast before that I'm not like an energy drink guy. Like I'll do
yeah.
pre-workout every day when I'm at the gym and stuff, but that's not the same. But when I had Frankenfuel, I was like, "Ooh, okay, this might actually get me hooked." Especially when you get the sugar-free stuff,
Oh
like I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah.
that'll maybe give you less shakes. But
Yep.
yeah, yeah, I see where the name comes from. But that was overly shaking, so right, like that's not good.
No, I mean, and it just tastes good. That's the biggest thing. Like you don't have that what is it, aftertaste when you drink one of those Frankenfuels. They're good. They don't really have like any effect, and uh, just it just gets you hyped. It's really
No
cool.
doubt.
I like those, and it's so cool that like we got a hunter making them. That's really sick.
Mike is a great guy, especially
Yeah.
to work with. And for those of you listening and or watching, you'll see the link in here is www.frankenfuel.com/voodoo on Vassar. You type that in, it'll bring up a code that gives you. Don't quote me on this. I'm gonna show my the fact that I haven't been back on. I believe it's 15% off. It's either 10 or
Oh,
15% off. So
go
use
get them.
that. It'll say Mike Napolitano has given you, whatever percent off, but it's really Mike Cassavant. So go ahead and thank him. But yeah, www.frankenfuel.com/voodoo voodoo podcast, excuse me. I'm mixing up the home haunt and the and then the podcast here. Voodoo Podcast gets you the discount. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
down low for you right there. As far as the future goes, we talked about all these off-season events that are coming up. Mostly for Disturbia, but of course there's all the conventions and stuff like that. And then of course your home haunt in 2026. What can the viewers expect from you going forward?
I'll be going to Trans World for my first time this coming March. Is it March?
For
Yeah,
yeah,
it's March.
first time, huh?
Yeah, I've always wanted to go. Even since I was a little kid, I saw it. I was like, "Oh, this is so cool!" So I'm really stoked for that. That's going to be really hype. And again, of course, I'm going to Midwest Haunters Convention. They're great. It's so fun, and yeah, I just can't wait to haunt. Like, get back into the season. Like getting out there every single day and just you know going lunatic with all the homies. It's great. So that's it.
MHC is a must for me. Every year I will be at MHC again in some
Yeah.
capacity. I know we just signed a deal with a little behind the scenes in my broadcasting here, GLASA, which is the Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association. And they do a lot of like wheelchair football or sled hockey or
Oh
of
wow.
course track and field with athletes that have either an orthotic or a prosthetic or something that has put them either in the Special Olympics or competing for it. That kind of cool stuff. So I'm excited for that. I know that they mentioned the same weekend as Midwest Haunters Convention. MHC is going to be one of their like big football weekends for
Oh what?
wheelchair football, and I'm just like, I'm gonna have to stretch my time there. But I'm excited to hopefully do both. As far
Yeah.
as Trans World goes, that is going to be March 26th through the 29th. And
Nice.
so far, I'm looking at my schedule as we speak. So far, I don't think I have anything super pressing that weekend. Of course, something always tends to come up, but
Mhm.
that might just mean that I will get a chance to do that. Last year, it was the very end of February, beginning of March. And that
Mhm.
worked out because I was switching jobs at the time.
Mhm.
So it was a perfect weekend to just zip down there. And that was my first time. So you mentioned that this will be your first time at Transworld. I will just mention be ready to be like overloaded with like haunt,
Oh yeah.
overstimulated. I mean, it just, everybody tells you how crazy it is when you walk in there
Hmm.
compared to like an MHC, but it's
Hmm.
not until you actually get in there. Now, I got down there on a Friday. I didn't get a chance to walk the showroom floor that Friday because I went straight to one of the seminars that I had signed up for. And then there was, well, the show floor closed, and then there was the showing of the Fright stuff, which came out. It's the Zombie Armies Yokai films that came out with like a haunt 10-year made long haunt documentary.
Oh yeah.
And that was really cool to see. But I didn't even get to see the show floor until that Saturday. And I'll tell you, I walked in there and was like, what in the world am I looking at? And
Yeah.
not just the Halloween side of things, the Christmas side too is pretty incredible. So
Oh God.
you are going to love it. I hope I'll be able to get down there with you. But we will see as these next 2 months kind of unfold what that entails. And I mean, I have to sign up and get my tickets and all that. So
Yep.
that'll be,
All that jazz. I
yeah.
cannot wait. I am like counting down the days.
Are you staying with Disturbia? Or are you getting your own hotel, or do you know what your plan
I'm
is?
gonna stay at the Radisson. That's where Sarah that's what hotel can't even speak right now. What hotel Sarah recommended to me. So I said, yeah. And it's only like what 2-minute walk from the America Center, I think it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So that
All the hotels that all the haunters end up staying at are right there. Of course,
yeah.
I made my decision not super last minute last year, but I bought my ticket and was like, "Oh yeah, I should probably get a hotel." So I
Yeah.
was like a half an hour drive, but I mean, we're here in Chicago, half an hour drive's nothing, especially
Yeah.
it was a little bit quieter out in like the suburbs of St. Louis, but then,
Mhm.
just zipping down over there, and parking's not too expensive, and all of my friends were already at those hotels, so if I needed to crash somewhere I could have, but
Yeah.
I chose to have my own room elsewhere. That the hotel I got, whew, a pool, a workout room, a hot
Oh yeah.
tub. I was
There
like
you
living
go.
the life. There was a I remember in between the convention itself on the Saturday and the zombie prom at night, I went back to the room and just kind of took a load off, and
Yeah.
the outdoor game between the Detroit Red Wings and the Columbus Blue Jackets was on. And, I don't
Oh
have any
yeah.
stake in either team other than Patrick Kane. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to lay on the bed, kick my feet up, watch this for a couple hours, and then head
There you
on over to
go.
the day. Yeah. So it was good. It was good.
Yeah,
So
no, I can't wait. I think about it like every single day. I'm like, oh, I'm going to Trans World this year for the first time. I just Oh gosh.
that'll be awesome.
Oh,
Where can folks find you, especially when you're going live on Instagram or creating some haunt stuff? Where are you on social media?
I am under it's LZC on Instagram, EL_ZEE_C. And Facebook is just my name, Cade Cohen. And Snapchat is, geez, I don't even know what my Snapchat is. Oh
I got you in
god.
here.
Kate Cohen's
It's
23 or
Yeah.
something. I have like 5 of them that I forgot the passwords to.
Cade
I'm the
underscore Cohen 25.
yeah. Okay,
There
yeah,
you
that's
go.
what it is.
There you go. I
Oh,
know
I'm the
I
king of
had
that
asked you
shit.
about your little Bitmoji has an Ottawa Senators hat on, and I have a buddy who's
Yeah,
an Ottawa Senators fan. I was like, "Are you a Sens fan?" And you're like, "No, I just thought it was cool." I was like, "Oh, okay."
I could be.
Hop on the
Oh,
train, baby.
hell yeah. No, but yeah. Oh,
Awesome. Well, Kate, thank you so much for jumping on. If there's anything else you want to give a shout out to real quick, the floor is all yours, my man.
shout out to Disturbia and Basement. Shout out to Mike Napoleano. Shout out to Voodoo One Vassar. And just, it's really, seriously, it's just an honor that you had me on here. So I really appreciate. So I don't know, that's it.
Absolutely, my man. Well,
Thank you.
we look forward to seeing you at Disturbia or Basement, wherever you may be roaming around within the next calendar year, and of course, so on in the future. So, Cade Cohen, thank you so much, my man.
Thank you, man. Peace out.
Thank you again to Cade Cohen for coming on this January edition of the Voodoo Podcast to talk all things Disturbia. Coming up is Cupid's Curse at Disturbia, so get on out for that one. Because it's Friday the 13th, right before Basement of the Dead will also be open for that Friday and Saturday for a Valentine's Day event. And also go check our friends out at 13th Floor Chicago if you're in the area for their Love Bites vampire event. I believe they end up doing the whole weekend. Don't quote me on that, but go check them out the 13th, 14th, and 15th. Friday the 13th, guys, got to get out there. I believe that is it as far as Valentine's Day haunts in the Chicagoland area. I have not looked. I don't believe Massacre is doing one. Don't quote me on that one. Sorry, guys. If you guys are, I know we have some friends over in that direction, so my bad. But check those four. Basement of the Dead, Disturbia. I'll be at Disturbia with Cade, and then Love Bites over at 13th Floor. Maybe Massacre. Check it out and see. Don't quote me on that though. But yes, thank you again. And thank you guys for listening and now watching on YouTube. You guys are what drive this podcast, whether you've been a guest, whether you were a listener before you were a guest, or a listener after becoming a guest on this podcast. Because some people have jumped on the bandwagon since then, or gone back and listened to other episodes. Whether you're yet to be a guest, and are just an avid listener or just a straight up fan, you guys are what make this podcast what it is. Whether, like I said, you are the fan that drives us. Make sure to like and subscribe, do all that fun stuff. Give us a review. Even if you put the 5 stars and leave me a bad review, that works too. I'll answer to the criticism, but 5 stars, guys. But thank you guys. This podcast is nothing without you guys coming on to share your personalities, your stories, your connections, everything you guys have given me in the haunt world. And I can't wait to take on 2026 with you all, or even if you are just a fan and enjoy listening. I hope you do. And yeah, you're the reason I do this. So thank you guys. With that being said, I know you're looking at your little ticker at the bottom of your screen, maybe if you're driving, for the time stamps of this episode, or maybe you're watching and you're like, why is this episode so freaking long? Well, first, let me preface, this is a monthly podcast, so I'm giving you plenty of content that you could spread out listening throughout your multiple days, driving to work, going to wherever, watching at home. But this next segment, I couldn't cut anything because in this next segment, I have a fellow alumni of Illinois Media School on to talk. He is a very avid TV and movie connoisseur, and he has some great insight on Stranger Things and Welcome to Derry, mostly Stranger Things. So this is where I will tell you, this is your warning. The next 3 or so hours of this podcast, the whole remainder of this podcast, is all going to be spoilers. If you haven't seen Stranger Things up to the conclusion, season 5, or Welcome to Derry, season 1, go and watch those right now. Pause this podcast, come back to it later, because there are about to be spoilers. This is your warning. If you don't want anything spoiled, we jump right into it. So pause right now and come back later. Don't worry, I'll be here when you get back. But thank you again for listening. But I don't want, if something is still TBD, to be done for you, as far as watching one of these shows, I don't want it to be spoiled for you. And don't come at me. I'm not the bad guy here. Don't come at my buddy that I'm about to have on here, John. He's not the bad guy either, because we warned you. This is your warning. However you felt, if you did see the ending of both, we're about to break it down and we leave no stone unturned for the most part. So this is your warning. All right, we're going to jump into it. You've been warned. Once again, thank you guys for listening, and I hope you really, really enjoy this next part, because we left no stone unturned. We did a lot of research, and we dissected the absolute crap out of this. So enjoy here, guys. Welcome back to the Voodoo Podcast, and I want to change things up just a little bit. Typically, we are talking to haunt actors and home haunters, but I tend to always overlook the movie and TV side of the haunt industry. If you've been listening to this podcast, you know that I tend to skimp on that stuff. Either life gets too busy, or I see something so far after the fact that it's like not even worth me bringing it to you. Trust me, though, I did not miss the 2 biggest shows of 2025 in this category. That would be It, Welcome to Derry, and of course, Stranger Things. Because I am passionate but not an expert, I want to introduce you to a man whose content has been blowing up So you may already know of him, but I know him as a fellow Illinois Media School graduate. Please welcome to the Voodoo Podcast, John Walker.
All right, guys, nice to meet you. How's it, guys?
Absolutely. Good to see you again, buddy. I want to change things up a little bit and actually lead off with where people can find you because you're always posting some incredible cinema related content of all genres. And I know we're going to talk some of the haunt genre here, but you cover pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I try to cover everything. There's a lot of times some stuff that'll come out, and then I'll see like the bigger news articles post about it. I'm like, ah, shoot, I missed my moment to post about that. But yeah, people, you guys can find me on TikTok at Talk John Talks. It's pretty straightforward from there, from Instagram as well. Instagram is a little different. I think it's the Film Geek John I go by on there. I might change that as well. But then I also have a YouTube channel that I just started because I'm trying to start branching out and kind of widen the range and expand the brand a little more. So on YouTube, it's the same thing, Talk John Talks. But yeah, I like you said, I try to post everything. I really do. I try to post everything. I just try to keep in the loop of stuff that's going on. I think I just made a video the other day about like animated movies that are coming out that are getting a sequel. So I didn't even know anything about that until I just saw that. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw a couple of like we're getting like a Toy Story 5, and I know
Yeah.
there's that Goat movie that Stephen Curry is making with Caleb McLaughlin of Stranger Things, so that's going to be really
Yeah.
cool as well. So I'm excited for some of that. If you guys can't, all the links will be posted in here to find John. But if you can't find him, make sure you're subscribed to this podcast. Follow us on Instagram, YouTube. We have the video version, obviously. If you're watching us, you already know. But then, yeah, make sure you're following us because then you'll be able to find John from there. But boy, oh boy, we we have to get into one of the most controversial topics of the film and TV industry, which is the Stranger Things finale and really all of season five, because there are some major plot holes. I sent this to you earlier so that you didn't feel like I was bombarding you with all this craziness. I feel like the dude from It's Always Sunny going through this because
Yeah.
it was like connecting one string to the other and all that kind of stuff. So let me double check that. Hold on. Let me share this properly.
It's
Uh,
crazy too, because when you shared it to me and I was reading all the stuff, it had like re literally refreshed all my because I'm not gonna lie, I saw it, had made the content that I made for it, I gave my thoughts about it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna appreciate it for what it was trying to do. It was a show that I was very much attached to, 10 years of my life. I'm very thankful for. And then when you sent me all this stuff and I was reading all of it, I was like, oh yeah, I do remember that. That didn't make sense. Why did they do that? And it just started giving me all these like it was just bad. I was like, oh man, and then
let
the
me do it.
conformity
Oh
gate
yeah,
stuff, dude.
let me do it this way. Maybe that way we could still see. Oh, that's why. I was like, why is this not? Okay, I think they could still see both of us. I've really only done this share thing at like like professional Zoom meetings and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But I think they could still see both of us for the most part. Um, yeah, so I just went through the rabbit hole on this, and yeah, starting off, as you could read there, the most glaring mistake has been the electricity or voltage dial changing colors from red to gray, which you're more the film expert than me, but like to me, this feels like not a mistake. Like you can't like somebody would have to physically change that out on purpose in order to have that be a completely different prop. And we were already shown that there are discrepancies with colors when Holly
Mm-hmm.
finds the merry-go-round and it's the wrong color, and that was the way out. So are they saying that the electricity dial at the squawk is the way out? And if it is, like, who is that for? I mean, that just, and it never got addressed.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't. I was definitely because those are stuff that I noticed, but you see it in film all the time, and I mean, because we went to school together during IMS. There's stuff all the time that we'll put in there, and then sometimes we'll get wrong, and then mean to put it this way, but then it comes out the other way. And then so when I saw it, I was just like, oh, okay, well maybe that's just like an editing mistake they did. But then, like you said, I saw the Holly thing, and I was like with the wheel, and I was just like, oh, okay, that seems like more of an intention that you guys are doing with the little details, and it seems like that's supposed to add up to something. And then like everybody else started catching on to like what was coming out scene when he was saying the stuff about the malted milkshakes and like getting lost in the woods, and I was just like, this is not. No one's like adding this up. This doesn't make sense right now. This is not his memory. This is Henry's memory because Henry. And then it started making me remember. I was like, could they be alluding to something with the electric, dial and then the will that how he found at the school? Like, it just definitely was one of those things where I was just kind of like puzzling, like, what could it mean? And then it never got addressed. Because I made the video. I mean, you saw it. I definitely, the one of the things that caught my eye the most was what was coming out scene. I was just like, that definitely is something that I'm like, I don't think anybody's talking about right now, which is kind of bizarre because I'm like, that is not his memory at all. And then people in the comment section was like, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like that's definitely not his memory because Will was traumatized by that experience getting lost in the wood. And then it just started making me remember, I'm like, something has to be adding up, but they wouldn't put this stuff in there if it didn't lead to something else. And then that stuff never got addressed. So I was just like, oh, okay, so maybe they just I don't want to say dumb, but I mean maybe just the attention to detail wasn't all the way there.
Yeah, I just it that attention to detail is kind of like what the biggest argument has been, and like that's one thing, but like to completely switch something out like that in a show where they've already tried to train our eye to see the
Mm,
little nuances, it just felt off. And
yeah.
there's still really no answer to it. Who knows if we're going to get an answer to it? You talked about the milkshakes. We're going to get into that. One of the other discrepancies was the doorknob was on the wrong side of the door in the basement at the very end
Mm,
when they're playing Dungeons and Dragons for the last time. Now, this to me seems like all right, the last time they've used that set to do a full-on Dungeons and Dragons game was what, probably back in season one, or maybe it was season four, actually, when they had a Dungeons and Dragons game with Eddie, although I'm not sure whose basement that one was in. That might have been somewhere else. But regardless, people
yeah.
pointed out that the doorknob was on the wrong side of the door. All right, maybe the Wheelers got a different door, had some renovations to the house. That one is like, how much can you really read into that one? But sticking with the Wheelers, Mrs. Wheeler, she had scars on her at the
Mm,
graduation, which of course is from the attack from the Demogorgon. And then they're
hmm.
gone when she opens the door at the very end to tell them that the lasagna is getting cold. It's like, all right, now this is one where it's like, okay, was this just like they didn't think she'd be that close on screen and the lighting, and maybe they didn't want to, get all that, scar makeup on her again, but like the consistencies are just driving me
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, and I would definitely say the same thing with that, and especially even about what I've seen a lot of people talking about that I myself didn't really think too much of because I'm like, okay, well, I've graduated. Like, that's just how people are sitting when the valedictorian gives the speech. But then I just started noticing, like, somebody posted a picture about it, and I like literally zoomed into everybody. I'm like, everybody is sitting the exact same way,
Yeah.
hands crossed and everything. I'm like, that is so weird that they will be putting all this stuff in there, and then it's just like not leading to anything. So then that's why I started believing the conformity gate thing. Because I'm not gonna lie, like at first I was like, well, guys, like, hey, at the end of the day, whether we like the finale or not, like that's just a finale. At least we can appreciate the show for being what it was in our life and have that memory to go upon. Then I started going back and looking at certain scenes, like the dial, like Will's scene, like the doorknob, like Holly with the wheel, like the graduation, and I was just like, could this be leading to like a secret episode? Because it would be like a fantasy sci-fi thing to play a trick on the audience and make it seem like it's something else, but then it really is the thing that they're actually trying to tell.
Right. Yeah, I mean that one threw me for a loop as well. One of the other things I had on here, getting into the big stuff, obviously, and a lot of people are talking about it, is the military.
Hmm.
They just kind of up and left. Nancy,
Yeah.
Hopper, and Murray just killed a bunch of them, and just because the military isn't able to have their 11, they just pull the SpongeBob meme and all right, I'm gonna head out. Like what? Also, how about they stole a bunch of children in the middle of the night? There were no
Yeah.
repercussions. First of all, those kids didn't say anything to their parents about, I don't know, being in a
Yeah.
whole nother dimension. And also to begin with, I kind of went back and noticed this. The military only saw Holly Wheeler go missing. It was assumed
Mm.
that 11 took
Hmm.
Holly Wheeler. And
Hmm.
then immediately the military just started rounding up all the kids. Like, how did they know it was going to be kids?
Yeah.
Because in season 4, before the military even got there, it wasn't just young kids that were dying or going missing. It was like teenagers, like Chrissy too. So
Hmm.
that to me was crazy. Back when it was the mind flayer in the mall, it was just straight up townspeople. So how did they know
Mm.
that it was kids? Also, we saw there were kids that weren't seeing Mr. What's-It in the camp. So there were way more than 12 kids there. Where did the rest of them go? Because we had that whole
Yeah.
battle at the military base with Will eventually taking hold of the Demogorgons and stuff, and everybody at the base was either dead or they went to the Upside Down right after. Like, what did we do with the rest of the kids that didn't get taken? And then the kids that did get taken, you're telling me that they're not telling their parents that they were in a whole nother dimension?
Yeah.
Like,
And that's the thing that always kind of fascinates me because now that you said that, it kind of made me remember. I'm like, that battle at the military base fascinates me the most because it was a cool scene, but I would have thought, okay, they should know by this point now. 11 is not the bad guy. It's this Vecna guy that they're trying to, I don't know, maybe it seems like they were trying to search for in the military, but they were really in the Upside Down, but they were really searching for 11. But even in that sense, I'm like, okay, they see him coming through the portal. They see him coming through the Upside Down into their world now, and they see that he's literally like controlling all this stuff. I'm like, I would have thought, okay, it would click in my mind if I was in that situation. Okay, that's the bad guy. That's not 11's not the bad guy. She's only trying to protect people from him. So we actually need to be trying to hunt him and help them defeat him. But it was just like, okay, no, Vecna comes, he goes back into the Upside Down. The military like, we gotta find 11. I was like, wow, she just proved that she's not the bad guy. What's going on?
yeah, I mean, with that, it's a good point. I hadn't even thought of that. I guess if you're the military and you're kind of naive or just stupid to like what's going on around you, you see most of the like Kay and
Hmm.
I forget the name of that other like corporal that was like major in the show with the half burned face, but like they
I
were
forget his
in the
name.
Upside Down when the attack happened in the real world from Vecna.
Yeah.
Which we're gonna get into Vecna too because it's like in season 4 he's ramping up to just overtake the world,
Hmm.
and he just did that to a military base. So why do we have to spend a whole entire season? I get he wants to move Dimension X to Hawkins and stuff like that. So that takes time, but like he literally cracked open the earth and you're telling me that like he can't just waltz right in and take control of
Yeah.
everybody and like so why does he have to go and retreat and go back like that, yeah, we're gonna do a deeper dive of Vecna and Mr. What's It himself. But yeah, I guess like if the military, okay, it's the 80s, so maybe there aren't totally a bunch of cameras set up, but like you're telling me not a single soldier survived that attack. So then that kind of is leading me back to my question of what happened to the rest of those kids that didn't get taken that are still in that
Hmm.
little bunker. So somebody had to have been alive to tell the rest of the military, hey, our base got attacked and it wasn't 11. Like it's this other
It was
dude.
just right, it's this other guy from a freaking another dimension or something.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, they could have connected the dots with the fact that 11 was fighting them in the Upside Down, rescuing Callie when Vecna comes to the real world and does this. So like unless they still thought that like 11 was in cahoots with it, like bro, at that point,
Yeah.
like and I understand that they wanted 11 more so to use her as a weapon and replicate their experiment and stuff like that. But like, don't you think like you'd pause and be like, all right, if we want our experiment to actually work with us, like we should probably stop this big bad guy first
Yeah, because
and
he's
then
trying to
work
kill
with
her.
11. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
He's trying to kill her. So it'd be like in order for her. and the experiment to work, we need her alive. So let's kill this guy, and then we could probably get to her and use her for our experiment. Yeah, I people's one of people's main complaint was this with this season was the military, and in fact, I think Linda Campbellton's character, yeah,
Yeah.
Campbell's character, like how she was used, and a lot of people like the military just didn't make sense in this season because they just kind of seemed like they were just like the annoyance of Eleven and Vecna and the Upside Down and what they were trying to do to defeat Vecna. It's just like, oh, like who was also trying to be here and stop 11? It's the military. And it's just like, yeah, bro, I had problems with that as well. And like you said with the kids as well, that was also something that I kind of just noticed. I'm like, okay, Holly, I can understand because Holly was the one that was seeing Mr. What's It. She was like, this is my essentially like imaginary friend, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay, I can understand him taking her. Like she's especially with the way that they built her up, she seemed like she was the key to all of that, what Vecna was trying to do. But then I was like, okay, the 12 kids. So why does he need 12 of the kids if Holly's the one that he is trying to? And I was just like, okay. And then they come out and everybody's, I guess good and 11 sacrifice herself. And it's just like you said, it's like however many months later passed. And I'm like, so nobody mentioned to their parents that, hey, yeah, we were in like another dimension being literally captured by a fifth dimensional being that was trying to use us to move his dimension to Hawkins. I'm like, the kids never mentioned that. They're just like, oh yeah, we just went on a field trip. Like, it's essentially what it was. We just went on a field trip.
Unless they're saying that there's some kind of welcome to Derry magic
Yeah,
where like
it's
kids
just like,
forget. Like, how do you forget being in a whole nother dimension, being saved by Steve and all that? Like, especially like, okay, I know they didn't forget because like Derek becomes like friends with Steve and Mike. And like, okay, you know, like those are your saviors. Plus you watched some guy's head get lopped off. Like that's not a
yeah,
scarring traumatic event that you think you'd like what?
that's what I was thinking. I was
Oh.
like, you just literally seeing like all these, especially the scene with Will. I'm like, you literally just saw this guy use powers to defeat these like it was just crazy, dude. It was crazy. I like
Right.
for me personally, I would have found that traumatic. Like that would have been a traumatic experiment. I'm like, I couldn't get that out of my brain, even after however many months it passed after they had whatever happened with the upside down. I'm like, that would have literally stuck with me. I wouldn't have been able to get that out of my head. So the fact that the Duffer Brothers wrote that as something that happens, they come back and none of the kids addressed it. Even when they're playing D&D, they just start playing D&D and I'm just like, we literally were just half of our time, literally maybe like the course of like 3 days were spent in this other dimension and no one's gonna mention anything about it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the whole military thing, it makes sense to me that the military would get called in because I know in previous seasons we've already dealt with Brenner and the lab and kind of the military
Hmm.
and stuff like that, and it felt like that storyline was behind us, especially when Vecna is revealed in season 4 as the big villain, and you know they're going to the Upside Down to attack him on his home turf, which we're gonna get into attacking him on his home turf too, which is just so many inconsistencies, but. You know, you've got the military. It makes sense. Like if a town gets split open from the inside of the earth, like there'd be a military presence. What I had take issue in is like the 18-month time jump. You ramped up at the end of season 4 to like this is Vecna coming into Hawkins now, and this is really bad. And then it was like, oh, but it just kind of sat there for 18 months, and the military was able to put metal sheets over the ground to just
Mm.
kind of cover it up, and like nobody in the town's asking questions about I know they covered it up and called it the Great Earthquake, but like we were talking about the military is there and like kids are getting rounded up and nobody questions it. Also, not just the kids that went back to their parents. What about Mr. Clark? Like he didn't start
Yeah.
explaining to his students or the school like what's really going on. I just there's too many inconsistencies for the military to just be like, all right, see you guys. Bye.
Yeah. And that's something that I found interesting as well because when the first episode happened, I was like, okay, based off the events of the ending of season 4, I was like, okay, I can understand the military being here now and kind of having the like pandemic lockdown rules where it's like, okay, you guys have to be in your houses by this certain time so that nothing happens to you guys. Okay, I get that. But the inconsistency, like you were saying, the inconsistencies for me come with the same thing where it's just like, okay, well then in the span of 18 months, even at them being there and kind of already having a presence based on Dr. Brenner and what he was trying to do and helping Eleven get her powers back, 18 months seems even still too short of a time to have all this stuff laid out in this town and you don't get asked questions about nothing that happens. You guys are just calling it an earthquake. None of the town people are concerned about what's going on. Like I just honestly, I felt like with the way they were building up Vecna in season four, I really thought season five, even for volume one, for as much action as we got, I thought season five was gonna be like a okay, literally culmination of everything from the word go. Like everything is gonna be at a risk, and there's gonna be some major implications about what's going on and what you took away from season four going into season five. So for me, the fact that like even going into volume one for this season, there was a lot of inconsistencies off the jump. I'm just like, oh man, this is gonna be rough. I wonder how you guys are gonna tie this together because right now you're making it seem like Vecna is kind of like Pennywise. He only appears every like some odd years or whatever, and it seemed and the way that they did it too, where it was like the crawl, like every single time it was like a crawl. I'm like, okay, well then 18 months. So how many crawls were you guys doing in order to try to find Vecna? And the fact that you guys weren't able to find Vecna, and then it took you this long to realize, oh, he's in another dimension when you had literally 18 months to try to figure this. It was just I'm like going back and like looking at different stuff that I had already called out, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say, hey, maybe they forgot about some stuff. I can understand that. They've been writing the show for a long time. Literally, this show has been in existence, like I said, for 10 years. I understand it. Maybe sometimes they forget some stuff. But then I'm just like, nah, because this stuff is important. Like this is like the little things that people are finding out. I don't think I would understand if you were like, okay, you're nitpicking at small stuff that really doesn't matter. But like the military, 18 months, you're just now noticing that it's another dimension. I'm like, this would be something that I feel like you guys would already have figured out by the time 18 months has come and gone. Like,
Yeah, and I mean, I get so the military is using that gate that gets opened up, which I don't think they really ever explained. And maybe they don't have to because I mean Vecna literally split the town in four, so like that makes sense. But like there were other gates that opened up in season four. If you remember, there was the one in
yeah,
the lake. There was the
yeah,
one in the trailer when Chrissy died, which is what they snuck through in order to fight the demo bats. And I mean, so like there were all these like individual gates. Like okay, does it can make sense that there's a giant gate there that the military can use, but like you said, Hopper's been going on all these crawls, and it takes you 18 months to realize, oh my gosh, there's a base in the upside down. Like, I feel like on one of those crawls, when he sneaks in there, like he would have looked out and been like, oh, like where's this truck? Like the truck is driving past a giant base, and you
yeah.
only, I understand like only sending Hopper because they were very like protective of the kids and stuff like that, but like Hopper's not stupid, but also if you would have sent Dustin,
He's-
Dustin figured it out in a day of being down there. So
yeah.
like,
That's what
yeah,
I'm
I
saying.
mean,
I'm like 18 months just seems like it's too much time for something that literally took one scene for them to realize, oh, okay, this guy is literally trying to move his dimension and merge it with Hawkins. I'm like,
yeah.
this seems like this would have been information that should have already got explained.
Plus, if you're ripping a hole in the earth, don't you think
Yeah,
you'd have the rest of your plan kind of ready to go? Like you would have already abducted the kids.
yeah,
You would have already started to move Dimension X. Like, and if you didn't, what were you doing for those 18 months? Like, I understand you were shot and lit on fire and thrown out the window in the upside down, but like also that was his base in season
yeah,
four. So why was that his base if the whole goal was to eventually move Dimension X? Wouldn't his base always have been Dimension X? And like what was he doing in
yeah,
the upside down? And if you're telling me it was only to make contact with people in the real world because maybe he can't from when he's in Dimension X. All right, but like all of season five, they can't find him in the
and
upside down. He's in Dimension
he's
X
in
and he's
Dimension
making
X.
contact with
Yeah,
the kids. And he's literally coming into Hawkins. One of the big things that everybody was asking was like, can Vecna fly? Like, how is he getting from the X dimension
yeah.
to the
That's what
upside
I'm.
down to
Yeah,
the real world? Like,
I feel like he had like either he can fly or he has some like Doctor Strange like sorcery ring that he just like does a little magic trick. He just walks through a portal and he just appears in Hawkins. I'm just like, and especially like what you were saying, like it makes sense. And I had an idea already that I was gonna make a video about this. I think last week, but I was like, I couldn't pinpoint what it was I was trying to say, so I was trying to do more research. But hearing you just said that just made me remember. I was like, yeah, because in season 4, his house, the Krill house, was his base. Nancy, Robin, and Steve, like they fought him in there. And
Right.
so the fact where it was like, okay, we have this house that is very much tied to his past because him being a kid here, this is where he grew up, is where he realized like I'm different from everybody else. This is his base. But then to see like this other world that Eleven shoots him through when she's a kid and they have that whole scene in the lab, and then you introduce another part where he comes up with the idea of the mind flare and then he sees the Demogorgons like roaming around. And so I feel like that in and of itself, that one scene kind of messed up a little bit about what season 4 and how important that season was as far as like Vecna's backstory. Because I was like,
Yeah.
it would have been fine if they was like, okay, the Henry house, Krill house, like this is his base, blah blah blah. But then having that scene with 11, I feel like that scene kind of messed up a lot about season 5 because it's like, okay, you're introducing now another thing where potentially it's colliding with two different ideas that you had already put together in this season. So now you're saying there's another dimension where the Demogorgons remain, even though we don't see them in the final battle. But then also this is where the Mind Flare is that it went to after it got defeated by the gang in season 3. But then also Henry is being like cooped up and like kind of like Emperor Palpatine why like on
Yeah.
a string and like connected to all this stuff, all these vines, and he's getting his powers and he's kind of like recuperating. But then Dustin's like, oh no no no! And we defeated him in season 4. We shot him back through his dimension, and he just went back to Dimension X to lick his wound. So I'm like, so then what was the point of introducing the Krill house and having that tied to that and having it seem like that was his lair if that wasn't his true place where he goes to kind of formulate his ideas it just was very much like chaotic and all over the place now that like we're talking about it. So I'm just like that doesn't make sense to introduce that idea, but then the idea of Dimension X, but then you guys taking forever to realize this is really where he is remaining at, and this is where he went to whenever we defeated him in season 4 to kind of recuperate and re-energize himself and to get bigger so that he can come back in season 5 and try to move it. And then yeah, it just is a lot of inconsistencies there. I was just like, this seems like too much. I think a lot of times in this season they writ themselves into a corner because they like we were saying might have forgotten what they have written through the whole entire show, and they needed some way, whether it makes sense or not, to finish the story. I think a lot of times though, what they did with season 4, the continuity, that's the word, the continuity from
Yes.
season
Yeah.
4 to season 5 is the thing that I'm like,
That definitely
I don't know,
lacking.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, I just yeah, literally everything you said because it's like okay, well, if his whole grand scheme was to bring the mind flayer back to life, and I understand the mind flayer that was in Hawkins was just the one made up of people, so it had its physical body that way, and they defeated it.
Hmm.
Okay, mind flayer licks its wounds and goes back into the upside down, or okay, you could even say Dimension X, but like, how are they getting back and forth? Because it took the gang bringing Dimension X down to them to climb through to get there, or
Hmm.
Holly falling from Dimension X, hitting that giant mass of energy, and then being slingshotted back up. So, like, there wasn't a clear way to get back and forth there. Otherwise, the group would have used it. So for Vecna, it's like, all right, like, I know he has his, like, telekinesis powers that, like, they went back and they said that the door being unlocked in season 1 to the Demogorgon getting Will that was the door was unlocked by Vecna through the Demogorgon. Okay, fine, whatever. But like then yeah, like you said, if he's making his base in the upside down with those vines and stuff like that, yes, sure, he got attacked on home turf, but he technically killed Max so that the fourth
Hmm.
gate could open and then he can split Hawkins into four. he's going on the offensive. And just because
Yeah.
of the fact that like Nancy and the gang they threw the Molotov cocktail and it lit him on fire and then he got shot, which also he gets shot and it hurts him and he's on fire. And I understand the whole like, hive mind thing and everything's hurting and stuff like that. But then he walks through a portal this season and the military has a million machine guns on him and not a single one touches him. Also, same with the Demogorgons. Like they're getting shot like crazy and it doesn't touch them. But Steve with a baseball bat with nails in it, that works, right? Like
Yeah,
what
I'm
it's
like,
like I'm
this is a lot of, and then my thing is like you said, all this machinery. But if you realize, and you guys have been doing research for this amount of time, and we see in season 5, there's like one scene where I think 11 and Hopper were like infiltrating the lab, and then they came across Linda Campbell's character, and she was talking about, oh, like they react to cold and hot temperatures. I'm like, okay, so you have all this machinery, it wouldn't have dawned on you and been like, okay, fire. Like this is how we can defeat these things.
right. Yeah, and you see the fire that they spray on the one Demogorgon and it does hurt him, but Will's connected to the hive mind, so it hurts him too. And we're gonna get into, the fact that all of a sudden that just doesn't happen anymore when everything's dying and getting lit on fire. But okay, sure. But a couple
I
just,
was like,
tiny things. It's like, all right, one, Derek's family, are they still tied up? Because going back to the whole like nobody
mm,
tells the town anything, like, don't you think the Turnbow family would have been like, hey, we got abducted and tied up
literally
into a barn. Cool.
kidnapped.
And then when they don't press charges on Erica and whoever they eventually found out tied them up, like maybe that's because Derek told them what really happened and like how does that knock it out? Anyways, okay, cool, whatever. Derek's video game too was he was playing Ghosts and Goblins, and this is where like I think a lot of the
Mm,
conformity gate stuff and a lot of the fan theories came into play because there were so many things that the Duffer Brothers throughout the first 4 seasons and maybe even into season 5, they put these tiny little Easter eggs in there or tiny little details that like you had to be very observant to pick up on or you had to know things about that time to pick up on, certain things. And he's playing Ghosts and Goblins, which somebody brought up that when you get to the end of that game, and you win the game and kiss the princess, like, I don't know, Mike and 11, then
yeah.
you realize it's all a dream and you have to go back to the beginning of the game and do it all over again because you were in some kind of a trance or something like that. So I've never played the game, but that's what people were saying.
Oh,
So it's like, okay, well, when Mike kisses 11 and she makes the
yeah.
sacrifice, then all of a sudden you hear Mike's heartbeat, which also kind of sounds like a clock, which going back into Vecna never gets explained. but
Yeah.
then the clock sound ends up just being the bricks and mortar that they're putting in to fix the building that they commemorated and said, the Great Earthquake. It's like, oh, okay, so yeah, the town is still covering it up and calling it the Great Earthquake, and I genuinely think like there's people that don't know because then they get to graduation, and this is where things get really muddy because
Yeah.
Netflix's bio and Stranger Things' Instagram. So it wasn't just Netflix making the mistake, which Netflix, we found out from the Duffer Brothers, does actually own the intellectual property, the IP. So Netflix should know what's going on with their show, but I understand, like, okay, the Duffers are the writers. So Stranger Things Instagram and Netflix both had a little tab that you could click on that said Hawkins 87 with a little
Hmm.
graduation cap. But the actual graduation, they're class of 89. Most of the events happen in 87 because then they do the time jumps and stuff like that. But yeah, that seemed very weird to me that it would be 87. Okay, maybe that's just a mistake on behalf of Netflix and Stranger Things, but like kind of a big mistake if they should know their own show. Uh,
Yeah.
all of the boys are wearing watches at the graduation. But if you zoom in, somebody else pointed this out. Not most of my research is not my own research. It's from a bunch of different places, and I didn't cite any of my sources here. But that's because most of them are just random Instagram reels, or somebody else picked up on and brought it into their video. So who knows where it originally came from? But
Right.
none of the clocks or the watches have time in them. They're all blank. In fact, when Mike tells his story about 11, and his master storytellerism is him saying that 11 actually was an illusion and really she snuck out the back and went through the hole in the Radio Shack. The clock
Hmm.
that is next to 11 in that scene as she escapes has letters on it and not numbers, which is really weird to me. And like somebody zoomed in and they think it looks like it spells out I hack radio, which I don't that to me is like, all right, I don't know how great
It's like
the
that's a
resolution. Yeah, right. Like, okay, big deal. Um, but yeah, that was interesting. So there's not really time going on here. Also, the glasses. There were always people in glasses right behind any of our main characters. There were 12 people wearing either glasses or sunglasses. Mike ends up wearing them later, which makes him look like his dad. Mike and Nancy throughout the series, like it almost seemed like they didn't want to become their parents. So that was kind of weird because then also they're rocking the same hairdo as both of their
yeah.
parents. And then still back in the graduation, all the people are sitting there, hands folded like Vecna. They're all in orange, even though, even if you look at the pamphlets, and then somebody pointed out either, I think it was either the books or some kind of written version of Stranger Things that says, like when Nancy and Jonathan and Steve, like when all of their age groups graduated, it was the green robes because the school's colors
Mm.
are green. We've always seen it as green. I think orange is like a secondary color, so okay, but like why they switched to orange gowns. Some people are saying it's Vecna's favorite color. There was a lot of orange around Vecna, or like a weird red, even in like
I was
Dimension
seeing that,
X.
yeah, I was seeing
Yeah.
that too, that people were like, oh, it was something, it was something about in Will's coming out scene or the scene after that where it was like, oh, he's wearing a different color, like Mike's hat is a different color, and it could maybe symbolize
Oh,
that they're playing like a trick on the audience and that what we're seeing is not real or something like that. Because what you said about the graduation, I went back actually because people were like, that was like blowing up. So I was like, okay, well, what the heck? Because I didn't even notice that. But then I noticed about the graduation thing. I didn't know about the watches. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch that because I didn't even know that about the watches. And I didn't know about people with the glasses either, which is very odd because in season five, specifically in volume two, when he's in his Mr. What's It character, he's always wearing glasses.
right. Yeah.
And he's always in the color like either orange or like a brownish orange. So I'm like,
Right.
the fact that people were like finding this stuff, I didn't even catch on to this, but I'm like, the fact that people were finding this stuff, I'm like, okay, it's making me realize now. I'm like, okay, Duffers, like this, a lot of this stuff, like you guys clearly put it in here for a reason. Like this is not like we were talking about editing mistakes that I'm like, these are too many coincidences for them to be editing mistakes. Like these are stuff like either you want the audience to find and kind of talk about online to try to drum up more attention about the show and keep the show like going. Okay, yeah, I can get that, even though like people are finding this stuff because there's a lot of inconsistency with you guys writing, but also just from like a screenwriter perspective and from like a director perspective, like this would if I was writing this show and I was doing that, if I'm putting details and little details like the dial, like Holly with the wheel at the school, like the graduation, like the watches, like the glasses, like the color of orange switching when they were primarily wearing green with the graduation. That would be stuff that I'm like, okay, as a showrunner, as a director, as a screenwriter, that's stuff I'm putting in there intentionally for you to find because I want this to lead to something else. Not, okay, we're just gonna put it in there and we're not going to talk about it, and then that's just going to be the end of the show. That's just it's just kind of like so these can't like it's always in the realm of what I'm seeing online because I've talked to people about this online. It kind of like I don't want to make it I don't want to say like makes the audience seem like they're dumb, like they're insulting the audience, but it almost in a way makes it seem like they're insulting the intelligence of the audience because it's like okay, we know you're putting this up in here for a reason. Why not talk about it and why not pay it off in some sort of way, whether it's something minor or something major? Why not have it in there if it's not going to be paid off in the end?
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to have a show with that many small details that matter to the plot, like and the actual story, like you better be on your shit. Like you better have all
Yeah,
your other small details accounted for. And for the most part, like I was saying, I think seasons 1 through 4 they did. I mean, there were little things that fans would point out that ended up leading to plot holes in the next, or not plot holes, plot points in the next season.
yeah,
When people thought Hopper was actually really alive, and there was the letter and stuff like that, and then it turns out Hopper really was alive, and there were not Easter eggs, but there was evidence there that like people could see something like that, or when everybody was like, oh yeah, the mind flayer is dead, but you still see Will on the back of his neck. Like there were
yeah,
small details that like if you found yourself noticing that, then yeah, you were kind of set up for that next season. So yeah, there's a lot of craziness going on.
I'm like,
But like you said, if they did that just for us to kind of drum up conversation, they kind of won because here we are talking about it. But at the same
yeah,
time, like they lost too in a way because it's like, we wanted it to be not a solid ending, but like, at least give us consistency, basically, is like
yeah.
what I would say. So, yeah, that was chaotic as well. One of the other things that we'll get into some of those other points that we were mentioning, but when it comes to the graduation, the rest of the graduation, I mentioned that they're all in orange. And there is a blank yellow sign behind Mike, or well, actually behind everybody in the background. There's actually nothing written on that sign, although maybe it's just too far away for us to see anything written, but it seemed like there was
Hmm.
nothing written. It looks like the same yellow sign that is a Freddy Lives poster that was in the documentary for the Nightmare on Elm Street series, which was a very meta documentary, and we'll get into that maybe a little bit later, but it's the Freddy Lives is in the same font as the Vecna Lives in the hidden messages that like you could buy. I guess you could buy like a Squawk flashlight or whatever as like a toy, or
Hmm.
I'm not sure if it's a collector's item type of thing, but you light the box that it comes in up with the flashlight, and it's almost like a black light version. It says like Vecna Lives, and it's in that same like um not Times New Roman font, but like an older style classic font. Then there was also the sign in WWE that said "Mike, wake up," and like that
Yeah,
WWE segment that they did the very next night, that very next Monday, was basically like their version of Stranger Things, because they did like a whole upside down theme, I think, or whatever.
yeah.
So like that's being put into WWE production. So like
It's
they better
like,
have some facts from the show, right?
yeah, because like I don't think there would be sure, yeah, a collaboration, and I saw that too. I also saw that the Eddie Lives thing. I saw the Vecna Lives thing as well because they had posted like the picture of like the cast online and like their graduation outfits, and it was basically like I think either Finn Wolfhard or like Gayton posted that picture, and that's when somebody noticed. They was like, guys, like if you notice, Gaten's gown is open and it's open just enough for you to see. It was either like L lives or something like that, kind of similar to like Eddie
Yeah.
lives. And there was like, so could this mean like there's a spinoff coming in about them trying to find L, and is she really alive? Is that why Mike said there's like two different versions you can believe? She's either dead or she's alive. But it's like, no, because Sadie Sink went on Jimmy Fallon. She was saying based on how she interpreted the ending, she was like, I was dead. And I'm just like, okay, and then I was watching Monday Night Raw with WWE, and I was watching that, and I did notice the sign too, and I was just like, "This is this is bizarre," because
Yeah.
normally it's like I just feel like we're going right back to the point. Normally, when movies or shows put this like meta fourth wall, like we're tricking the audience, usually it's meant to pay off in like a big way, or not even like a big way all the time, just like a minor way. It's just like, hey, like stay tuned for something else that's coming, blah blah blah. I don't know, but I'm like, there's like we've been saying this whole entire time, there was just too many stuff in here for it not to pay off in some sort of way. I wouldn't even care if it's like a letter really explaining what happened, or like some people were saying like they thought the ending was gonna be like oh, this is just like in their mind, this is just like a D&D campaign, and at the end of the day this was all just like a D&D campaign. I'm
Yeah.
like, something like pay it off in some way, because there's just too much stuff where it's just like meta stuff, fourth wall breaking, like we're tricking the audience for it not to pay off in some sort of way.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And yeah, that one to me was kind of a theory that, I thought a lot of people were going to go with, which is, that this has all been a game, which, there's been other shows that have done stuff like that. But I felt like this was leading more towards like a we're plugged into the Matrix type of thing and we got to get out. And that would be the whole
Yeah,
Mike wake up type thing. And that would have made more sense. But
yeah.
okay, they don't go that route. It is what it is. But, yeah, this is just it's crazy to me that like there are so many inconsistencies here, and yes, like I said, here we are talking about it, and we still don't have answers though, is the big thing. We
Yeah.
we talked about Mike's heartbeat sounding like a clock as it turns into bricks, but also having to do with Mike. Will was omitted from that roller skating picture that was drawn in the end, but it was drawn from an
Hmm.
actual scene from season three, I believe it was, or
I
season
think it was,
two.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
yeah, I think season two.
And so Will's omitted from the background, and people are saying like maybe because it's told from Mike's perspective, and he doesn't realize that Will is behind them when he's holding hands with Eleven and roller skating. Okay, if that's told from Mike's perspective, then is he this master storyteller? And we see him walk up the stairs at the very end of the season, and it is a call to the Truman Show where the man's life in the Truman Show, I believe it was Jim Carrey, everything's a lie. It's all just, cooped up in his head. Like he is a storyteller basically. The cast of Stranger Things did a Time magazine photo shoot that was making reference to the Truman Show. So
Oh,
that's a little
yeah, I did see
strange.
that. Yeah.
So I mean that was their and also Stranger Things they posted a picture of like an homage board with a bunch of other famous works written on there. And every time that they made a reference to one of those, whether it was Alien or E.T. or Ghostbusters, they would cross it out. And in the middle, it says Stranger Things 4. And you zoom in, and everything that was crossed out, the Truman Show was crossed out. Now, could that have been because of the time photo shoot? Or like, are they
Mm,
making a reference in the actual show to the Truman Show? I mean, that to me is like, okay, interesting.
I didn't
But
even notice that actually.
that's where I found issues with Mike's story and everybody where we left everybody in this cast. There's inconsistencies with everything. Like go to who was sitting on the bench with Mike Hopper, who was back as police chief. The town was under the impression that he died when he
Yeah.
was really transported back to that camp in Russia and gone for like 3 years. Also, the military, like once again, I said he killed a bunch of soldiers. They're just like, all right, not only can you go free, but you could be the police chief again. Like, what are we talking about? He proposes to Joyce with Jonathan's ring, which was left in the upside down. I don't know if they just didn't have another wedding ring on the set, but I'm pretty sure this is the
Mm,
show that Netflix gave the most money to in the history of Netflix. So, like, you're telling me you couldn't get a
yeah.
different prop? Maybe they're saying, which is what they're saying with a lot of things, that Jonathan grabbed it off screen. Like there's the answer from the Duffer
That
Brothers on a lot of this stuff is, it happened
is
off
all it happened
screen.
off screen. Yeah, even I was seeing that somebody had posted they had, because I was wondering as well when they were going through the scene, which always fascinated me because I'm a big person. For me, writing a story for film or TV, I'm a big person when it comes to like, if your true intention is to like do like a world building type of thing with an IP, kind of similar to what Marvel does or like Star Wars. If you're having all these stories where it's just like world building and then you're going to this planet, it's like world building. The scene where it was Max's first time in volume one going through and explaining to Holly what she was seeing, how she was in this cycle of just repeating all these memories that were Vecna's memories, but also her memories. We saw the scene where she was going through the hallways of the school, and then we see like a young Joyce, we see a young Hopper, we see a
Yep.
young like all of them. And then come to find out, they was like, oh, if you guys watch the stage play, that's tied to. So I'm like, okay, cool. I watched the stage play, get a lot more information. The fact that the Duffer Brothers come out in volume two when we see the scene of them going through the hallway again, but this time she's with Eleven and Callie. The fact that the Duffer Brothers came out, and I said I believe I could be wrong in saying this, but I'm gonna paraphrase as best as I can. I think they said Hopper and Joyce
Yep.
knew of Vecna in high school, but they kind of um knew about it and that type of stuff happened off screen or something like that. That
Yep.
they said basically like they knew about
Yes.
him off screen. I was like, so then what's the purpose of telling people, hey, watch the stage play? Don't forget to watch the stage play because some of that stuff ties in with that. If a lot of the stuff is, oh, it happened off screen. Oh, it happened off screen. Oh,
Yeah.
Nancy and Jonathan, especially that thing like that. Nancy and Jonathan, I think for me, I think for me, I'm getting a little like I don't want to say, but it's making me frustrated again because I think for me watching that scene and when I watched it for the first time, I was like, oh, this scene's amazing. Like he's proposing to her, they're gonna get married or not married, but maybe like they're engaged, right? And they're just in a way saying like I'm unproposing because we have some stuff to work on as boyfriend and girlfriend. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, this is cool. It's like a quirky way of doing it. The Duffer Brothers then do an interview off screen and was like, "Oh no, they're broken up. That was a breakup scene." That's not how you made it seem for the audience to interpret. Like that, okay, huh? Like I
I will
unproposed to you?
I will say I did see that as a breakup scene in my mind, but what that told me was they were laying the seeds for Nancy and Steve to get back together. And that was, if you go
For
back
that,
to
yeah.
when Eddie was talking to Steve in the Upside Down, saying like she didn't even hesitate to come and follow you. He's like, even I was too scared, and the girls just wanted to rush in here to save you, Steve. He's like, I would get her back, and like to me, that was like, I was rooting for Steve this whole time. I mean, he's probably arguably my favorite character, but like, I had to do the Steve hair even, but but I was like, that didn't. There was nothing with that. That was a whole nothing
Yeah,
burger. Like even Steve and Jonathan had a conversation when they're in Dimension X about how they're just like, oh yeah, like all right, Nancy's just a friend, and it's like, but you guys were competing for her all season.
literally, I'm like all
This
season, and
built
now
up
you
to
guys are just
nothing.
cool, okay. And then I saw a video of a girl. I think we should have known because you brought up Steve, and it's something interesting that I noticed about Steve. Every single season, they teased that Steve was gonna die as like the thing, one of the things that kind of grip people into watching the season. But I saw a girl, she was making a YouTube video, and the way she was explaining it, it really made sense. And now that's the way that I see it because she was explaining that we really should have seen kind of the decline in quality and started really noticing the inconsistency because she was like, if you notice in season four, while yes, Eddie is a very beloved character, and I myself am a huge Eddie fan. I love Eddie as
Yeah.
a character. He's one of my favorite characters that's ever gotten introduced to Stranger Things. But the inconsistency with his character comes from the fact that the Duffer Brothers didn't want to kill off Steve. So you create a character to be in place of somebody that the fans, even for as big of fans are as of Steve, they were like, okay, somebody has to die. Like even the cast was saying that by season four. I think
Yeah.
I saw an interview with Millie and Noah. She was like the Duffers, like Matt, like you guys, you got to kill off somebody. Like somebody has to die this season. This was in season four. I'm like, and then for them to create a character to be a stand-in because they didn't want to kill off Steve. So I was like, okay, what are we gonna do? Okay, we really don't have the guts to kill off Steve because he's such a beloved character. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna create a character that we're gonna have audience get attached to him, and then he's gonna be the one to die, and then that's the person that we're gonna have die in Stranger Things. I'm just like, yeah, but it kind of messes up the flow of the story, and especially the way he died, because in that dialogue that Steve was saying to Dustin in season five, if you look at it for what the scene was, he really did die for nothing. Like
Yeah.
him and Dustin could have they did what they did. They could have got out of there. Eddie was just like, nah, I want to be a hero. but you are trying to be a hero for a town that sees you not as a good person. So then it's like you really die for nothing. And if your actions weren't heroic at all, because regardless if you survived or not, like the town would have still hated you.
Yeah, and he just goes back. Everybody's pretty much safe, and he goes back and fights the bats. Which, by the way, we never see
Yeah.
another demo bat after that ever again, which is crazy to me. But like,
They're just like,
I
that's all I
mean,
want to know.
there were a bunch of fan theories that he was going to come back and that he was going to be Cass, which in the actual like the Dungeons and Dragons or whatever they were playing, Cass
It
kills
was
Vecna
it
or
was a
whatever,
small hope.
and
I'm
then
not gonna lie, it was a small hope that I was hoping in
right,
that scene, in the final battle
yeah,
scene. I was like, "Ooh,
and
Eddie, Eddie."
Cass is like some vampire or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was like,
that could have been
"Oh," I was
Eddie.
like, I was
He
like,
he had a bat tattoo on his arm, which now that we didn't get that little cameo of him coming back as like some transformed vampire thing that's going to help them in the fight against Vecna, it's just kind of morbid that like he had what eventually would kill him like on his arm. Like that's and yes, you're right. They basically brought him in just to redshirt him, like in Star Trek, where it's like, oh, we're just killing him off before the season ends. And
yeah,
I mean. I get that it helped with the story building in season five, the whole Dustin versus Steve thing, but it just yeah, Eddie's death to me, like I said, yeah, he Steve's my favorite character, but Eddie was right up there, and a lot of that was because of how cool of a character he was, and then they just did nothing with him. So cool. Okay, whatever. Going back to the play thing, my gripe is if I have to watch, and I know might sound hypocritical about this because I do this with Marvel when they come out with, these streaming services on Disney Plus and stuff like that, and they want you to watch the individual shows that are going to tie into the movies. So maybe I'm a little hypocritical, but like if I have to watch another medium to understand your story, which by the way, it's a little different because like Stranger Things has had this cohesive story for four seasons.
hmm,
And then somewhere along between season four and season five, there's this play that I don't think a whole lot of people heard about unless you were really dialed in, but people are hearing more about it now. If I had to go and find that and watch that just to understand the changes in season five, no, you've already lost me a little bit. Like
it's
Marvel
just
did it a
like,
little differently where it was like, yes, I understand it's the same as Stranger Things where there was a bunch of movies already established, but they already told a whole Infinity Saga story. And
hmm,
then they started to branch out and it was
yeah,
just a different branching out rather than the play. And that's no knock on the play. I'm sure that play is great and it has its elements to it, but like you said, Hopper and Joyce never once have this big aha moment. Like we had an aha moment in season four when Elle finally realizes that it's not the mind flayer, it's this person that she banished that she never really mentions. And that's where we are introduced to Vecna. And oh my gosh, it's Henry, it's one. We have to tell this backstory. And it was kind of like that Luke Skywalker finds out his father's Darth Vader moment of like, oh, so Elle kind of created the bad guy. We would have
yeah,
had that same emotion if Joyce and Hopper finally go, "Oh my gosh, it's this kid Henry that we went to high school with." And then also that's a good
exactly.
way to like start roping in the Wheelers because they've been in the dark for most of Stranger Things. We've kept the parents in the dark because they would never believe us, right? As kids. And then all of a sudden now they know because their house gets attacked by a Demogorgon and they're really confused as to what's going on. They could pull them aside and go, "Hey, mom, you remember that guy you went to high school with?" Which I have another issue with that is in the flashbacks that we see in season four, Henry Creel is this little kid that kills his sister and his mom and blinds his father, who is the great Robert Englund. But he's this little kid. So when did he get to high school? I don't understand that. Was he just like a super
Yeah.
undersized freshman? Did Papa let him out of the cage every once in a while just to go to normal school? Like that
And
didn't make
that's where they
any
were
sense.
saying the play comes involved, and I'm just like, okay. And it's like you were saying, literally, like the only reason I knew about the play is because people were talking about it online one day. They was like, oh no, that's what it was. The Duffers were like before season five, they were like, there's some stuff that happens in this play that ties into Vecna's story in particular in season five. So I'm like, okay, let me go watch that.
Right.
If it helps with the backstory of Henry and Vecna and maybe the Upside Down, explaining a little bit more about that, I'll go watch it. I saw a little bit of it. I didn't finish it because I got the gist of what the story was, but I saw a little bit of that. And then, like you were saying, I noticed I was like, if Joyce and Hopper knew him, it was the same thing that I was saying. I'm like, that could have been their moment to get more involved and to have them as because literally season one painted Joyce as essentially one of the key figures in that story because her kid goes missing. Like the show is literally based around 11, Mike, and Will because Will goes missing. Mike and the gang find 11, and they come to find out 11 is this girl who has been experimented on. She's escaping out. The show is literally about those three. I'm like, you could have had a more by season three. I would have thought maybe Joyce and Hopper would have started realizing, okay, they're only coming for specific people. Like the mind flare is coming for specific people that's close to us. Why is that? And then season four, it would have just been this grand reveal, like you were saying, where it's like, oh no, the guy that 11 is fighting. Like we went to school with him. Oh, and then it would just literally been like by season five, it would have been like, okay, yeah, we know how to defeat this guy. Like let's start come up with a plan to try to defeat Henry because and it's like you were saying, like the thing that's different and I feel like we're going to talk about this soon too, but this is where I see the comparison of people saying like who's better, Welcome to Derry or Stranger Things. This is why I'm like, for as much as I love Stranger Things, even in one season, Welcome to Derry did
Oh
what
yeah.
Stranger Things should have did, even season four, by like 100 miles, bro. Because the thing that Welcome to Derry did was it didn't get you introduced to the story in the sense of like starting from the very beginning. It did, but it didn't. It came out with the It movies, and then it was like, hey, instead of having something where we're gonna have another movie come out, that's an It movie. We're gonna have like this little small prequel that's gonna come out before our next project, so that you know a little bit more about the town. So then Walking to Derry happens. It gets you knowing about the 27-year cycle that Pennywise goes through, and the feeding cycle, and how even like the Deadlights came to Derry, and you realize, okay, the Native Americans they were the first ones that encountered this creature, and then Bob Gray is the thing that he attached himself to make a disguise as the clown of Pennywise because Pennywise and the kids like he was close to kids. Kids were finding him captivating, entertaining. It's an easy way for him to get a kid. Like they 100 miles better than what Stranger Things did because Stranger Things did it in a way where it's like, well, you already have a story. If you wanted to have a play that's integral to the story, why not have the play come out between season three and season four when you're about to introduce a major character that come to find out is the overarching villain of this whole entire thing?
Yeah, and I could see leaving the surprise of Vecna to season four, but then you really have to push that play in between season four and season five, so that people understand that there is more backstory and there is a story that is going to relate to yours. And if you're not going to tell it in season five, or you didn't get to tell it in season four, then your story's not told yet. And exactly what you said about the comparisons to Welcome to Derry is like you had this world already built with It 1 or It Chapter 1 and It Chapter 2, and then you went back and you had your own story that could stand alone. But then as you got deeper and deeper into that story, they did something that I think Stranger Things probably should have done a little bit more, like what we're talking about with the whole making, Joyce and Hopper realize that it is a guy that they went to school with is the connectivity. Like you see at the end of Welcome to Derry that we find out that Margaret is not just some random one-off character. She ends up becoming Margaret Tozier, the
Yeah,
mom of Richie, which is also Finn Wolfhard's character. So there's that connection right there. The Hanlons you could kind of already see because Will was the father of Mike that dies in the fire, and there's all that foreshadowing for that. But I mean, and Rich, the guy who dies in the black spot incident, that's who Margaret ends up naming her kid
naming her
Richie
son.
after.
Yeah,
So it all starts to make sense. You're starting to get these connections. Also, not to go too far into Welcome to Derry, but there's even characters that connect to other Stephen King ventures and works.
like The
Dick
Shining.
Not Halloran. Dick, what's his last name? Uh, I can't think of his character's name. He is oh no, it is Halloran
There's
because
yeah,
Hanlon.
that
I always get confused with Hanlon and Halloran. Dick
yeah,
Halloran is the cook or the sh head chef in The Shining. So yeah,
yeah,
so that they touch upon all that, and there is going to be a lot of world building there. So that's what they did. But the connectivity of it, I think there were a lot of fan theories that like I kind of hope would have been true, which is like the story was told wrong and Henry didn't kill his sister, and his sister ends up being Mrs. Wheeler. And I don't know, maybe she gets her mind erased by the labs or whatever, and then she gets sent back out into the world or whatever. Maybe she's like put into a foster home. But like it would have made more sense that like we're targeting Holly Wheeler, we're targeting Nancy, we're targeting even kind of Mike. Like you said, he's kind of one of the main characters. And why are we targeting this Wheeler family just because they're housing 11? Like, no, there's a deeper story to it, and the fact that like Vecna's sister is Mrs. Wheeler, and like that would have made, especially with how much of a badass Mrs. Wheeler ends up being, like that would have
yeah.
been like, oh, okay, the reason why she's with it from the jump here is not just because she's protecting her kids like Mama Bear, which I mean, no, that's just who she is. That's a great character, but also, it's because she's deeper connected to this than we thought. It would also explain her alcoholism. Maybe there's a lot of unresolved trauma that maybe she can't really quite put her finger on. But here I go writing a better story than the Duffers, just, in my
Yeah.
own opinion. But
I'm like, we're literally just writing a better story for these characters.
right.
It's like,
But hey guys, I want to take a minute here to talk about one of our sponsors of the Voodoo Podcast, which is Frankenfuel. You can get yours at www.frankenfuel.com/voodoo podcast. You click on that link specifically, or you type that in specifically, you're going to get 15% off your order of Frankenfuel. When you get online, it'll say Mike Napolitano has given you some money off, but really it's Mike Cassavant. So shout out Mike. Thank you again. And shout out Dave and Aubrey Appel because these don't just work on hats. These are actually kind of nice for like a quarter zip. But so when you got to wear a green quarter zip for Frankenfuel, you got the green horns right here. So yeah, very cool, guys. I'm gonna get back to the action. One thing though, I will throw in here because we're not gonna have a zombie zap segment here on this part of the podcast. So for this segment, I just want to talk about a couple of the plot points that we missed that we didn't really talk about. One of them being Mike gets thrown across the bathroom in the like soldier camp when they're trying to stop that leak, and he hurts his arm, and then next thing you know, he's fine. So that was a little weird. If you noticed that one, let me know. Also, if you noticed anything that we don't cover in this episode, reach out to me. I want to add it in. And of course, when we have John back on or we talk Stranger Things with other guests, it'll be theories that we throw in there. Another theory was the fact that Elle couldn't have used her powers to talk to Mike in that final scene because one, the military had all those sound barriers going off, and also like Mike wasn't in any kind of like trance or whatever. So how could she have pulled him into that sleep deprivation thing? Also, when she came out of it and she was standing there by the gate as everything was exploding in the upside down, she didn't have any blood coming from her nose. So did she actually sneak out of the truck and get into that tunnel and everything else was an illusion set by Callie? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe 11 is alive. Or maybe it's all just a dream and it's all fake. So that's the energy that I'm rolling with here on this But zombie going into zap Vecna, I segment. mean, we Let's talked get about right how back like into the okay, action. he Michael Myers himself out he got Michael Myers out the window with Nancy's shotgun, and he goes back to Dimension X to execute his plan, even though he's making this attack on Hawkins and stuff like that. You'd think he'd be ready to invade the right side up right away. Bullets don't touch him from the military, but Nancy's shotgun hurt him. Okay, maybe you could say he made some upgrades and he's stronger now. Oh, all right. But then again, he gets pierced. He gets pierced by a rock and then an axe lops his head off. So you're telling me like machine guns don't do anything, but a shotgun did. But then that's just what are we doing? And I get like he was stretched thin. Like the mind flayer was fighting the kids outside, the group outside. Will was taking him over, and Will was able to even snap his leg in the one episode. So like I can see it to an extent, but like there were too many inconsistencies with either how strong or how weak he is, and I don't think
Yeah.
you fully get that with Pennywise. There are times with Pennywise, even like in chapter two when they actually kill him, it's like, oh, that's really all it took. But I mean, when you make a character, especially a horror character, that overpowered, it's hard to really work in the inconsistencies on how they're going to kill him. Like the biggest
Yeah.
inconsistency in my mind is, okay, he is this big bad villain that invades people's minds and messes with them, and he can use people as spies, but he doesn't see an attack coming on his home turf twice.
Yeah.
Like, what? Okay, maybe you could say he's preoccupied with getting the kids back because Elle and them went into his mind and got the kids out of that house. But like even in season four, like he doesn't see any of that. Like he's just sleeping. And then when Elle is kicked out of his mind because he does that whole apparition thing with Hopper, and Hopper thinks he shoots the tank and kills Elle, like then she's out. She's not in his mind anymore. So he should know something's coming, and yet they're still able to kind of sneak up on the mind flayer and him in Dimension X. That was just okay.
Even
Also, the mind flayer lives in a desert, but like you were saying earlier,
yeah.
he likes it cold. So like maybe that's why it's
That's just
shriveled up and dead. But
why
like, why would he be there in the first place?
I'm just like, and my thing about it is with that final battle as well. It it's like, yeah, okay. And I think one of them, I could be wrong, but I think in like a passing moment, one of them did mention they were like, hey, like Vecna could probably see us coming because he can go inside people's mind. But I don't
Right.
think they took it serious. I was like, okay, then that could have been a moment where it was like, but then the final scene happens and that final battle happens, and I'm like, okay, you guys were building him to be like this big, powerful person, but then like the 6 minute battle happens and then he dies by an axe from Joyce,
Yeah.
who seemingly in that little scene seems like she remembered but also forgot who he was in like in the sense of like, oh, I went to school with him. It just seemed like she only remembered him from the sense like, oh, he F with my family. Like, I'm just like,
Yeah. That came
I-
more from a, yeah, you messed with my kids and now I'm going mama bear on you like Mrs. Wheeler
yeah.
went when it was her kids. But yeah, that it didn't connect any dots. Even like you said, even if you kind of read into it, like it didn't feel that way. But another inconsistency that we talked about earlier was where are all the Demogorgons, Demodogs, and Demobats?
Mhm.
Especially because you go back to season four, and Nancy stated that, quote, Vecna showed her the future and an army of monsters, end quote. Now, you could say Vecna's playing a mind trick because that was the whole discussion of this season of like, does Vecna play mind tricks or does he show you what's coming? And on multiple occasions, Lucas said it when they're sitting in the hospital, and Vecna himself said it when he's talking to Hopper in that tank in the Upside Down. One thing he is not is a liar. So like, where is this big army? And you mentioned it earlier. Like, if you go back and you look at the documentary, there's a writer, Paul Dichter, that literally says it would be wrong and feel weird if there weren't any Demogorgons in Dimension X or any other creatures if there isn't some massive army. So it's like, where were they? And some people speculated that they were what made up the Mind Flayer's body, just kind of like how in the Mall season, all the people that died in Hawkins are the ones building up that Mind Flayer that attacks the mall. But the Duffer Brothers confirmed that that's not the case, but the Demogorgons are there. The Hive Mind just didn't take over and bring them to the battle. Like that's so weak though.
I'm like, I,
Like,
I always I always found that interesting because like that scene in particular, and I was seeing that discussion online. And I have yet to watch the documentary. I think I'm gonna watch it after this. But I was seeing different things that people were pointing out in the documentary from like how they were reacting to the table read and like I made a video. I was like, I can't wait for maybe 5 or 10 years after this is kind of over with the original cast and they're fully into like the spin-off stuff and the original cast won't have really anything to do about that. because I feel like that's when we're gonna get like everybody's true opinions about what they thought. Because there's like a particular scene I saw that as well. There was the writer who was like, it wouldn't make any sense for the Demogorgons not to be here, which I completely agree with them. And that was something that I
Yeah,
was saying. I'm like, when they were crawling through and got to the abyss, I'm like, that would to me, knowing that Henry could go inside people's minds, knowing that the gang was probably gonna come. I would have thought, okay, Henry's gonna send an army of Demogorgons to them to try to stop them from coming to try to kill him. But no, they just crawl through and then they're just wandering around and like, oh, okay, look at over there. Oh, okay, look at over there. Oh, that's probably the Mind Flayer. I'm just like, and the Demogorgons are where exactly? And they're just like this
right.
open desert place. I'm just like,
Yeah, none of that made any sense. Including, I mean, I talked about the inconsistencies of the villains. I talked about how the soldiers can't shoot a Demogorgon with their guns. You kind of have to light it on fire. But Lucas can kick one of the Demodogs while holding Max and a cassette player at the same time in the elevator. Like, love Lucas and all, but like, he is not stronger
I was
than
like,
those army guards that got attacked by
no,
the Demodogs with guns earlier. Like, that's what are we
no.
doing?
Don't get me wrong. Like, I cheered at that scene, but I was just kind of looking. I'm like, in retrospect, the Demogorgons are way stronger, so I don't think a kick would have been able to fling them back that far.
Right.
Okay, all right.
And if that was the case, that a kick worked, then they wouldn't have gotten past those soldiers in the first place in the hospital. Like you had to have had like maybe like three demodogs. I think they had three demodogs, and like maybe the soldiers take out one. That would have been more realistic because
Yeah,
it's like, all right, they still got a sneak attack. They weren't expecting the demodogs, but like they were able to take one of them out by shooting it. And then you get to the elevator scene, and it would make a little bit more sense that Lucas can just kick one while the elevator door is closing. But that was, yeah, I digress. That one kind of looking back, it's like, what? Speaking of what, the What's It board game was in everyone's house at the very end of the series in the epilogue. I don't know if there is a board game called What's It, but like there was literally a board game in I don't know if it was I don't know if we see the Turnbow's house. I don't think we do because we never find out what happens with
no,
Derek's family. But it's in the background at Joyce's house when they're trying to take the picture, and I believe it's on one of the shelves in Mike's house while they're trying to finish up playing that Dungeons and Dragons game. So that was weird. Then there was the whole Jimmy Fallon show where Jamie goes on
mm,
and he is in his like Vecna. It's like a almost like an 80s workout video. And he says,
yeah,
"Tomorrow it begins," which was directly a fourth wall break scene that happened in the show where Vecna is sitting there as Mr. What's It and he's telling the kids tomorrow it begins. So
like,
maybe that's just where
yeah.
that quote was, but literally it was the night before everybody was expecting Conformity Gate to come through. So that didn't end up happening, obviously. Um, Will,
I also just don't like about that. I really don't like the cast. I think they handled that way better than the Duffers. I don't think the Duffer brothers handled that particularly too well with the whole
yeah.
conformity gate thing because they were kind of just like playing coy a little bit, but also like if they were going into interviews and like, oh, we'll have to see what happens. Like, there is nothing, but then they were saying like, oh, that I just felt like I think Joe Keery. I literally just seen a video today. Joe Keery was asked about that. And I like how he did it because he wasn't insulting the audience. He was like literally just giving a straightforward question. They were like, "Hey, like, is there something coming?" Joe Keery was like, "No, like, there's nothing else coming. Like, that's it. That's it. Whatever
Yeah.
the ending was the ending." And I'm just like, okay, I can appreciate his straightforwardness, other than the Duffer Brothers being like kind of playing court. I'm just like, okay. But I
I,
did see that too, and I was kind of wondering maybe that could have paid off in something. I saw Jamie on Jimmy Fallon. I saw that, and I was just like, oh, maybe they're like teasing this really hard, and we are actually like getting something. And then I saw the next day. I was like, okay, no, well, there's nothing. Okay.
that would have been one of the craziest things that a TV show has ever really done is like give you a fake ending, tell you there's no more left, and then, only by fan rumors do you find out that they actually had something else up their sleeve. And I think that will kind of maybe open a door for a future show. It may even be Stranger Things. Like they may scramble after this and be like, but I mean, it doesn't sound like it from all the interviews that I've seen the Duffer Brothers do. And that's another thing too, is like you said, they should stop doing interviews because
Yeah.
they've been saying so much crazy off the wall. This happened off screen, and oh, we don't know. Oh, that's left up to the audience. It's like, well, you didn't give us. I'm not saying you have to give us closure on everything because another thing that I don't think people are talking enough about is the whole 11 thing. It was done creatively, and there are good parts to this. I mean, even if you just watch the final season and the finale in the moment like I did, there were good things and there were things to cheer about. And as a fan, you can enjoy it, right? But then when you start to think about these things and you break down the nitty-gritty, and I know it seems like we're at times splitting hairs, but like really with the type of show that this is, they really needed to tie up certain loose ends. Like they kind of owe it to the audience to tie up those loose ends. With 11, I don't think
Hmm.
that's the case. But what I've been saying to people is they Sopranos us with 11 because
Yeah.
at the very end of Sopranos, for people that don't know, the screen just cuts to black. So you're left to either think, okay, Tony Soprano either kind of like got out of the mob life and is just living a fine life with his family, or that screen cuts to black because that's him getting shot. And that's the
Yeah.
end of his story. So there's an ambiguity that 25 years later we're still talking about Sopranos because of that. And with Elle, I feel like it's going to be the same thing of do we believe that she actually died, or was it like Mike's story and it's an illusion and she's off living, if you want that comfort ending, okay, cool. You can go and say, I believe, and that's fine. But to do that with the whole rest of the show, when you really look at it, like all these small details that we're pointing out. So now that the audience is saying, okay, is it just L that we're not sure the actual ending, or is it this entire show? Because are they living in this dream world? Are they living in this world that Vecna created? Did Vecna really win? Um, I mean, just that it doesn't make any sense. Go and this goes back to you were talking about the documentary. I'd hate to sit here and act like we're ripping on the writers and the creators and the Duffer Brothers and stuff like that. I'm going to give credit where credit's due, even if it's bad credit. But I understand too, and the documentary helped us see that they didn't even have the script for the finale written by the time they were filming some of those scenes. And I guess there was pressure from Netflix, but Netflix releasing this documentary almost seems like Netflix was pointing the finger right back at them. And I can't
Hmm.
imagine that that relationship is too great right now because this is
Yeah.
the show that Netflix has given the most money to in history. And here they are basically flopping on the finale. Like
Yeah.
if you dive into it like we have, like the true fans that aren't just looking at it on the surface are kind of upset to the point where they've created a whole conformity game. If you have to have fan theories that say that there's got to be more coming, a ninth episode, you probably didn't give them what they wanted in episode 8. Like
And
so
that's what I was that's what I was saying too. I'm like, because I was saying the same thing that it kind of felt like it was like a finger pointing game where it was just like, well, you guys were down on our necks and you guys are pressuring us to finish this, so no shit, we're not gonna have a script by the start of the filming. But then Netflix is like, well, you guys did it to yourself and you should have. I saw that as I kind of interpreted it that was like a thing where it was like the finger pointing back and forth. But also, it's like you said, I think people, from what I've been seeing, there are some people that are genuinely coming for their neck. Like they're just like, yo, you guys, this is trash writing, blah, blah, blah. But I've always kind of seen it in a way where it's like taking the positive even in the negative. It's just like, okay, well, knowing that I can understand why they might have either forgot certain things because it was like they were under pressure to finish. I can even see maybe why that led them to having a deal now with Paramount because it's like we don't want to work underneath that kind of like stress and scrutiny.
yeah.
I can kind of see like I see a lot of perspectives in this, but yeah, my thing is I never wanted to come off as like, oh, we're shitting on them because I'm like, no, it's just like little inconsistencies that I think the fans are noticing that they would have liked been paid off in a way. Not even if it was like whether it was big or small, I think they just wanted to be paid off. But I can also understand like they were under a lot of stress to finish the show from Netflix, and then Netflix telling them to do other things that they have to include. Yeah, I just it sounded like a stressful. It sounded stressful. It sounded stressful.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, that's why I give them some grace, but at the same time, like even the most out there movies and TV shows and you know you're a bigger cinema buff than I am, like whether you're talking in what is that Christopher Nolan one, Inception? No.
Yeah,
Yeah, Inception, or even like, the Marvel movies, like yeah,
yeah,
sure, there may be a tiny inconsistency here or there, but even if you're not world building, like the story has to make sense. And I feel like there were things that just didn't make sense. And one of those things was Will. We talked about, when he's connected to the hive mind, but like he feels nothing during that final battle, especially when he invades Vecna's mind while he's fighting Eleven. So 11 throws him on the spike. Joyce lops his head off, and Will feels nothing. Like you're telling me nothing. Not the mind flayer's dying. He doesn't feel a single thing. That doesn't make sense to me. And there are certain ways that I think you can write that to say like he either broke free from that connection or maybe the road doesn't work both ways. Like if you kill the head of the snake, Vecna or the mind flayer, like the others don't feel it, like the demo bats and the demogorgon, and maybe you could have said like, Will was one of those in a way, but they didn't say that. The Duffer Brothers legitimately said, and I quote, when the mind flayer is being attacked, we see how much pain he is in, meaning Will, obviously, when with Henry's memories, but we just wanted to focus on the final battle with our heroes. So
interesting.
you're saying like he was in some pain because he's seeing Henry's memories, but then we didn't really want to focus on that. We wanted to focus on the battle. It's like, how does Joyce not think like, okay, my son's been connected to this hive mind and he's control like that's literally what we've been talking about all season five, and you're gonna just take an axe to this guy's head? Like, how do you know it's not gonna kill your own son? Like, that didn't
That's
make
what I'm
sense.
that's what I'm noticing too. And the I've always subscribed to the idea that maybe Will, because I saw a theory out there. I was like, maybe Will was the one that created like everything that we know about the Upside Down because of his connection with Vecna. And I think even Henry hinted at that a little bit, where he was like, in season two, he used him as a spy. He was the one that helped him create like the tunnels
Build the
for the
tunnels,
Upside Down
yeah.
things. Yeah. So I was like, I've always subscribed to the idea. I'm like, okay, I've literally ever since Will went missing, Will's been essentially Vecna's tool, right?
Yeah.
So seeing that final scene, seeing the last battle, knowing everything that we know about Henry's connection with Will, and even his connection now with Max a little bit, I've always thought that too. I'm like, it didn't send off red flags. Like maybe killing Vecna that way would cause Will pain. So maybe trying to help Will break free. Like I feel like there could have been a lot more done with that final scene because it could have been from a standpoint where it was like they could have had it where eventually somehow some way during the battle, every time that 11 starts hitting him, Will feels that pain too. So maybe Will or like Joyce tells the gang like you guys are gonna find a different way to help Will break free from that so that we can kill Vecna. And then it's maybe where Max is not being just at the radio station in a wheelchair, just not being used for anything. That's maybe where Max could have came in, or Callie didn't have to die. She could have came in, and it's that I just that's a whole nother thing that I just like. So I'm like, you reintroduce essentially Callie to come back in the season, make it seem like she's gonna be a vital part to defeating Vecna, to be slotted in the Eddie role where she's killed off, and it's just like,
That's true.
but I really feel like there could have been a lot more done with the final battle that I just think they were. It's like we were saying. I just think they were just under pressure to finish it some way somehow. And I think they
Yeah.
just like, just let's just focus on the battle because that's what people want to know. That's what people want to see. They just want to see the action. Like, let's just do that. The story will come maybe, or maybe we won't even have to real focus on that because maybe people will be so captivated by the battle that they forget about it. I'm just like, nah, you can't do that because you build it up to where it's like, oh, Will has a connection with Henry, and we've seen it in season two where it was like burning the vine from the upside down hurts Will. So it's like
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like that final battle, that was always my thing with the final battle. It was too short and it didn't have a lot of stakes as it should have had. The stakes kind of felt like little to none at all, when in actuality there's a lot more stakes than people realize that should have gone into the final battle. I'm just like,
For sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's just it's too much like there needed to be certain scenes like the Joyce with Hopper finding out that they knew Henry, but also with something like this where all of a sudden we see, oh, Will can maybe still tap into the hive mind for some reason but doesn't get affected by it. Like there were just there's things that were missing here that were led to just believe happened off screen. And one of the things, just a couple things that people pointed out too was Mike never finds out that that painting was Will's and it wasn't drawn by Eleven. Also, Eleven looked at that one picture and recognized Will, which they never really talked about. Like, maybe she saw him when she was passing through, or like when Vecna was taking him. That didn't make sense either. Maybe she saw it in when she goes into people's memories, but why would she have, if she didn't know who Will was, why would she have done that? If she totally forgot that Vecna existed, why would she have tapped into his memories to see what he was doing? She was just running away from the government and the military at that point. Max's skateboard has the same orb on the bottom of it that was on the ground in the forest that when Will got super dizzy, and then they find it later on in the woods with all the rocks and stuff like that. Well, that same orb is also in that painting from Will's. So they never really kind of tied that into everything, but like it was just connected to everything. Also an inconsistency, Joyce forgets how old Will was when he was taken. Um, like I guess somebody pointed out that it was a different age or different dates. They kind of retcon that. Okay, whatever. And that can be along the lines of how Holly's literal actor got switched out between seasons 1 through 4 and then 5. But it made sense to get Nell Fisher in there. She's done some other works like Evil Dead, Rise. I think she's been an incredible addition to this cast for sure. The Christmas lights that are in the bar behind Will when he's
Hmm.
in Milwaukee. Also, somebody else said San Francisco. I'm pretty sure they mentioned Milwaukee.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was Milwaukee.
Also, you're putting Will, the guy who
Yeah, I
just
thought it was
came out to
Milwaukee.
all of his friends, at a bar in Milwaukee in the 80s. Like Jeffrey Dahmer, everybody. Like, what are we doing? Why? That just seemed like they were setting it up for like more that Will's been through enough. Like, let's not
I
connect him like that. Like he could have just gone to
and I'm
Chicago. Like,
Somebody said that. I forgot what her name was, but she said that online that the coming out scene that Will had, one of the biggest things that she had a problem with, she was like, people have to remember this is the 80s.
mhm.
So people coming out around this time was very like it was deemed like it was condemned. Like you would essentially get stones thrown at you. And the fact they had him at a bar at the end of the show, I'm just like, you guys didn't think about that for 1 second? Like that wasn't the possibility. Like he would have not been okay. All right, hey,
I guess
I'm just letting you
if
guys know it was
yeah.
the 80s.
Like and like not I haven't watched the Dahmer series, but like if you read up on Dahmer, which I understand that like there's intriguing stories with some of that stuff, but like I don't really like to glorify killers in that light, or
Yeah,
take my time learning about them. What he
you're
did was
not
like
the only one.
super messed up.
You're not
And
the only reason why I watch that type of stuff is just to know like, oh, okay, this is what this person did. But
right.
I have never watched that series. I don't think I will watch the series. There's like an Ed Gein series on
Yes,
Netflix that I'm like, I'm not gonna watch that series either. Like, I just,
that was the one that just
I'm
came
like,
out. I
you guys can have
understand
it.
the draw to it, no doubt. Especially even in the haunt world, but like I don't know, it's just like to me, if everything was still very secretive about like that LGBTQ community in the 80s, like why did you have to put him in Milwaukee? Literally where like Jeffrey Dahmer was. Like that just
I'm like,
that's okay.
I'm like that
Anyways, but
connection.
there were Christmas lights behind him that were flickering. So people were saying
Mm,
like, it's like the lights in season one with Joyce. And there were exit signs behind everybody in their final scenes. And people are saying like, oh, like, okay, like a bunch of places have exit signs, right? Like, but like the exit signs were like a call to like get out because everybody's stuck in like this dream world. So I don't know, but that was a little weird. Also, somebody pointed out that Will's smoking in the bar and he hated when his mom Joyce smoked. Like he hated I didn't see a cigarette. I went back and watched it, or maybe it's in like a little
interesting.
ashtray near him. Like, I mean, it's a bar, so like, but
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on that too much. But the exit signs, the Christmas lights flickering. Let's not put Will through any more tragedy up in
I don't,
Milwaukee, please.
I don't think we've also pointed this out. I think in one of the final scenes, I'm trying to remember, but you said something about uh um exiting, get out. What was it? What was it?
The
I
exit
can't remember
signs.
it. Yeah, if
Well, people were
it'll
also
probably come
talking
back to
about
me.
okay.
It'll
People were
probably come
also
back to
talking
me.
about how like everyone's looking at Joyce and Hopper and Enzo's. I mean, yeah, he did just get down on one knee and propose in the middle of the restaurant.
Yeah.
So, all right, that makes sense. But like, I guess there were also people with glasses on. Like, I don't know how much we're really reading into this here, but I wanted to go into touch upon both Max and Lucas real quick. First off. Where's Max's mom? Because she was introduced, and she doesn't go and visit her daughter when she's in a coma at the hospital the entire 18 plus
Oh,
months that she's in there. She's not at
so
graduation. Where are
I
the letters
have
that she
some
wrote to everybody?
information about that actually.
Oh,
Yeah, I have some information about that because I did some research because I was wondering the same thing too. Because I'm like, what Vecna did in season four, playing a trick on her, making her think she was hugging her mom and it was really him. I'm like, okay, you would think like her mom is so concerned about her.
oh,
So I found out researching, and this is like public information because the actress, I think her name is Jennifer, yeah, Jennifer Marshall. She did like an interview or something somewhere recently, but she's been like openly talking about this. So come to find out in season four, when she was filming for season four, she was doing filming for season four with the scenes that she was doing with Max as her mom. She was actually going through cancer. She was
oh,
actually battling cancer. So she was obviously in the hospital. She has the pictures of her in the hospital and stuff like that. Now, the crazy thing about it is, by the time that season five starts filming, she's in remission, and at this point, she's like, I was ready to go, like I'm good to go, like I was ready to like go back on set and shoot scenes. And she was like, in my mind, like there would have been at least like some loose ends that they would need to tie it up with Max and her mom, like, and I'm like, yeah, that's what everybody was thinking, but. Come to find out, she didn't receive not a phone call from the Duffer Brothers nor Netflix. And she was saying that that really could have helped because having union jobs in the industry, and union jobs means like it's protected by the SAG
right,
Foundation. Having union jobs means that not only do you get paid, but it comes with all the insurance. So that means health insurance. So that means that she would have been covered for any expenses that she would have had to pay for the chemotherapy and things like that. She
right.
didn't receive a phone call from none of them.
Wow,
So I was like,
that's
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 so I made a
dropping the
video
ball.
about it. I was like, I don't know if Netflix would want to have this come out. It
Well,
would
it's out
make
there
sense,
now.
right? I was like, it would make sense if like, Netflix didn't want to talk about this because I was like, that seems like
Oh
a
my,
scummy thing to do. I don't know.
pretty
I would
much.
have, even if you didn't want to have her back in the show to tie up the loose ends, at least like send her some money. But for everybody that's wondering where she's been at, that's where she's been at. Netflix or the Duffer Brothers just didn't call her back.
And I know she wasn't the biggest of characters in the show, but like she was introduced, and even if you wanted to swap her out with another actress, maybe there was bad blood there, despite, her unfortunate circumstances. Like there's no justification to the fans and to the actress herself that like we don't get to ever see her ever again. Like she doesn't visit Max when Max is in the hospital, especially like if you have an actor who's going through something. I'm not comparing cancer to the fake injuries that the character had, but like
Yeah,
Max's character is in a coma in a hospital for like 18 months. Like, don't you think like you would want to connect that to like somebody can really play that part then if they've gone through it in real life of being kind of that grieving mom who comes and visits her own daughter. Like, I guess you could say maybe when Max goes to hug her mom and it's Vecna really back in season 4. I had forgot that happened. Maybe Vecna went and killed her off screen, but this is another thing where it's like
yeah,
not everything can happen off screen and then we just understand it. Like the letters that
yeah.
that Max wrote to everyone in season 4 never get touched upon again. And then also she graduates on time. Oh, maybe off screen she caught up on all her homework and like, what? Like,
It's like,
what are we
and
talking
now
about?
that you said it about the parent, about Max's parent, it makes me wonder. I'm like, okay, so, and then I now I feel like we're starting to really unravel the inconsistency, because it's like, okay, yeah, Max's mom doesn't visit her in the hospital. Why is it that Karen Wheeler and Ted Wheeler are the only thing that are only parents that know about what's going on with the kids? Erica and Lucas' mom doesn't know, or they know maybe a little bit because they had some connection with Eddie in season 4, and the cops were questioning them. Okay, yeah, fine. But even Dustin's mom doesn't question him. The Harringtons' parents, he doesn't question, they don't question him. Like nobody else's parents in Stranger Things question their kids about what they're doing, and they just come back from doing whatever they're doing, graduate, and it's never touched upon where they've been at this whole entire time.
Right. Yeah. Are they like all orphans like Eddie kind of claimed to
Yeah, I'm
be
just
when he
like,
only lived yeah. Like what?
because to my knowledge, like it seemed like the parents, they were all on like a, like at least like a tight path, because their kids are all friends. So in my, in my mind, if I hear that, oh, Karen Wheeler and Ted Wheeler are in the hospital, Lucas's mom and dad is like, okay, what the heck happened with that? Like, why are they in the hospital? Dustin's mom, why are they in the hospital? How did she get her? Like, I would have started having all these questions instead of just being like, oh, okay, Ted and Karen are in the hospital. Okay,
When
cool. It's
you're
like,
I know there's not social media because it's the 80s and maybe people aren't calling each other as much and stuff like that. But when there's kids being rounded up at night, your kids are missing. The Wheeler's house has police tape around it because there was a break-in, and now like you said, the Wheelers are supposedly in the hospital fighting for their lives. Like nobody questions any of this. Like there's some
like,
extremity or extreme like believability aspects to this for sure. Um, and yeah, and I don't even remember meeting the Sinclairs really at all in this series, Mr. and Mrs. Sinclair. I don't know if I don't even remember a
I think we
scene with
saw them
them
in
in
like
it.
season 1, like one time, or like,
Briefly.
yeah, I think like briefly season 1. I think Lucas was like asking his dad about something to do with girls, if I remember right. But that's like the only
Oh
time
yeah.
outside of season 4 that we see them, and I'm like,
Well, and that SNL skit, right? Like, that's
yeah, I was like, where's his parents at? I was like,
The lights. Oh, I don't even know where I'm even supposed to start.
Oh, no, this lady done lost her damn mind.
this is crazy. He's essentially like an orphan to the Wheelers. I'm like, everybody's orphans to the Wheelers. Like this is kind of insane.
Yeah, it is nuts. Speaking of Lucas, his only other inconsistency or other thing that people pointed out was he broke the fourth wall and looked right at the camera and said, "I don't believe in coincidences." In the moment, I read that as him still talking to Nancy and Mike, and the camera was
Mm,
just like from like Nancy's point of
Nancy's.
view.
Hmm.
But I mean, the whole "I don't believe in coincidences" and like the only other times we've seen like fourth wall breaks are like Vecna, like when he's supposedly talking to the children and. That
Yeah.
one was just weird to me. Going into Steve though, because I don't want to keep you too much longer, but I've got so many other points here.
No, no, you're
Um,
good.
But Steve is a baseball coach at the very end. And being a baseball fan, I thought this, yeah, that's great. But then you think about it, and we've only ever seen him play basketball. But Vecna only ever saw him through the hive mind with a baseball bat. So, like, is this still that altered reality? Is he just, he's got the baseball bat? I talked about already
Ah,
the conversation with Eddie about getting her back that turned out to be absolutely nothing with Nancy. So, with all that buildup and all that pent up masculine energy between Jonathan and Steve, all just for nothing. The whole conversation with
oh,
Eddie for nothing.
that's what it was. You just made me remember because they're both two characters that had a connection. That's what it was. We were talking about Will, and it just made me remember. They confirmed off screen that not only Robin and Vicky broke up, but Dustin and Susie, because we were looking, because
Oh,
everybody,
yes.
yes, that's what it was. I was trying to remember all that you were talking about because Will was potentially trying to find somebody, and it just made me remember. Okay, yeah, because they were saying based on like just how Dustin was acting in season 5. He was reminiscing a lot of like Eddie. I still saw somewhat of like Eddie and Steve mix as far as like his snarkiness about certain things and just kind of like his like quick back and forth that he would be having with people. But
Yeah.
the Duffers, everybody was wondering. They was like, where the heck is Susie? Like Susie would have been knowing about this because they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Like, why did she not know? And then Duffer Brothers just come out and was like, "Oh yeah, they broke up off screen. It's been implied that they broke up off screen because she would have found out that like Dustin's been acting weird. He hasn't been acting like himself, and so he's been kind of going through depression ever since Steve or Eddie died. And it's just like, so this is yet again another like plot detail because they introduced Susie, who's a math whiz, and she's like very intelligent. She's also like Dustin. They could have used her like, and
All you
then
need
they
for that
say
is one line. All you need is one
literally,
line that, like, because there was a whole conversation that I think it was, I forget who Steve was having it with, but Steve was like, have you noticed him acting different recently? I don't know if he was talking to Jonathan or who he was talking to. And, like, they could have just inserted, well, yeah, ever since he broke up with Susie, or Susie said he was acting weird, and then they broke up, and blah, blah, like that could have added to the whole, or you just literally have Dustin come out and say, like, after he resolves with Steve, where he's like, I can't lose you too. Like, he could admit, like, yeah, I've been really upset about
this,
Eddie to the point where
yeah,
I even lost my own girlfriend. Also, how do you break up with the girl that, like, you saved the world with basically just a season
that's
ago?
what I'm like. That's
Like,
I'm like that.
what?
What's going on? Because I'm like, they introduced Mr. Not introduced, but I mean, they make Mr. Clark, who didn't even know about this stuff. But then I'm like,
That could have been
he's their
Susie.
sign. Yeah, I'm like, that literally could have been.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. And I understand, like, as I say, like, how do you break up with the girl
Gosh,
that you saved the world with? The whole Jonathan and Nancy thing, and maybe, but it would have made more sense if Nancy goes with Steve. But like all that trauma bonding, and you're telling me none of them, like, none of them figure it out. Only Max and Lucas, huh? Like only Joyce and
and
Hopper,
then
huh?
the thing that for me makes it like even more so I'm like, okay, you guys are just like I don't know where your brains were at because they were like, oh, and then Vicky and it's basically like been implied that they wouldn't
That they
have
broke
worked
up.
out. I'm
Yeah,
like,
that pissed me off too, because it was like, okay, well, Vicky, they had this whole thing about Vicky doesn't believe Robin, and then she finally sees it for herself and understands that she's not crazy and joins this team for 5 seconds, and then she's just gone. And
I
people
was just
pointed
like,
out like
what's going on?
Vecna never knew her, so like if they're living into this dream world, then maybe she doesn't exist in this dream world, and but like that would have been the clue where like Robin starts to realize that, and maybe they didn't write it like this because they didn't want to go in that direction because there wasn't a ninth episode, but that would be where Robin all of a sudden realizes like, oh, the person I love isn't here. Like maybe we should get ourselves out of this dream world, but obviously it's supposedly not a dream world. But what makes it
Right.
feel like a dream world is one other thing that Steve says. He goes, yeah, this rad place over in Forest Hill that I can't quite afford yet. Now, if you look at a map of Stranger Things Hawkins, there's a couple different varying maps, and there's some discrepancy as to what is where. But there is no doubt that Forest Hill is the trailer park that Max and Eddie both lived in. And Steve didn't say this as a joke, as in like, oh yeah, there's this rad place, as in like, I'm gonna be living out of a trailer. Steve
Yeah.
said this, um, and let me pull up the picture of this real quick because if you can see, if this is zoomed in enough, um, so this first picture.
Oh, I saw this when you sent it to me, and I was wondering.
This one just says trailer park. But based on like what everybody's saying is what like Forest Hill is. If you go over here, Forest Hill Trailer Park. Like I understand that there's like a county coroner
What the
and
heck?
a supply store in here as well. But like Max's camper or Max's is her trailer is right here, and Eddie's trailer is right here, and this whole space is supposed to be a trailer park. So what do you
And it's
mean
literally
there's a
next to a cemetery, so I don't understand why he wouldn't be able to afford that.
right? Yeah. So yeah, Hawkins Cemetery is right there. You see Chrissy is listed right here on this map too. But like even if you go back to over here, the trailer park is right near where Al flipped the van. This was the only one that I don't think it has the cemetery right there. Yeah, cemetery's over here. So, that might be a little backwards, but still, like this also doesn't list Forest Hill. But like, yeah, it's the trailer park is and like it's verbalized when we're talking to Max and we're talking to Eddie that the trailer park is Forest Hill. So why is he saying a
That
rad
is,
place in Forest Hill? It's not too far removed to where like it could have become a nice neighborhood, like especially with everything. What are we saying? The government, because of their involvement of the military, gave the town a bunch of money and they renovated and they gentrified the area. Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
yeah, I'm like, that's something that I didn't even, I must have honestly really just skipped over that part because I was thinking like they were talking about where they were going with their life and things like that. And like Nancy had just said what she said, and Jonathan was like basically like, oh, if you want to come to New York, like, yeah. So I'm thinking, okay, oh, Steve is not in Hawkins, but maybe he's like in a town, maybe on the border of Hawkins, where he can kind of come into Hawkins, and it's not that far of a way of a drive for him to come and still do baseball and coach the base. So I'm like, okay, maybe yeah. But then looking at the map, I'm like, if that's the place where Max is at, and it's a trailer park, and it's specifically next to a cemetery, I don't understand why he wouldn't be able to afford that because
right.
even in the 80s, trailer parks weren't okay.
On a
All
teacher's
right.
salary, he's teaching sex ed and also
Yeah, I'm
coaching
like,
baseball, which I love. Even though I'm a White Sox fan, I do love that the baseball team he's coaching is the Cubs, and he has, of course, his song about being back in Chicago, and then also Derek
yeah,
Turnbow is a Chicago, and we saw him at the Bears game just this past weekend, and I'm
yeah.
sure maybe he'll be at this week's too. But like, I mean, what
I can't wait for that.
what the heck? So that is crazy to me. I want to go back to the floor of the radio station because as Will is talking and coming out, and listen, I know that they implied that Will it was not straight back in season 4, and then I think there were like little hinted clues even as far as back as season 1, supposedly. I haven't gone back and rewatched, but I guess like Mike even says to him the one time he's like, "Oh, blah blah blah," just because you don't like girls, and at the time it almost seems like just one of the things that like kids would say to each other on the playground, but then it ends up being like Will is actually gay. But
Yeah.
I just felt like it derailed the whole like that like the coming out scene is powerful, especially like you said for that time in the 80s. But I felt like it inserting it right then and there kind of derailed the story and slowed the story down in a way where it was like I don't know why that needed to get fit in there, but the bigger thing that people even pointed out was that everybody sitting there listening to Will had their hands in the Vecna position. You mentioned that maybe even Mike's hat was a different color, but also the floor of the radio station is a chessboard pattern. And if you remember, Eleven and Henry
Mm-hmm.
played chess at the lab. So people were drawing comparisons to that as well. Also, talking about 11, and we talked about when Callie dies, people were saying that the whole entire thing is an illusion because 11 had her hands on her and she was all bloody in that scene trying to stop the bleeding. She gets to the roof. She doesn't have blood anywhere on her, not on her clothes, not on her hands. And then she goes and fights Vecna, and she doesn't have any blood on her there either. One person also pointed out that like water doesn't exist in the Upside Down, which there's a couple inconsistencies there. So we see in chat in season 4 that there is the gate that's opened up on the lake, and when they
Hmm.
swim, they dive down into the lake and they go into that gate, they come up into the Upside Down, and there's no water there. They don't have to swim through more water. They're just in the Upside Down.
Right.
When the soldier pees on the wall, it evaporates. But to me, it's like, well, but his pee was still there at a certain time, so liquid does exist. And then the tank that Elle is in the Upside Down, so there is water there. But when there's blood and then there's no blood, like
It
Elle
doesn't
couldn't
make
have
any.
just wiped
Yeah.
all of that off and
She's
gone
just
and
like, oh,
fought
okay.
Vecna. Like,
Here
what are
we
we
go.
doing?
It's just like, here we go.
That seemed to me like it was filmed on 2 separate days, and they totally forgot the scene that came before it. I'm
I
just
I
putting
could
that out there.
honest I honestly could see that because that was something I didn't even notice. 'Cause I'm like, okay, maybe I don't even know how you glossed that one up because it's like we literally just seen her sobbing, sad at the fact that she just lost Callie, and then there's all this blood on her hands, like you said, and then the next scene they go up to the roof to meet with Murray, and Hop is looking sad, and there's just no blood on her hands, and I'm just like, so are we just gonna forget that she just? All right, okay, another inconsistency. I'm noting all of these. Got it, guys. It's like
We're
you said.
gonna we're
I
gonna
honestly, I
cry.
Yeah, it's like I agree with you. I honestly, I'm just gonna believe that they shot those scenes on 2 different days and they just forgot about the scene that came before. The fact that Callie had just died and 11 was literally covered in blood. And yeah, I'm just gonna assume that they just forgot about that.
Oh, finding a sink in the Upside Down and washing your hands off is one thing, but like washing blood off your clothes, like how was she able to do that? That makes no sense. But
Yeah, and the thing
yeah,
about it is too, like you were talking about blood. I'm like the thing with Hopper, it makes it. I don't know. It makes it seem. It just goes back to me to the thing of like the point of like they didn't want to kill anybody off or like take a chance to kill anybody off. Because here's the thing, I can understand what they were coming from, where it's like we don't want to kill off the major character because the audience could feel a certain way. But I've been talking to people that are like huge fans. Obviously I'm a huge fan. I shouldn't say like that. I've been talking to other people that are fans of the show, and they were saying like for them being a fan of the show and having one of the major characters die off would have been huge because it adds more stakes to the fact that like, okay, nobody is safe,
right.
even the
And
people that we love.
the biggest issue I've had with the Duffers coming out and talking about this in interviews is they just keep calling it a coming of age story. No, you've crossed a barrier because a coming of age story is like The Breakfast Club. This is
Yeah,
more than a coming of age story. Like, yes, of course, these kids are growing up and stuff like that, but you have entered the horror genre. And what happens in the horror genre is people die off. And they keep saying that, it would have affected the calmness of like the coming of age. Well, you still killed people off and it affected and it wrote into your story when you killed somebody like Eddie off or you killed somebody like Barb off. Because, people like Nancy were affected by that or people like Dustin were affected by that. And so like you can't tell me that killing off your main cast, because I mean, in a way, Eddie was basically part of your main cast. Like you can't tell me
yeah,
Bob was part of your kind of main cast for a second there. You can't tell me Alexi when they killed off Alexi. So they've killed off characters, but like you said, it hasn't been main characters to like, in the heart of this, and they felt it would have affected the group. And it's like, but you have to affect the group because you're not just a coming of age story anymore. You've stepped into the horror genre, and yeah, there is no threat of these characters biting the bullet basically, and they're supposedly
yeah.
fighting somebody that some people are arguing is stronger than Pennywise, and he's not. Like, I mean, he didn't kill anybody. Like, yeah. So I mean, you're not wrong with that, and yeah, that was one of the biggest things I had with their discrepant or their description of the show afterwards. They just keep calling it a coming of age story, and yeah, they didn't want to kill everybody off. And you even heard from their actors, Millie Bobby Brown is like, you had a real problem with killing people off, and they got to that final table read, and they joked that, oh, maybe we should have killed some of you guys off, and it's like, yeah, because I feel like it would have driven the plot further. As much as I love Steve, I was totally prepared for him to die in the finale, and it be like this major plot
I was
point.
prepared for Steve to die in season 4.
Yeah.
I was like, Steve's gonna die. I'm like, this Steve's gonna die, and then they introduced Eddie, and I was like, oh, I really love Eddie, and then I cried when they killed off Eddie, but then I was like thinking back now, I'm just like, Eddie was just a plot device to not have one of the major characters die, and then even in this sense, when you were talking about Walking to Derry, the thing that I liked about Walking to Derry is the fact that like they literally killed off a character that everybody consensus wise online was like, this is our favorite character from the show, and that's Richie. They
Yeah.
killed off Rich, and I was like, yo, yes, like this is what I'm talking about. Like you guys are like, you're taking a chance, people love him, and even still it's just like, yeah, but he's gotta die because this is gonna move the story along and it's gonna have real stakes about what they're trying to go up against. The Duffers, I don't think I could be wrong in saying this. I think the show was already done by the time Walking to Derry came out, but I think like
Yeah.
if Walking to Derry came out before season 5 and they were going to film season 5 after Walking to Derry, to me personally, I would have looked at Walking to Derry to see how I would have handled this season because I'm like there was a lot of stuff that Walking to Derry literally showed us as like fans of both shows how season 5 should have been doing it, and it just didn't happen. I'm like Rich was literally the main favorite character that everybody loved from Walking to Derry, and they killed him off. But it was
Yeah.
okay because they added to the story, and then also it was that moment at the end where it was really triumphant because it's like he comes back as a ghost to help the gang put the thing back in the Deadwood. So I'm just like,
Right.
that could have been a
Yeah.
moment where Eddie came back as Cass with the vampire, and I'm just like,
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I was shocked at Stranger Things that of the gore that they did show. Like when Vecna comes and uses his extended arm
yeah,
to like rip through the one soldier's face, or when L points the gun on the one guy and forces him to shoot himself. And I was like, wow, like that's something we haven't seen from this show. But then I thought about it and I'm like, well, wait, no, like we literally watched Bob get eaten by demodogs. We literally
yeah,
watched Chrissy and I forget the kid, Fred was his name.
Fred.
And then I forget the basketball player that died right above the lake, but like we saw those
I
three,
I
and
don't
even
remember that.
Max kind of die in gruesome fashion. Or in the flashbacks, we saw Henry Creel killing his family in gruesome fashion, snapping their limbs, blowing their eyes out and stuff like that. So Stranger Things did this weird thing where it was like, oh, this is a coming of age story and we don't kill people off. So that when they did kill people off, I was almost surprised in a bad way though, because I shouldn't have been surprised because they had killed people off. It just in gruesome fashion. They just hadn't done it like you said with their main characters. So it caught me off guard, like I said, in a bad way when they did do that because it was like, oh, this show doesn't do that. Oh wait, yeah, they do. But now I'm realizing like they should have done a lot, maybe a lot more of this to really make that
E
threat seem real.
yeah, even Alexi's character during season 3 at the carnival, when the
Yeah,
guy comes up and he just shoots him through the stuffed teddy bear. I'm just like,
right,
you guys kill people off, but it's just a simple fact that you don't kill off the characters. And I don't want to say that they're not important characters because like if they get introduced,
no, but
obviously they play an integral part to the story, but it's like you're not killing anybody off that fans would really have like a oh my gosh, like this person just died, like they did with Rich for Walking to Derry.
right, right. And that moves the story. Look at Welcome to Derry. It wasn't just Richie. It was all the kids before him too that you thought were
I
going to
forgot
be
about
that
that.
main
Yeah.
group, like when they're in the movie theater
Yeah.
and it was the Urus kid. It's got
Hmm.
some relation to eventually the Uruses that we meet in chapter one, who we don't end up seeing too much of in chapter two because he spoiler alert, he kills himself in the bathtub because he's too scared to go back and fight the monster, Pennywise in Derry when they're all older. But we thought those were going to be, especially because we do learn that his last name is Urus. We learn that we
Hmm.
think that Teddy and I forget the other kid's name are going to be like integral parts of this group going forward, and they die like right away in that movie theater, and it's like, oh wait, so who is our group now? We're just stuck with
Right.
these two
That.
girls that we don't know what their connection is to anybody. I think we're going to find more of those connections in later seasons of Welcome to Derry, especially because I think there's more family trees that are going to get exploited. And you were talking about this earlier, the way that they went back, and this is it's a prequel, but you were talking about how the native tribe that's there has stories from even before that. So like your world building with a prequel that even can have its own prequel, but yet we're going to go into other sequels of all the different times leading up to the 80s when we get to our main movies that Pennywise has terrorized this town. And there's going to be interwoven connections. And then the big bomb that I think gets dropped on everybody in there is that Pennywise's time doesn't work the same way as everybody else's.
Yeah.
So he can basically, I mean, I know some people see this as a hack to like time travel, but based on how this creature is, like everything is all one day to him, basically. So can he go back and rewrite time? That would open it up to retcon or rewrite movies or that kind of stuff. So I'm not the biggest fan of that, and I think they should stick with the storyline that they already have, but it can allow there to be a chapter three in the movies, even though they killed him in chapter two, and it be in the future. And I guess that kind of takes away from his death, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, but like at the same time, it's like, there's limitless possibility to an OP
Hmm.
villain. I'm not saying Vecna had to be that way, but they've made it seem like he is still alive when you have in Morse code on the cassette tapes at the squawk behind Robin for her very last transmission, people pointed out that the Morse code of the way it's arranged in the shelf spells
Hmm.
out "You didn't stop me." There was also like a Hawkins radio thing. I'm not even sure where that was broadcast. Might have been
Wow.
just on their website, but the final broadcast was Mindy, Flair, and Vance were your two hosts, Mind Flayer and Vecna. They also let out a message during that final broadcast that was actual Morse code. I'm not talking about just a visual Morse code type of thing. It was actual beeps on the radio that spelled out "Save Hawkins." Okay, that could just be promo for the show. But then
Right.
there's a distorted audio in there that if you play it backwards, sounds like somebody trying to speak through like water and say, "Mike, wake up." Which was a little bit of a stretch when I did listen to it. But then also when you decode the message on that website, there was also other people have done this. I'm just taking this from what other people have said. When you do decode the message, and I actually watched someone decode it, like as a screen capture on I think it was on Instagram. I saw it. You decode the message on the website, and it says Volume 3 missing. Now, is that just saying like the finale hadn't dropped yet? Because maybe that was recorded before that. I don't know, but there's a lot of inconsistencies with all the promos leading up to either the season five or the finale, and with the Squawk Radio online. So that was weird for me. Also, Dr. Brenner's
Very
name
interesting.
was changed in there from Richard to Martin, somewhere along throughout the seasons. Uh, and I don't think anybody even really noticed that. I didn't notice that. Somebody else did. But he recently posted, I don't know if you saw this, he posted a video of him running down a hallway,
I did.
going into a room,
Going.
and the
Yeah.
room's
And open.
door number says 11 on it. I
Hmm.
don't know if he's just capitalizing on, the fact that, everybody's talking about, either conformity gate or all that kind of stuff. But like it almost seems like something more is coming from his character. And Matthew Brodeen, the actor, when they asked him about his death, he said, quote, "If you don't see a body, you can't be sure." So like we did kind of see Papa die, but like you didn't see him like completely croak. So I don't know. Is he saying his character is technically still alive? I don't know. Dr. Sam Owen, people brought him up. He's still chained to a pipe somewhere in Nevada. Uh, okay. And then the last thing with the laboratory stuff is did they blow up all the pregnant women? And the Duffers confirmed that yes, when they blew up the rift,
Yeah.
they just
That I
killed them
did see
all.
too. Yeah. I was like, so. Okay. All right.
it makes sense because they don't want L's powers to be replicated or the military to have their experiments and try to continue with this stuff. But like, they didn't even try to save him. They just blew it all
Yeah,
up.
I'm like, you just blew it all up. You just like assumed, okay, well, they're gonna be birthing kids that the military are gonna try to. I'm like, yeah, but you can at least try to save them. So then it throws in the question, is Elle really dead? And was Mike's story really like the truth, or is it?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, Callie was saying that none of those experiments were working and those women were in pain. So it's like, just take them out of there then. Like, if the experiments aren't working,
Yeah,
then they're not creating another L. They're not creating anything with powers. They're just torturing these women, and you just blew up these women that got tortured. Like, okay, all
yeah.
right,
It's
you're
just
not
like,
exactly heroes.
and something that
Uh,
somebody said online, which I can see, there was like Elle's story is somewhat of an allegory to like abuse and like trauma. But if the message that the Duffer brothers are sending, is the only way to stop the abuse cycle and trauma is to off yourself, then what
oh,
is
damn.
really the message? I was like,
That's
ooh,
dark.
I was like, yeah, that's, oh, ooh. I
Yikes.
don't know.
That's a
Oh
rough
man,
parallel.
yeah, I don't know
Jeez.
if that I don't know because I'm like if you look at Elf story, I'm like, yeah, that actually kind of does line up. And if I'm the Duffer Brothers, I don't know if I would want that to be the allegory. So then I would just say that she's alive because I don't think I would want that as a fan to be like, oh, if that's the message you're trying to send to me. Then the only way to stop doing that is just to kill him. Okay, it's just like I don't think if I was writing it, I'm like I don't think I would be writing that for that to be the message. I'm just saying. Maybe I don't
Yeah.
know. That was like really dark when I read that. I was like, because and the thing about it is, it's like it's not like a quote unquote like fan theory in a way. It's more so like no, if you look at what's going on, like this is clearly her story, and then you start watching her story develop from season one to the finale of season five. It's like no, yeah, and then if that's the message that that's extremely dark.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I see it. I do think it's important for them to keep the ambiguity of whether or not Elle is alive, the way they wrote it, like I said, like with Sopranos. But
Yeah,
I mean, if somebody was coming out with that theory, especially like what they were milking the whole conformity gate thing. That's why they didn't come out and say that it was a clear like, all right, we any publicity is good publicity. We want people to keep talking about this type of thing. But when they finally did come out and confirm that it wasn't real, and then they start going on all these podcasts and interviews and shows, all like half cocked and with like no answers to pretty much everything, it seems like they kind of had their tail between their legs and they had to scramble to come up with answers. So if that kind of a theory or even just like an allegory comparison is coming out, like that's yet another thing that you got to get ahead of and be like, hey,
yeah.
like,
I'm like,
no, that's
this
not
is
what
not
we're
true.
saying.
This is not the story we're
Oh
trying to
my
tell.
gosh.
That's Mike, bro. When I'm telling you, when I read that online, because a lot of times I find myself just because of the content that I create and the interesting facts about what it takes to make this stuff. I always find myself online, whether that's like Reddit, Twitter, anywhere. So I'm like reading all the stuff, and people are like, yeah, like you can clearly see like this is Elle's story in the show, and like obviously she's been abused, she's been experimented on, so that's the abuse part, and she has trauma from that, and that's the. So then I'm like reading it, and then girl, I saw her video. I forget what her name is, but I saw her video, and she was like, yeah, and if that's the allegory that the Duffer Brothers are trying to say, like I don't know if that's the message. So I'm like, yeah. So if I'm the Duffer Brothers, it's like you said, I would try to get out in front of that, be like, hey guys, if we just want to clear this up. This is not what we're trying to say at all. This is
Yeah.
please, we want everybody to live, okay? Like we don't want anybody to die. And
People had
I
also
was like,
pointed Oh my God. Yeah, that's well, speaking of deaths though, people had also pointed out that the song Heroes by David Bowie plays for the third time in this series. The only other two times that we heard David Bowie's Heroes, both of those times were quote unquote fake endings or fake outs because someone supposedly died in the
Mm,
episodes. It was season one, episode three, after Will's fake body is found, and then season three, episode eight, after Eleven reads Hopper's letter. And like we said, he's not actually really dead. He's just transported to a Russian, military camp, prisoner camp. So
mm,
that was interesting. Another call out that they mentioned was that Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade is playing at the movie theater, of course, because it's the 80s, it's timely and stuff like that. But people, once again, with like Derek's video game, they pointed out that there could have been a reason for that choice because that didn't end up being the final Indiana Jones movie made. And I know we're going to get Stranger Things spin-offs and other projects that the Duffer Brothers are being hush-hush about, but like people were saying that that could be another reason for conformity gate or to think that we're going to get addition to this story. From what it sounds like, the Duffer Brothers are not using practically anybody from this cast for anything going forward. I
no,
know there was like talk about a spin-off with Nancy Wheeler Confidential. So like maybe people here and there,
yeah.
but it won't be this same ensemble. And like even people were saying like, maybe it'll be like Pennywise, like the It franchise, where there's just a new generation of kids, and it's Holly and Derek and all them. I think they're probably going to do something with that, but there's also something that they said that fans have not even speculated that is what their project is. So like even the rumors of it being like that are still not hitting the nail on the head. So I don't know what they got coming, but
I was I was seeing something because I made a video where I like saw a picture online, and if you go on there, you can see the video that I made, but it was a picture where it was like the Stranger Things cinematic universe, and it was like potentially all the stuff they were, at least it's seemingly like they're trying to come out with as far as like spinoffs. The only ones that I found interesting, because I heard about the Nancy Wheeler Confidential and obviously the spinoff show, and then obviously the animated show Tales from 85, which is like they confirm takes place in between season two and season three. So I'm like, okay, that's
yeah.
cool. But there was a show on there, I guess a spinoff series that they're supposedly gonna try to come up with called Harrington and Henderson Paranormal Services. Where I was
Nice.
saying, okay, this would be like maybe possibly teasing the fact of what we were talking about with the radio show and Mind Flare and Vecna still possibly being alive and having the Pennywise factor to him that maybe he just sees time in a different way, and they're handling cases that still have to do with the Upside Down because the Upside Down is still lingering in Hawkins and things like that. So they would have to tap back into that. That would be, I'm like, that would be very interesting to see.
I'd be down for that, even to just see that
Yeah.
duo back on screen, going around. I mean, you see them hug at the very end and
Hmm.
talk. In Mike's story, that they're going on like road trips or whatever they were planning on doing to get back together. People pointed out that it looks like Dustin is going to University of Chicago, which is
Mm.
once again another Chicago callback to not only Steve, who Joe Keery actually, I think he went to DePaul, is what people were saying.
Yeah.
But he lived here in Chicago at least for a number of years, is what he said, and of course that's part of his song, End of Beginning. But then the connection with Derek Turnbow, they if they did something like that and they brought them back to Chicago, especially Elle went to Chicago and stuff like that. Like I feel like they'd have to get a little bit more of just I don't get me wrong, I'd love just Steve and Dustin, but they'd have to get a little bit more of the cast that connects to Chicago to come with them. Maybe Derek, maybe Mike, even though because we will never know about what really happened to Elle, but maybe Mike says like, hey, like Elle went to Chicago for a little bit, so like I gotta go see what this is all about. And I think that would be
Right.
really cool to come out of small town Indiana and go to this big city and do something, even if they just stayed local too. That'd be cool as well. But that's another thing as we go back to this world building thing, and the Duffers were talking about how hard it is to world build when you're also just trying to keep it like a small town type. I mean, the whole reason they picked a Hawkins set. Well, of course, it was based off of Montauk, but like they were trying to keep this
Hmm.
this small town thing that like the whole rest of the world or the rest of the country didn't know about that was happening, and it adds to the mystery of it. Which, okay, bingo, right there. It's not just a coming of age story, Duffer Brothers. It's also kind of a mystery. Like it's an adventure, it's a
Yeah.
mystery. So like you can't just say coming of age, coming of age. It has this other element to it, or other elements, plural. Like I just feel like to look at it in one lens like that, like they have been in all these interviews, is just wrong. And it's their show. Like, how do you get your
And the
own
thing
show wrong?
and the thing about it is like I don't think it's hard because I mean once again, here we go with Welcome to Derry. Welcome to Derry showed you that you can world build while still keeping the story about a small town.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You
mean, I
just
know there's the
world build
forgetting
with
element, and you
yeah,
can't really steal that from Stephen King, but like there can be you can write other factors as to why people
yeah.
forget that that stuff's happening, especially when you have military involvement. Just say they've done experiments on people to make them forget, you know?
It's as simple, it's literally as simple as that. And then it's also as simple as like having characters that maybe weren't born in Hawkins. Maybe they came from somewhere else and their family moved to Hawkins because to try to get away from the big city or whatever. But I'm like, Welcome to Derry literally showed you you can world build while keeping the story kind of quote unquote contained within this town or this space that you're in, where you could
Yes.
have potential other stories spin off from that when the major story is finished.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. And especially when you talk about how many homages they've made to all these other great works. And the obvious ones like Ghostbusters and E.T. and stuff like that. Indiana Jones that we just mentioned. But you had Robert Englund in this series for a small role. And there were, like I said, a lot of connections to Nightmare on Elm Street. But
Hmm.
more specifically, the documentary, which was the seventh edition of or the seventh installment of the Nightmare on Elm Street series. It was called A New Nightmare. It was a meta documentary, and it was where the whole cast is talking about the making of Nightmare on Elm Street 1 through 6, and how Freddy gets killed off in 6, and oh, Freddy's dead, right? Well, then next thing you know, Freddy comes out of the movies and starts terrorizing the cast. So would I have liked Stranger Things to do something like that? No. Like, I don't want to see Joe Keery fighting Vecna. I want to see Steve fighting Vecna. But they did mention that the playground across the street from the Creel house is the same exact one from the Freddy documentary. So that was yet another homage. So people were thinking that when this documentary dropped
Oh,
by Netflix, that there would be some more information as to some kind of continuation of the story, at least. There were a lot of pictures and weird quotes posted by Stranger Things TV and Netflix even after the series over, and everything adds up to seven, which is why people thought we were going to get something on January 7th. Lots of sevens in the board game, which is what Will rolled. He rolled a seven in season one, and the Demogorgon got him. So in my mind, I kind of read into that as, okay, does that mean Will died in season one? And this is just the
and
story that Mike cooked up to cope throughout, season 2 through 5 here. And maybe they never found Will actually in season one, and that could be where it's like meta. Because go back to Millie Bobby Brown in interviews said that the series finale was going to be very meta, and I don't, based on the definition of meta, I don't think that series finale was very meta. I could see maybe where she was kind of
no.
going with that now that we know there is nothing in the documentary and no episode 9. Hopper said excuse me, David Harbour said he thought they landed the plane, but uh, landing the plane to me, like, no,
Mm,
yes, it did, but like that was a crash landing, basically. Like the
yeah,
plane got back to the ground, but it's not in all one piece.
I think emotionally because like the audience was like, well, these from what I saw, people were saying that the final maybe 30 minutes of the finale was really beautiful and emotionally it was moving. But
Yeah.
I think yeah, like I agree with you. I don't think that was a perfect landing by any stretch of the imagination.
No, no, for sure. Also, some other sevens. Will was found missing was found after being missing for a week, 7 days. 7 seconds between thunder strikes and the upside down, which is what 11 was picking up on. The screen goes black for 7 seconds when Steve falls. Orthodox Christmas is also on January 7th, which is why everybody thought we were going to be getting an episode 9 on January 7th. And the Duffers did come out and
Mm,
say that it was going to be an emotional Christmas, but if there's an Orthodox Christmas, they're not really specifying which Christmas. Obviously, we didn't get anything
mm-hmm.
on January 7th. We didn't get a ninth episode on the 9th, and we didn't get anything in the documentary that was released on the 12th. But going with 12, I know so many people listening to this podcast right now are probably punching their roof or their steering wheel because, or, whatever's around them if you're listening at home or watching. Maybe you're punching your screen if you're watching at home because John and I have not talked about the D&D books on the shelf, which in the actual
Yeah.
show, Will puts his right next to Mike. So the I in Will and the I in Mike spell out 11, basically.
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice little homage to 11. But then the Instagram post, the books are in a different order, which to me was another thing that was like, who takes those off the shelf and redoes them? Because
Yeah, 'cause I'm
that's got
like,
to be, so instead it spells out X a lie. So is dimension X a lie? Also, somebody else picked up, smarter minds than me, but somebody else picked up that Roman numerals can be obviously, they're letters, but in the Roman alphabet, you can translate colors into Roman numerals and letters or vice versa. So if you look at the colors of the books, and I guess even some of the X's and stuff that are on the books, it's XII space I MMXXVI, which in Roman numerals XII is 12, I alone is 1, MMXXVI is 2026. M is 1,000, so you have two of those, that's 2,000. The X's are
hmm,
20, and then 6, VI, 6. And that would be in the order of day, month, and year, which
mm-hmm,
in European because it's Roman. So
right.
12/1/2026 would have been January 12th, 2026. That was the day we got the documentary. And the Duffer Brothers have also
Oh,
said that they pull a lot from divine nomenclature. So that's where
mm-hmm,
this would all kind of connect. Divine nomenclature states that the underworld was formed by Hades and is a direct mirror of the overworld, upside down, right side up, formed after being banished by Zeus. So is 11 Zeus in this, and Hades is Vecna. Um, excuse me, Hades was one person held alone for 12 days in the bars of luminosity before being banished to the underworld for 2026 years. Crazy how that lines up.
this is actually like, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. This
Right.
is some crazy, like, adding all this stuff up.
Hades also split the ground of the overworld into four parts, like Vecna did. He frequently abducts children, like Vecna did, and he has these things called gorgons to do his dirty work, like Demogorgons. He also controls them through an illicit,
What
which is this
the?
mythical character. An illicit is this giant like brain with tentacles, kind of like a mind flayer,
Mind
and
Flayer. This
that
is
needs 12 vessels to operate. But you know what? Okay, that's divine nomenclature that explains that to us. That's never the Duffer Brothers telling us why Henry was obsessed with clocks or needed
it's like
12 kids. So I
this
don't
is
understand.
this is
And
it's crazy.
he does this just to Hades does this just to take over the overworld and reshape the world into what he wants it to be, just like Vecna was trying to do. So this whole theory is very cool, but like this was not explained at all in
By the Duffer Brothers. Yeah,
yeah,
this is.
and I
I'm like,
get
and that's
like
the thing.
that
That's the
if they
thing.
did
That
explain
yeah.
it, they would probably be stealing from divine nomenclature, but like at least in your post interviews come out and say like, yeah, we pulled inspiration from that. And I know that they have said before that they are very much into this stuff, but like you could have written this into your work a little bit more. Like,
But I mean, that's the thing. Like if you're worried about like stealing from like divine in things with that story, then don't make the show kind of like a D&D campaign in a way.
Right. Yeah. They've
Because I
and
mean,
they've played homages to so many other things that it's like, why not writing any of this into the script or into the story would that have been stealing? Like they've come out and said that they wanted Vecna to be this Darth Vader-esque character. Like when he comes out of the rift in episode 4 of volume 1, and that's when we find out Will is a sorcerer. They wanted that to be very similar to Darth Vader in the Tantive, lighting up his lightsaber and starting to
and
kill all
again,
the rebels. Like it was
yeah,
supposed to
in
be
Rogue
that
One,
powerful. Yeah, yeah, that powerful of a scene. So they wanted their villain to be like that. And they've come out and said that they drew inspiration from that. So why not say you drew inspiration directly from this? Like, they're so inconsistent.
it honestly, I was telling my little brother, I'm like, it kind of frustrates me a little bit that, like, don't get me wrong. I think what makes fandom so cool is the fact of like doing the little work that maybe the directors or writers are not able to do all the time because there's too much of a story that they have to tell. So they leave it to the fans to connect the dots, some little dots to make the story even better. But when you have a finale happen and then we're finding stuff that should have got explained and we're having to be the ones to explain to other fans, like, okay, guys, hey, look, this is the real reason of why like Vecna was taking kids because it reminisces Hades and why Vecna seems like it's the four split into four because Hades split it into four and he's trying to take his world and merge it with that world and that's what I'm like when the fans have to do all this explaining, it makes it really look like the Duffer brothers didn't know what exactly they were writing.
They didn't land the plane. Yeah,
They didn't.
because if you have to come out and explain, it's like telling a joke. If you have to go back and explain the joke, you didn't tell the joke right. So,
It's just like it's not a good
like,
joke.
oh my God, unless you got like a dad joke and then you're like, oh, I get it, because like, and then like somebody laughs the second time, but like, oh my goodness, yeah, I listen, as much as we bash, I still love Stranger Things. I think they peaked with season 4. I don't know how you feel. I think that was the best it was. I was very
I
much
think it
so
was.
hoping for more in season 5. The last points that I'll make is there were just some weird Instagram posts that they made afterwards with like pictures and like I can even share this in here. I'll post it in the actual video version itself. But they were saying like okay, Joe's falling, so they say Sadie, look at me. I don't understand that. And then the whole they were lying thing, that was weird. You guys can
I seen the
act.
Sadie look at me thing. I was wondering. I was like, huh. I
Yeah,
don't know how much that
that
would
was all
be.
weird. But then here are some of the quotes too from the cast. The Duffer Brothers said in one of their interviews, something that looks cozy, but there's just something off about it, and it can feel very nightmarish in its own way. So, like, are we actually in this nightmare that everybody's talking about? That like uh, this isn't the real world. This is Vecna's creation. Yada yada yada.
Right. Kind of like
Um,
Hellscape.
yeah, that I don't understand. But then you also have Steve Levy, who wrote some of the episodes. He says, uh, and I can tell you this having watched the final version of the final episode of the final season of Stranger Things. Why has he got to stress final so many times? Like that was
Yeah, I'm
weird.
like it.
Um, about, in terms of the finale and for people that watched the finales, Matt Duffer put an S on the end of it. I think he just misspoke, but like that was weird. That was
That's
also around the
weird that
time
you would
that,
say finales.
yeah, that was around the time that somebody I think it was on a BBC radio, asked how many episodes, and then Gaten Matarazzo says, who plays Dustin, he says, I don't know if I'm allowed to say. And then Finn Wolfhard, he said people were mad about the last episode of Game of Thrones, and this is the thing that kind of retcons that. We go back and rewrite history. You didn't though, and people were just as mad with this finale as I hear they were with Game of Thrones. I never really got into Game of Thrones,
Yeah,
but I heard that one didn't land the plane either. And then David
I
Harbour,
didn't either, but I do know that that finale The only thing I know about that finale is that apparently that finale is one of the worst endings in the history of like cinema when it comes
Yeah,
to TV shows and movies. I was like, oh, jeez.
that's what
So
I've
I don't
heard
know what
too.
happened. I was like, I don't know what happened, but it had to be that bad that it's been a consensus amongst people that are like, no, that has to be up there with like the worst finales ever.
Right. And there was a convention, I don't know if it was like Comic-Con, but David Harbour said it's a very real ending and he emphasized real. So like does that mean that what we saw was not the actual ending and there's something more real coming, or was he already getting ahead of the conspiracy theorists and saying conformity gate's not real and this was the real ending? Don't know.
Yeah.
The finale is very meta, was by Millie Bobby Bon Jovi, Millie Bobby Brown, who's now married to Bon Jovi's son.
Hmm.
That clip though from the internet, people have said has been since removed from the internet. So that's an interesting one. But then Jamie, who plays Vecna, Jamie Campbell Bower, said he kept calling it episode 8. He said, yeah, it's pretty powerful cliffhanger that leads us into episode 8 with a huge bang. And I would say that, like, as a viewer or reading it, where we pick up from in episode 8 was not what I expected. Now, I think this was taken out of context because I think he's talking more. He's answering about how there's a cliffhanger in episode 7. You're left with Vecna sitting at the table with the 12 kids. And I think that's the cliffhanger he's talking about, because then he's talking about going into episode 8 with a huge bang. And where they pick up in episode 8, he's saying it's not what I expected. I think he means because of how quickly you get into the action in the finale. Like you literally start the finale off with them driving the truck through the army base and getting into the upside down and Nancy shooting everybody up, and then immediately Elle is in Vecna's mind and she immediately jumps in and rips him from the table. So I think that's more so along the lines of what he was talking about. But like, I don't know, just the way everything came out in the media around this time, it was all very weird.
Interesting.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
All this, all there's been a lot of stuff that I've been like seeing. I would just say this. There's been a lot of things that I've learned since the finale. It's like I said, I'm gonna go watch the documentary after this just to get a clearer understanding of what people have been saying. Because there's been a lot of stuff that, like you just said with the pictures, where like there were certain things in it, and I even made a video about. It was one scene in the finale where I guess Millie, you could tell that she was gonna be upset with Eleven's ending. I made a video about that. I was like, ooh, ooh. And I said to my, that's what I said to myself. I was like, I can't wait till like 5 years removed from this so they can really share their thoughts on like how they feel.
Yeah.
Because you can tell in the interviews leading up to the premiere of this, there's a lot of things. I would just say that they are um not pleased about. I'll say that. Specifically Millie. Like she has said numerous amount of times in interviews that like 11 is a very beloved character by her, and she holds her so near and dear to her heart that she wants to make sure like her story is done right. That I just feel like there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to come out years later about how a lot of this stuff really went down. That
Yeah.
I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually a little bit looking forward to because it's just certain stuff that like you can tell as the audience like that probably didn't go the way they wanted it to go. And it looked like it was leading to something else. We just don't know what that other thing was, but you could tell like the actors might have not agreed with what was being written.
Yeah. I'm as a fan, I don't want to come off the wrong way and say that the fandom knows your show just as
Yeah.
well as you do, if not sometimes better, just because they're so in love with it and they're so enthralled with it that when you had so many fan theories going out there, and I'm not saying that they purposely went the opposite direction of a fan theory. I'm not saying that they used Chat GPT, but like people were pointing out when they watched the documentary, the tabs that were open were Reddit tabs or Chat GPT tabs, and the finale was not written, is what they were literally sitting around the table discussing, and they're literally shooting it before the final script is written. So I think the pressures from Netflix probably really got to them. And like I said, I'm not putting it all on them, but when the fans are coming out and can write a better ending or have these fan theories that connect to your show better than what you gave them. Like I said, I don't think you landed the plane. It on the surface, is it a satisfying conclusion finale to a series? Yes, I still stand by that. But when you look at it from somebody who has spent their 10 years with this show and um has analyzed it. Like I didn't even start analyzing it this deep until we got what we got, and then I started going back, and all these other people are
Me
analyzing
neither.
it, like you were, and everybody
I'm like,
like I started reading into all this, and there was a part of me that actually believed conformity gate for a second or two there, and I was like, okay, like maybe this is just all one big mind game, and then it got me even more invested than I already was, which of course that's the Duffer Brothers winning because any publicity is good publicity, right? But at the same time, it's like when you realize that that was all just a nothingness, then you're led to just kind of sit there with what you have. And what you have is not as satisfying as what everybody else wrote for this finale, whether it was the actors or the fans or just anybody that has been around this show to know to it's almost like the Duffer Brothers, not just in these post interviews, it's like even when they were shooting it and writing it, they didn't know their own show. And it pains me to say that because they have for 4 whole seasons. They've created such a
yeah,
cool story and
and that's
I don't know,
something
it just
I was
fell
saying as
flat.
well. I think they forgot exactly what Stranger Things was about, and I think somewhere along the way, the idea of what the show was, because there was even people saying that like up until season five, it felt like there was just too much different stories and different things and themes and stuff like that going on to where we forgot about what made Stranger Things what it was literally four kids trying to find their friend who went missing. And I'm happy that season five very much went back to the format of season one. And I was saying that even for Value One, I'm like, okay, this is very much like season one. I feel like I'm being taken back to season one, which I liked a lot. But even still, it's like you get to the finale and it's just like we made it back to season one, like vibes and feeling, but at what cost? Because
Yeah.
like now you have a finale that will go down in history where it's very divisive, where some people say it's good, some people say it's okay, and then some people don't really like it at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly where we stand. That's a great way to put it. And as much as I loved season one, I felt like season four was completely different from that, but in a really good way. And that's going back to when I said I feel like season four peaked for Stranger Things is because yes, maybe it got too far away from season one, but the story had built up to that, and now you've revealed your big villain, and you have this more intricate plan on how you're going to go into the upside down and actually attack him. And we, before that, we hadn't seen anybody really go into the upside down. It was the Mind Flayer coming to Hawkins, or it was the Russians trying to build this portal, and it was L going into the minds of people and stuff like that. Like it was, I don't want to say more grounded because it was still all very sci-fi or horror-esque. But like now all of a sudden you have all these extra elements that you're adding and you've really solidified your cast because I feel like even in the first couple seasons, Nancy was there, but she was just kind of on the outskirts. It was mostly the
Yeah.
kids, like you said. Even with Steve, Steve was supposed to die in season one, and people loved him so much that he came back. Even Jonathan's whole story was, it felt like it was on the outskirts. It wasn't really until you had that fight at the mall that it felt like, okay, yeah, all these people do matter. Like Steve is a huge character because he works at the mall, and that's where you're introducing Robin and stuff like that. And even Erica's character, Erica was like not really there until that mall season. And it's like, okay,
Mhm.
you're starting to solidify your team here. And now that you have your team and you're actually going into the upside down with a shotgun or with a baseball bat or, with a bunch of shields with spikes on them and stuff like that made out of trash can lids, like that was when season four felt like, okay, like this is getting really good. And that was another thing too.
Yeah.
Like season four was longer. I don't know if there were, I forget if there were more episodes, but the run times were just, they were all movie length, right? Like,
Yeah.
and
That's what I
I
was
know
gonna say.
you,
Like it was
there
it was
was
definitely
the whole
longer
cut
in
gate.
length. Yeah.
But I just even with the extended run times that we were supposed to get for season five, it felt like what you said is there were too many different storylines that we were covering in season five. And volume two was, I think, not what a lot of people expected. And there were people that said it even before the finale got dropped, that the finale has a lot of heavy lifting to do in just 2 hours. And when you feel like that going into it, it's probably not going to, like we said, land the plane because there was just so many loose ends that like they just rushed into the finale and didn't answer. So if we had maybe 9, 10, 11, 12 episodes in season five, I feel like everything would have had a nice bow wrapped up on it. And there was really no excuse as to why it couldn't be that way. You know, I understand maybe Netflix wants a certain number of episodes, but Netflix, like I was saying before, has given Stranger Things and the Duffer Brothers more money than they've given to any one of their other Netflix original TV shows. This is the biggest net grossing show in you know for season five or for a final season in Netflix history. And you're telling me all that money, I understand it went to the hours and hours that that crew put into set design and filming days and stuff like that. And I don't want to take anything away from you'll see in the documentary all the great hard work that they did. But you're telling
Hmm.
me all that money and you couldn't write a couple more episodes into it to really finally tell your story? I don't know. That to me was just, it was a miss. It was a miss.
Yeah, I just I don't know where they got lost at. I don't know. I don't know. That's just it's just kind of crazy where we're at right now. And I was saying from so my dad always says this as well. I forgot what we were talking about one day, but he always told me that like he was like you need to be like he felt like he's like you need to be like in one of these board meetings with these studios. I'm telling you, like your mindset about it is like also coming from like a business mind frame where it can understand. And I was telling people that like obviously we have our gripes with it as far as like obviously everybody show wise, quality wise, I get that. But I was saying just from a executive standpoint, from like somebody that would be like I was running Netflix. I think also the thing that hurt season five was like the batch releasing, where it was like releasing 4 episodes on the beginning of Christmas or whenever they released
Thanksgiving.
in the beginning of Thanksgiving, and then releasing volume two on Christmas Day, and then the season finale. I'm like the reason also, and I feel like we've gone back to Walking Dairy, but for good reason. The reason also why Walking Dairy worked so well is because they had a week to week release where it was like
Traditional.
keeping the anticipation, yeah, traditional release of like any show that you would see on TV. And I feel like when you do it like that, it keeps it not only in the loop for fans, but then I feel like if there is an episode that's not as good, it won't get lost within like, oh, okay, they released the whole entire volume, this whole entire volume is not good because these episodes is not good and blah blah blah. I feel like if it's just like okay, episode seven came out, or I'm sorry, episode five came out, which is the bridge or shock jock, and
Right.
then maybe episode six came out, and then episode seven came out, and then episode eight came out. I feel like okay, people would have been like, hey, shock jock is actually a really good episode because in my opinion, shock jock was a decent episode. It was one of the better episodes in volume two. I think the best episode was Escape from Kamazaz, but I feel like Shock Jock was a decent episode. I feel like people would have been like, hey, Escape from Kamazaz was a really, really good episode. They gave us a lot more lore about the Upside Down, the Abyss, all that. Episode seven, there were some inconsistencies, but episode seven was still decent. And then when we got to the finale, been like, hey, this is actually still a decent, this is a really good season of Stranger Things, as opposed to saying, hey, volume one is really good. We don't know what the heck happened with volume two, and then the finale is just crap. Like,
Hey guys, final pause here in the episode before we get back into the action, but we aren't also going to have a Voodoo Personalities segment on this side of the episode. So in lieu of that, I'm going to give you a little bit of insight and a shout out to Greenbrier Cemetery, who has some big plans for 2026. Now, I'm not going to give away all of Matt's plans on here. I think that would be unfair, but he does have something big coming, and he did some wonderful logos for us here, one that you'll see for the Voodoo podcast right behind me. But if you want to check out Greenbrier Cemetery's Instagram page or Facebook, I believe he has it up on there too. There's some hints as to what he's going to be changing with the yard haunt. We'll have to get John Walker back on to do a Voodoo personalities segment, although I think you're seeing a lot of his personality here in these 3 hours. And if you would like to be a personality on the Voodoo podcast, please reach out to me. We'll get you lined up for 2027. I think I'm booked up through most of 2026, but we'll get you on as soon as possible, I promise. Also, one more shout out to Horror Props and their horror horns. These aren't completely all black horns. These are what I call like my Vecna horns because you've got a little bit of that red and the black in there. So let's dive into more Stranger Things talk. But once again, this has been the Voodoo Podcast, Voodoo Personalities segment, sponsored by Voodoo on Vassar, our home haunt, which is no longer. If you would like to sponsor the Voodoo Podcast, we do have openings. Please reach out to us, whether that be on Instagram at Voodoo Podcast or myself, Mike_Napolitano on Instagram, or I believe my email is listed under one of those as well. You can find us pretty easily. And if you're an avid listener of the podcast, I'm pretty sure you know how you know where to find me, even if it's in the comments section.
I don't know if you've
let's get back
watched
into the
much
action.
of Walking
Thank you guys
Dead.
again for
I don't know
listening,
if
and I
we've
will
talked
see you
before.
in February.
But
Have
when it
not.
first came out, it was before a lot of hardcore streaming came to be. So it was on AMC, released weekly. But I was big into Walking Dead, especially when it first came out, and that was an
Yeah.
AMC weekly release, like a normal TV, I should say, like a normally like TV shows used to be, like
Yeah.
but if you so as a person who watched it weekly, season 2, when they were on the farm, was so slow. And even I guess some of season 3, even when I think they're at the prison at that point, and season 4, it's not until they get to Terminus in season 5 that things start to really like
Hmm.
action wise pick up again. And I understand from a writing standpoint, and a realistic standpoint, obviously it's zombies and it's post-apocalyptic and stuff like that, but realistic standpoint, like humans will eventually become the bigger threat than the zombies because the people who survive are good enough to kill zombies, and you're only going to get deaths in fluky situations where maybe other humans pin you into a spot where or something unforeseen happens with a zombie rather than these big hordes like there was in season 1 or season 2. Also, Frank Darabont, who also wrote some episodes of Stranger Things, that was when Walking Dead was at its peak in season 1. When it switched over to Greg Nicotero and stuff like that, there were great moments. But like I said, season 2 on the farm was super, super slow. However, when you watch it and you stream it and you binge it, things feel much faster. But when I was
Hmm.
watching season 2 when it first came out, it was week by week, and it was like, okay, I gotta wait till next Sunday to see them pick their nose on the farm again, like for a whole hour. Like
Like, I don't
it
know
is
if I
a
want to
different
watch that.
it's a different feel. And I went back because I was like, okay, I remember Stranger Things did something like this last time, and I believe it was summer of 2022 that season 4 came out.
Hmm.
And I had talked about it with some friends. Of course, we're all in the haunt world and stuff like that. And people that did voodoo
Yeah.
with us, we were all watching it. And it was leading into August when we started our construction. But the biggest thing is you had the beginning of the season come out. And I think it was like the first 6 episodes came out, but they were long, so it took people a little while to watch them, but they could binge them. It wasn't like, you're on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or on Thanksgiving or on New Year's where they release 4 episodes and they're all an hour long. So if your family gets out at Thanksgiving in time, you can watch stuff till 2 in the morning and be done, right? And it's like watching one big movie. So it was long episodes, and they only released, I think, the first 6 of season 4, and then the final 2, they left you on a little bit of a cliffhanger. The final 2 got released dates later. And I had
Hmm.
remembered a little bit of that, but that built some of the suspense. And also, like you were saying, it wasn't being released on holidays. So, like, I understand the want to release it during I guess not even like in the proper holiday time though, because if you're Stranger Things, like I understand like haunt people are busy doing stuff during October, and maybe the audience that would tune in to watch you isn't going to sit down on October nights and watch this. But you could have done August, you could have done September, you could have even done all of it in November, just like you said, space it out week by week. But I don't
Hmm.
know, to do Thanksgiving and Christmas and then New Year's was a little weird. But yeah, I mean, I just the structure, you're right. This I hadn't even thought about that. The structure in which they released it, I think, hurt them as well.
I'm just I can understand like when Marvel does it, it's fine because you know going in like, okay, this is gonna lead to a bigger thing. So whether this is good or not, we're gonna be introduced to a new character and they're gonna play a bigger part in what the bigger picture is. Fine, cool, we know that. When other streaming platforms do it for the shows that are major shows for them, like Stranger Things, this is where you run into trouble because it's like now you have it where you have people that say, hey, volume one is good, volume two is bad, and then the finale is just we don't know what happened. As opposed to saying, or what could have been, hey, volume or season five, episode five was a decent episode. Episode six was an amazing episode. Episode seven was a decent episode. The finale, hey, was decent. And you could have had that instead of just volume one was the only good thing about volume five, about season five. And I feel like that's where we're talking about when it's like the structuring. I just feel like if there was one thing that Netflix could have took away from the release of season five with this and everything that we've seen with the backlash and everybody having an opinion about this, it's just like next time you have a show or a movie that's like really good and you're having like multiple parts, don't batch release it, release it weekly
Yeah.
because not only does it help you structure wise and it makes it not all one thing where people are judging it all as one thing, but also it keeps it in the cultural zeitgeist for weeks upon weeks and months upon months. Because now, right now, yeah, people are talking about Stranger Things because the quality is bad, but they're not talking about it in the same peak in the same like height as the popularity was, as opposed to when the show came out.
Right.
Like they talked like the show came out, they released the volumes, and then when people watched the episodes, and then it was kind of like, okay, we're going back to doing what we're doing.
Yeah, and I mean we've paralleled this to Welcome to Derry quite a bit, and this was yet another version of how Welcome to Derry did it better because everybody remembers that series that has watched it as being phenomenal. But if you remember, the first three, maybe even four episodes didn't even have Pennywise in them. And I'm not saying they were bad episodes. You still had action
Hmm.
points, but not every episode of Stranger Things had Vecna in it, and not every episode had Elle in it, and she barely even used her powers in episode or in season five. So um, with Welcome to Derry, you knew the clown was coming eventually, but you made people wait almost a whole month. You built up that suspense to get to that point. What if they did the same thing with Will and that like and it would have been Vecna too because we hadn't seen Vecna until episode four either. What if you made people wait a whole month and you knew Vecna was coming because season four he ripped this massive hole in the ground and all of a sudden, boom, a month into it is finally when we're getting this battle with the Demogorgons and the army and Will taking control of them. And we knew he was a sorcerer all along and stuff like that, rather than like people who binged it in 4 hours on Thanksgiving. And now we're waiting a whole month. Yes, you're still waiting a whole month to have it released on Christmas, but it's a different type of waiting where like that suspense hasn't been built up. We've left off on
Hmm.
this. Sure, it's a cliffhanger, but like we have the question answered in our head that okay, Will's a sorcerer. What is this going to do coming up in the next four episodes? And then it really didn't do anything in the next four episodes. Will
It
didn't really
didn't,
use his
yeah,
like he broke Vecna's leg once and it got healed right away. That's another thing too is if he was able to heal his leg like that, like he couldn't have healed himself on that spike. I don't know,
yeah.
but
I'm like, it
yeah,
seemed like he could have
the
had some like
inconsistencies again.
regenerative. I'm like, but I mean, it goes along with what you're saying though, because and this might be a stretch in saying this, but I feel like doing it like yeah, like that, where it's like you wait a whole month for that fourth episode where Will finally gets his powers. That could have been like parallel, like the hype around that could have been like Captain America lifting up Mjolnir for the first time in Avengers Endgame, but we
Yep.
always knew this whole entire time like he was worthy to lift the hand. Like it could have been one of those like cultural iconic moments that just kind of feels like it was a moment that happened and then people are just on to the next thing.
Yep. Yep. No, no doubt. We could probably be here and beat this dead horse for forever. I know we could still keep going. That was all the points I had. I don't know if you want to wrap it up with anything, but even though, we still got a little bit of time. Anybody who has listened this long, thank you. Usually our
Seriously,
podcasts
thank
don't
you.
go this long, but I mean, there's just so much to talk about, and we're talking about even though it's 5 seasons, a culmination of 10 years, a whole decade. That's half of most of those actors' lives. So there's some big plot points. But we talked about Welcome to Derry a little bit. I don't know if we have to go too much deeper into that. I'm just excited to see some of the other major instances. I talked about this with one of my previous guests, Zach Wenzel, who was watching it as well, and he was like, "Okay, yeah, this first whole season is building up to the Black Spot incident. Then we're gonna get some other things that have happened in town that they've already kind of referenced, maybe that have
Hmm.
happened before this, and then even some that are still going to happen after it, but before the actual movies. So that's going to be exciting. But what else are you excited for in 2026? Because it is going to be a huge movie year for all genres.
Yeah. Yeah. I will just say this. Um, well, I'll say these two things. This is a few stuff that I want to say. As it pertains to Walking to Derry, I have seen online and I have some information for anybody that is listening that is a Walking to Derry fan. I have seen online that I think I know what the possible story is going into season two. So it could be the fact that, first of all, season two, they said, if I remember right, I think they said season two is going to be kind of like a time jump, but in reverse. We're going to have events happen uh, in Derry from 1935. And I think season three is going to be events that happened with Pennywise in 1908. But I do know that the story for season two revolves around there was a specific point in the introduction of the painting where it's like the opening what is it, the opening credits
Yeah.
where we're getting the song and the little girl singing. I think it's a ribbon in the hair or something like that, and they're going through the painting and you're seeing all this stuff and it's kind of like Easter eggs as part of like what Pennywise was doing in the town and stuff like that. There was a specific point in the painting where it was a guy, he had his gun in the air, he was shooting, and it looked like he was shooting, and it was like a massive scene where it looked like it was like this show, like a showdown with like maybe people firing guns at each other, blah blah. Come to find out, if you read Stephen King's novels that pertains to the It story, that is an event that's called the Bradley Gang Massacre event, where the town folk of Derry gunned down Bradley and I think George. I forget what their names are, but it has to do with the events of that, where the citizens of Derry essentially brutally murdered this corrupt gang that was in Derry doing corrupt stuff, and come to find out that was cultivated and manipulated by Pennywise for the town folk to do that, and that started like the 27-year cycle of him going to Derry, feeding on fear and things like that. So that's what's going to be the story of season two,
I think they did
which
reference
is
it in season one,
yeah,
verbally here or there, but yeah, I mean, have we met Bradleys in I think there's a Bradley family at some point, but I
I, I think there
trying
is,
to
but I
remember.
don't think we've like gone into depth about them yet, which is really is that's going to be interesting because I'm like everything what they're doing with that is just fascinating because it's like yeah, like we've been saying, like there's an overarching story with the town of Derry and Pennywise and the connection there, but it's all the integral little stories that make up the fact that oh, like Pennywise has been doing the stuff that he's been doing and affecting people for a while, even before we get to the It movies in 2016 to 17.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah, that's
So I'm
gonna
like
be interesting.
that's interesting. But you were talking about movies. I have yet to do this yet, but I have to make a video about it. But I'm Very excited. My most anticipated movies of this year would have to be obviously Avengers Doomsday
Right.
and Dune Part 3. Just because obviously Marvel and then Dune has always been amazing. So I don't think that they will ever, and the fact that we're getting both of those on the same day. So I'm like, dude, that's
Yeah.
gonna be like another Barbenheimer situation. I'm so ready for that, dude. That's gonna be like a cultural phenomenon that I honestly cannot wait. I'm saving up the money now because what I'm gonna do is like buy tickets. I'm gonna watch both of them in the same day, but I'm gonna cosplay. So I'm gonna try to
Nice.
cosplay as Paul Atreides, and then like real quick before I go watch Doomsday, I'm gonna cosplay as like somebody from somebody that's in that movie. But
Nice.
yeah, excited about those two. I'm very excited about the Michael movie that's coming out because I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan. I just know everything that I've been reading about that movie and like the details and everything that they've been doing with that. I just know that that movie is going to be a really good movie and it's going to be a really just it really feels like they're just creating a very sentimental, like heartwarming or homage to the story of Michael Jackson. So I'm really excited about that. I think the movie that's gonna surprise me the most that I was actually just talking to somebody about this. I think the movie that's gonna surprise me the most that I think a lot of people are not talking about is I don't know if you heard about anything concerning DC Clayface.
I was just looking at that. Yeah. Yeah.
Clayface, I think is gonna surprise a lot of people.
I think so too. I mean, I know everybody's got their eyes set on Supergirl, and that's supposed to be a really
Yeah.
good one too. But I'm interested to see where this world is building, DC wise, because I mean, it seems like they finally got stuff together with Peacemaker and with the new Superman.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm interested. One of the other big ones, and it is somebody that has worked on superhero films, and multiple actors are in it that have been in superhero films or are going to be in superhero films this year. The Odyssey, which they made us read in, was it advanced English freshman year? Not to, pat myself on the back or anything, but
Really?
they made us read it in Old English though, because we were supposed to be advanced English readers or whatever, and then that led us
Oh.
to AP English. And boy, oh boy, did I hate the Odyssey. Oh my gosh. But Christopher Nolan is directing it, and there's so many stars: Matt Damon, Zendaya, Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, John
It's a
Bernthal.
start
Like, this
Mia
looks
Goth as well.
phenomenal.
It's a star-studded cast.
And this
It's a
and the
star-studded
story,
cast.
now that I don't have to read it in Old English, like the actual action on the screen, oh, this looks like it is going to be chef's kiss.
Dude, I was reading something where it was like a because Christopher, if you know Christopher Nolan, he doesn't really like visual effects, so everything he tries to do with that side has to be like practical effects. I
Yeah.
saw somewhere that I was reading there was like the scene where they're fighting a Cyclops in the story, or like an eight
Yes.
foot tall Cyclops. They literally made like a 8 foot tall animal, not 8 foot tall, but they made like an animatronic like Cyclops that they used to have that scene filmed, and it's supposed to be like a 6 minute to like 7 minute battle. And I when I read that, I was just like, oh dude, that's gonna be so amazing
That's
to
incredible.
see, dude. I'm like, I'm so excited for that movie. I've been telling people that movie obviously Avengers Doomsday and all the other movies, but I'm like that movie is by and then I forgot Spider-Man Brand New Day. I
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
I don't know how I'm like I don't know how I could forget about that. But yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
like those movies. But I mean to be honest, Mike, I feel like every movie I feel like this is gonna be reminiscent of 2023 where like every movie that was coming out in 2023 was a banger. I feel like
Yeah.
we're about to have like another banger year of movies because like every movie that I've been seeing that's set to release this year. I'm like, it just looks like banger after even like the animated stuff, like Super Mario Galaxy.
That, and there's another Minions movie coming out, and Toy
Yeah,
Story 5. I mean, that's my childhood right there. Like, that's
I'm
awesome.
like, I'm like this is just another banger year of movies. This is gonna be good. It's
I
gonna
don't
be
even
really
remember
hard.
Toy
I
Story
hope.
4 though, to be honest with you. I may or may not have watched that one. Was that the one
Dude,
with
to be
Forky?
honest,
I think so.
I I think so.
I
To be
think so.
honest, I'm not even sure. I've always told people I've subscribed to the idea. I'm like, listen. Toy Story 4 was good, but I really feel like they should have just ended it with Toy Story 3. That was like literally the perfect ending to any
It
movie
was.
I've seen, dude. I'm like, you can't get a better ending than that. But I'm like, I'll see this one obviously because it's Toy Story. It's my childhood. They If only this movie was being released the same year, but we have to wait another year for The Incredibles 3.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's coming out in 2027, unfortunately. I was like, because
Oh,
they were trying to juggle whether they wanted to release it this year, but then they were like, no, we're gonna release it in 2027 because this year, as far as like the animated side, is
yeah.
already kind of stacked. So I'm like, okay, I can see that.
We do have another hero movie though that we didn't touch upon that it's not animated, it's not Marvel or DC. The Mandalorian and Grogu, which is huge too.
Mm,
And I just saw the first trailer
mm,
for that, so that looks fun. Sigourney Weaver is going to be in it, so I mean, obviously
he is.
that's got to be
I'm like,
good.
I'm like, okay, because I always have a conversation with people. I'm like, Star Wars right now is kind of like in limbo. You kind of have to wait and see what they're gonna do before you get excited. But then
Yeah.
I saw the Mandalorian Grogu trailer. I was like, okay, this might actually be good. This might actually be good. We might have a good one on our hands.
I thought Andor was really good. I thought
Andor
it
was
was
a
written
not.
beautifully. And I feel like what they're trying to do with a lot of the series that they release, or even this movie with Mando and Grogu, is going to be not retconning what the, episodes 7, 8, and 9 did, but like maybe there's some explanation that they can do as to why those movies were kind of as bad as they were and try to fill in the gaps here and there.
I'm like, don't get me wrong. You can. I know a guy that works at the movie theater I go to. We talk all the time about it. The moment he told me, I was like, oh, you got a chance to watch Last Jedi. What do you think? He was like, oh, I liked it. And I kind of just like looked at him. I was like, okay. He was like, I don't understand why people don't like this movie. I'm like, listen, I will say this. If I had to say something positive about it, I can appreciate that Ryan Johnson tried to take a swing and give us something fresh and new. But did the story land? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I continue to stand by that. I don't think the story for that was good. I don't think in retrospect, looking at it now, I don't think Luke Skywalker needed to die. Han Solo dying in Force Awakens was fine because Harrison Ford wanted to stop doing that role. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, well, that's just a natural progression for that. But
And it worked for the
I'm like, Luke,
story in a way.
yeah, it did. It built it the moment for literally Kylo to become who he was. It was just like if you can kill your own father, I mean, who you literally what's stopping you from literally taking over the galaxy? So I feel like it
Yeah.
worked in that sense as far as like his character arc building to something greater for him, his purpose in the galaxy. But Luke Skywalker dying in Last Jedi, I was just like, oh man.
I, I
And then
understand
Rise of Skywalker happened.
I understand not wanting to have anybody else kill Luke because he is, Luke Skywalker, right? But like if you look at it poetically, like he's not the chosen one. He's not Anakin. He's not his father. It's not the redemption
No.
arc of Vader. Like, sure, Luke was a catalyst and Luke was the hero of the originals, but like I felt like his character when they brought it back was not it was weak compared to what Luke Skywalker was. And writing him off as this crotchety old man was kind of like a weak Yoda. Like it was like I almost felt like I was
Yeah.
watching Family Guy
Like,
Star Wars. I was like, what is this?
yeah, I
Like,
was like, what's
and then
going
the
on?
the
He's
Rise of
like,
Skywalker. I get this, and I did, and not to go back to Stranger Things because we'll be here for another 5 hours. But I get this when I watch stuff. This is the type of person I am. When I'm sitting in the moment and I'm watching it, I'm enjoying it, right? And like I turn the brain off, and I'm just like, oh, this is cool. This is you look at the action stuff like that.
that's
I got that
me.
with Rise of Skywalker, where I was like, look at the whole galaxy, like all this and blah blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah. And then I sit there and I look back at it and I'm like, wait, that kind of sucked. Like there's all these plot holes once again, and but also like not even the plot holes, just the fact that it was like this wasn't even written well. Like, there's
No.
the story is
What?
about some dagger and like turns out to not be anybody, and yet she's got the power of all of the Skywalkers and all the Jedi that came before her, like flowing through, and we didn't even see them.
Like,
Force ghosts would have been cool, but all right,
the thing about that for me, I'm just like, they never still to this day, we don't know how Palpatine came back.
no, wait, we do
I'm
because
like,
it was what's his name, Oscar Isaac's line. Somehow Palpatine has returned. It's like
Palpatine came.
that's all we
I
get.
was like, oh, I'm like, come on, guys, what are we
But
doing?
that's where I feel like with the Andor stuff and with the Mandalorian stuff, No, maybe not so much Andor because that's different time period, but um I feel like with the Grogu stuff, with them trying to clone Grogu, like I feel
Mhm.
like that is where we're going to get, I guess even in the Andor stuff too, but that's where we're going to start seeing how Palpatine cloned himself. And it's like, okay, but like you should have probably
Maybe.
told us this story first.
Yeah, I was like, doesn't make a lot of sense to go back to that now when everybody's already had their opinions and moved on. But all right, sure, you needed that chapter in the book to have an official ending. By all means, tell a story, sure, I guess. But I don't think it really matters now because you should have did that first, like you were saying.
Yeah,
So,
but
um, but yeah, I think if I had one more thing to say, I this is not anything to do with movies, but I just want to say, as a I've been saying this to my dad, as a Chicago fan, it really makes me happy to see that the Bears are doing well.
yes,
It
sir.
really does. As a hometown Chicago boy, as somebody that's a long time fan of the Bears, that's literally like my team. I have other teams that I like, but I'm like that's my number one team. It really makes me happy that they're doing well, and I honestly think we have a chance this Sunday to beat the Rams. I really do.
In the
I really
cold
do. I
against
don't
Matthew
think
Stafford, who is like one and
that's
eight
what
in the
everybody's
cold or
saying.
0-8 in the cold or something like
That's
that.
what
So
everybody's saying.
I hope that
I'm
is
like,
the
I don't.
case.
And I was hearing some stuff that I don't know how true this is, but apparently, like Ben Johnson was making them this week practice outside, and a lot of the players didn't like it, but they actually got over it and got used to it, and they're okay with it now. And I'm like,
Good.
hey, listen, if this means that you guys are gonna win, that means listen, you guys have an advantage. Okay, you play in Chicago. It's
Yes.
cold weather, and specifically this Sunday, it's gonna be like 20 degrees. Matt Stafford is not gonna have a good day. I'm just telling you guys right now. Like, I'm
I
I'm
see a
like,
little bit of snow in the forecast too, is what I was saying. It keeps
yeah.
changing, but we'll see. I hope so. By the time this podcast comes out, it'll be after the fact though. So let's hope that the Chicago Bears are still chugging along. But yeah, I mean, this has been. I said it on my Saturday radio show, sports side of things for WRMN that this was a year ago, almost to the date, that I said the Blackhawks are the closest team in this city to getting back to championship status because of the fact
Mhm,
that their rebuild
mhm.
was progressing faster than normal. It takes time in hockey, but they were, already further along than people thought, and kind of having Connor
Yeah,
Bedard and stuff like that.
yeah.
Cub fans will say what they want as far as I still thought that at that time, like they were kind of fraud radar, and that they showed that in that round
Listen,
against the
as a
Blue
Cubs fan,
Jays.
I agree. As a Cubs
Yeah.
fan, I agree. I was telling people, I'm like, hey, guys, don't get your hopes up this season. It's not gonna be what you think. We have maybe a couple more seasons before we're actually good again. Okay,
Yeah.
like
The
let's just
the Alex Bregman signing is huge though for them. Although,
yeah.
not having, I mean, you can't pay them both because, the Ricketts break even supposedly every year. But not having Kyle Tucker coming back, although then again, for what he did, I don't think you can pay him that contract and still look yourself in the mirror.
No,
So this
I was
this
like,
makes
that's
sense.
gonna be a hefty bill. It's gonna be a hefty bill to pay him.
But we'll see. I mean, they're bolstering the arms as well in the starting rotation, so we'll see with the Cubs. But I didn't take into account when I said that about a year ago. I didn't take into account how quickly football can turn itself around. And you see, with the right
Yeah,
coaching and the right playbook,
yeah.
you already had 1 year of Caleb Williams not knowing what the heck he was doing because he didn't have the coaching or the playbook. And when he was trying to call his own plays or do his own thing, he's probably getting shut down because he's this rookie. But you see his talent on display. And man, oh man, 1 year they turned it all around from a losing record to going into the divisional round here against the Rams. So I'm
And that's
excited for Saturday or
literally
Sunday.
that's what I was about to say too. I'm like the fact that we started off this season 0-2, and one of those losses at the beginning was a blowout against I think Detroit, if I'm remember.
Yeah, it was like 52-20,
Yeah,
something like that. It was bad, or
and
maybe not even 20, but it was bad.
the fact that we turned from that and now we're in the divisional round against the Rams, I'm like
There
anything is possible. Anything is
there's a
possible.
stat that like 15% of teams that start the season off 0-2 end up making it to the playoffs. And so, I mean, that's just, I forget the exact
That's
percentage, but it's a low percentage of teams that start out the gates like that. But I mean, in football, it also comes down to your strength of schedule. And like, if you have a really tough division to
yeah.
start the season, like the Bears do, like I know only one of those, no, actually both of those games are division games. It was
Hmm.
the Monday Night Football game against the Vikings, which I mean, they
Hmm.
ended up falling apart, but it also depends on when you play teams. So yeah, Vikings and then Lions, and it's a tough NFC North, and yeah, so that kind of played into it, and you kind of knew the Bears were going to come back and get their wins. I predicted them to be 9-8, so they have well exceeded my expectations, and I'm playing with the house's money
Wow.
at this point. So
Yeah, I honestly, I think I was along the lines with you with that. I think, so I was talking to my little brother about it because he's more of a football head than I am. But I predicted, I was like, by the start of 0-2, but I listened to the 0-2 record, I was like, maybe they can get 8 wins, maybe 8 or 7 wins. It'd be a good season if they got like 7 or 8 wins. I was not expecting, like you, was not expecting to be sitting here talking about the Bears are in the divisional round against the Rams on Sunday. I was like, I don't think that was in anybody's bucket list this season. But as a Bears fan, I'm like, I'm very happy that we are progressing very fast. And Caleb Williams is no joke. Like he's the real deal, 100% a superstar in the making. Like
yeah.
I there's only certain players, there's only certain QBs in the league that can make the throws that he can make.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that jump man throw that he just made against to
Yeah,
keep
dude,
the
I've just
season on the line. That was because that was fourth down. I mean, that's just incredible. I said, now I think I feel like I have some bias saying this when it is my hometown team, and I still struggle to say this out loud, and I hope it ends up being the truth. But um, I've said this with teams that have already won championships, whether it has been the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Los Angeles
mm,
Dodgers is are in those two cases, were those the worst team of the Oklahoma City Thunder or of the Los Angeles Dodgers to win the World Series or win the NBA Finals that we are going to see? Like, because we're poised to see OKC go to a couple different championships here, basically, if things play out the way they're
yeah.
supposed to. We've already seen the Dodgers go back to back in the World Series, and of course, their reign is probably going to continue with the free agents they're signing. And in fact, I think I got an alert that they signed Kyle Tucker. Yeah, Kyle Tucker and the
They
Dodgers
signed Kyle Tucker?
yeah, Kyle Tucker and the Dodgers agree to a 4-year, $240 million deal. Like,
What? Yeah, I'm
yeah,
picking them. I'm picking them. They're gonna go. They're gonna
it's
three-peat.
it's the
They're
Dodgers.
gonna, they're
Yeah,
gonna
it's the
three-peat.
Dodgers. But with the Bears, even if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, is this probably the worst Bears team we're gonna see for the next couple of years? Like, and okay, best case scenario, they go on and they win the Super Bowl this year, right? I think it's a little premature. I'm not going to count my chickens, but like if they do, like you could look at it and go, hey, Caleb's going to be around here for a while. Rome's going to be around here for a while. Colston's going to be around. Like this team, and we already see some glaring holes with this team. So like if they
Yeah.
bolster that in the offseason, we could be looking at a much better team coming soon.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm like the thing that I'm like I love this team right now. The thing that I wish that they would stop doing, we've we're so known now for coming back. We're like the comeback. I think the comeback kids is what they call it. I'm like I don't like that because there was a season of a time where the Bulls was known in that as the comeback kids, and I not really a fan of that. I would like us to be, hey, when we go out there and we have a lead, we keep it and we finish the game and we win the game with the lead. Not, hey, we're down 21-3, season on the line. Like now we got to do all this other stuff to try to make sure. I just like if we can improve that aspect of the Bears in the offseason, that'd be great. That'd be great.
I think Caleb said it in his post game interview where he was like, we try to always remind ourselves to, that the game is 60 minutes. And I sat there and I'm like, yeah, he has a point because like some teams think that they have that lead and they shut down in the third or fourth quarter. But like the Bears, like you said, are the opposite, where it's like, okay, but like, what did you just say there? You said there's 60 minutes, so please show up on time. Like,
It
start off
literally
in the
like
first
it's
quarter, because there were a couple games during the season that if they had just scored like one or two touchdowns in the first half, then they would have been in it at the very end rather than having to like scramble to try to get the win. And sometimes they got the win, sometimes they didn't. That kind of style of play, like I've come to accept that that is just like what they're comfortable with. That's their game. I'm not saying it's a great idea, but
no, it's I mean,
that it scares
eventually it
me.
wears
And
out.
please, for my
Yeah,
blood pressure's sake, like figure it out in the first quarter right away. Like,
that'd
so
be nice.
because that'd be nice.
Yeah,
Because then you're a third and fourth quarter team, so you're just going to add on to the points rather than have
yeah.
your backs up against the wall and have to add on those points just to squeak out the win.
It's like well, they're known now for that, but it's like the Warriors back in when the Warriors were at the peak of their power. Everybody was saying like, hey,
Yeah,
if you're down like if you're up only 5 points against the Warriors at half, like that's not a good thing because that third half is theirs every single time. And then sure enough, they were going like a 20-2 run in the third quarter, and you would look up, you were up 5 points at the half, and now you're down 15 against them in the third quarter. It's just like
yeah. Because Steph Curry was
I
just
would
going
I
off.
yeah, like, I would not like that to be the case for the Bears because like it literally could be where it's like, hey, if you have a touchdown, you have the lead, or it's tied that third quarter, you guys can make that yours instead of having it where it's like, okay, the third quarter happens and you're down by like three or four touchdowns. You have to find a way to come back now. It's just like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, no doubt. This is a breath of fresh air because usually for the Haunt podcast, I don't get to show my sports side too much. So I
yeah,
think
bro, I'm the same way. I literally was saying it today. I'm like, I wish there was some way on my page where I'm able to talk about sports or at least incorporate it a little bit. Because don't get me wrong, I'm like, I love cinema. I love talking about movies and TV shows. But I'm like, just once it'd be nice for people to see, hey, I have a sports side. I am a huge sports junkie. I love sports. I love basketball, love football. There's some days I want to talk about soccer because there's some soccer stuff that's
yeah,
going on right now that I'm just like,
yeah,
Benicia Jr. has completely fallen off, and I have no idea what's going on with him. I was just looking at his stats. Last season, he had 11 goals. The season before that, he had 15 goals, but this season he's only had 5 goals, and they're halfway through the season. I'm just like, oh, dude, he had another bad performance the other day. I'm just like, jeez, Louise.
yeah. I gotta jump back into European soccer. I covered the Premier League when they came to town last year, so I'll have to get you on the line for when we do some soccer stuff for WRMN
Please do.
coming up this next year.
Please do.
Heck
I would
yeah.
love to talk about that.
So.
I love Premier League, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll see if they come back this year, but at least for, even for Fire and for Stars, they got big stuff going on. And then basketball, we haven't even done too much with well, the Bulls didn't answer me. I love the Bulls still, but they didn't answer me. They did answer me originally and they said, "What are you looking to do?" And I said, "Cover your team as press," and then they didn't answer me. And I was like, "Oh, okay, all
Your
right, cool."
team has.
They big timed me. It's okay. But the
Hey,
Windy City
what are you
Bulls,
looking to do?
Windy City
Cover
is
your.
yeah, yeah. Windy City's right in the backyard, and we have a bunch of IMS friends that cover them and work for them, and we just haven't even made it over there for a game ourselves yet this year. But eventually, it's fun to go to like one or two of those a year, even though it's G League. That's it's where it all should be starting. But then again, it's the Bulls, so we don't know if
Yeah,
anything's gonna start. So
I'm like anytime people talk to me about the Bulls, I'm like I don't get me started. There's a lot of things I would literally if I was a GM automatically right now. If there was one thing I could do to change that team, I'm trading Kobe White. Like I know Kobe is beloved by a lot of people, but I'm like,
true, but you
guys,
gotta get some
he's
trade value,
yeah, and I'm like, he's got a very high trade value, but in
right?
the same sense, also he's somewhat bringing the team down because he's kind of playing like Zach LaVine play, where it was like, well,
Yeah.
regardless of the team is bad or not, I'm gonna get my shots, and you guys try to figure it out.
Send them to Sacramento. They want all of our.
I'm like, bro, somebody, bro, like Sacramento don't have nothing, like they don't have nothing going on. It'd be nice for Sacramento's like players to come to Chicago. They got some nice players. I like Malik Monk. I like Keon Ellis. Keegan Murray. I know he's untouchable, but I'm like, look, something,
Yeah, yeah, no kidding.
something.
So. We could do this all day. I will definitely have to get you back on to talk more movie stuff because the listeners and the viewers know that I always tend to like I try to throw in a little excerpt of like what's coming out, even if it's just haunt world stuff, haunt movies, horror genre. But I always fall short on it. So I would love to get you on a couple more times. It's monthly, but
Cool.
throughout the year, maybe we'll talk some more of that stuff. And I think the
Yeah.
people can see that you and I haven't even gotten a whole chance to sit down and talk since what? Since like 2023? So
Yeah, dude. I'm like I know we are we're friends on Snapchat, and I'm actually still cool with a lot of people that we went to school with. I just haven't had the time
yeah.
to really reach out. And the thing about it is also, I know like a lot of you guys are I don't know how this happened, but I lost Tony's connection. So like somehow, some way, I'm gonna shoot you a message within the next coming days about trying to get his number because I have been interested in trying to do some like media stuff for like sports teams and stuff like that, just to get my water like to get my feet in the water out there as far as like filming stuff so that I have some credentials underneath that. But yeah, it's been a while since we actually like had like a chance to like talk, which is this is really nice. I'm loving that we're been able to do this because I'm like we graduated and then it's like
Yeah.
everybody went into their lanes and I'm like, okay, I see Mike doing the sports stuff. I see Daryl doing his radio stuff, which is nice. I see Tony still involved with the Chicago teams that he still got partnerships with and stuff like that. So I'm like, it's very nice to see what you guys are doing. But I'm like, it would be nice every now and then. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we
You know?
we got Tilo on the podcast because he got a chance to see a couple haunts with us the one year. And, we dragged him through Hell's Gate. So we maybe have to drag you to a couple haunts coming up, even if it's
That
off season
that would be
events.
nice.
So yeah. But
That'd be nice.
for sure, man. Yeah, we'll catch up and we'll do this again. And for everybody, for one more time, what do you have going on coming up for you, and where can they find you?
Yeah, so I actually have a video that I'm gonna be putting out right now, promoting a movie called The Mummy. It's about a young girl, she went missing and she came back, and this is like the worst nightmare that her family is going through because it should be a reunion, but it turns into like literally the worst thing ever. And it's like a reimagining of the Mummy franchise. So
Oh,
I've been asked to promote that movie. I'm currently I'm taking a leap of faith and I'm currently writing a movie right now. It's not out, but I have like an idea of what I want to do with that. So that's what I got going on with that. But also any updates for movies or like reviews that I have, they can, like I said before, I'm on TikTok, Talk John Talk. That's the at on there. I go by the Film Geek John on Instagram, but that will surely change because I want to have continuity between all my socials. So that will probably change soon to Talk John Talk. But right now it's the Film Geek John. And then I just started a YouTube page. I'm almost at 100 subscribers on there. That is also Talk John Talks. So if you
sweet.
guys need any updates when it comes to the movie side, the TV side, you can follow me on those socials.
And as I mentioned, you're blowing up. I saw, in fact, it was before I was even following your uh, Film Geek John page on Instagram. It popped up in my For You, and it was talking about Stranger Things, and it had over 1 million likes, and I'm sure well over 1 million views. And I'm just like, wait, this is a
Yeah.
guy I know. Let me Snapchat him
Yeah,
real
I'm like,
quick.
I didn't expect that at all. I woke up, cause what I do is I try not to think of the outcome. I just like post it and then I let whatever happens, what happens. And I think I took like a little bit of a nap. 2 hours later, I woke up and I literally posted on my TikTok and it had like over 200,000 views. I was like, that's insane. And Mike, I kid you not, bro. Every time I refreshed it, it went up 10,000 views. And I was like, okay, I'll just post this on my Instagram. Sure enough, on my Instagram, it hit like 500,000 views within like the first 24 hours. And then by the end of the week, it had over 1 million views. I was like, that's crazy. Then I had like all these people ask me, they're like, hey, like you were saying this, like I think that's really cool, like blah blah blah. I was yeah, it was crazy. It was actually crazy.
It's impressive. I mean, I think TikTok, you can reach more people. I'm not on TikTok as much as I'm on Instagram. Because I'll tell you this, love her or hate her, I got to interview Angel Reese at the start of last season. And I posted it on Instagram, and you get the haters that come out because it's Angel
Yeah,
Reese and she's a very polarizing character. But
I
that
love
drums
Angel
up
Reese,
any publicity is good
but I
publicity,
also like
right?
Caitlyn. I also like. I know people that
I'm
put them against you, but I also like
Yeah.
Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah, I will say Angel was very nice to get to meet, and the media portrays her a worse way than she actually is. But as a fan, I think I am still more of a Caitlyn fan just because of the skill there. But getting to know Angel was actually kind of cool, and so I posted on Instagram, and it did okay. It did all right. But then my co-host Dalton, who works at WRMN with me, he went to IMS as well. He posted on our TikTok, and within 2 hours, it had over 1 million+ views. And comments section galore. Of course, people arguing in the comments, but it drummed up
Yeah,
business. And I think we got, I forget the like total on TikTok, but I mean, just the views alone being over 1 million, I was like, I haven't seen those numbers. And so it's hard, it's much
yeah,
harder to crack that Instagram algorithm. And for me to have seen your post, and I was like, this already says 1 mil, like, holy cow. So yeah, if
yeah.
you
I was like,
guys want
but
some good film stuff, go to John.
I appreciate that, but I'm also very happy for you guys. That's amazing, dude. I would have. Oh,
That
Angel
was
Reese.
cool. I'd
That
like it
was
on my personal
crazy.
page though.
It's like just for me.
I'm interesting too. Not just
That's
Angel Reese,
funny.
but maybe I just have to be a polarizing character. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like if you go down that route, it kind of starts to be like a you're beating the dead horse because it's like, okay, we know you're polarizing. What are your real thoughts about what's going on? So, but that's actually pretty exciting that you got to interview Andrew Reese. Because funny enough, I actually last year I have the interviews. I told myself I was gonna post them, but for anybody that knows the show The Boys,
Oh yeah.
I I was able to interview Mother's Milk.
No way.
Yeah, I got to interview Alonzo.
I think he was at the Bears game this past weekend.
Yeah, dude,
I saw that.
it
Yeah.
was.
That's sick.
He was very nice. Because I told him I was like I'm not gonna lie. I was like this is my first interview, so I was like I'm gonna try to do my best not to fuck up here. He's like, hey man, like you're good. Like I can already tell right now, like the vibes that you're getting. He's like you mean well. Like he's like you're gonna do good. This is gonna go well. Don't even think about it like you're interviewing like a quote unquote celebrity. He's like I'm just another guy you're talking to. And so after he said that, I was like okay, and that kind of helped calm me down because I was like. He was like, "Hey, your interview's ready." I was like, and I kind of looked. He was like, "Hey, you ready to do the interview?" I was like, and I didn't even know what to say. I was like, I just shook my head. I was like, yeah.
That
So
is
I was like,
awesome, dude.
so I gotta post it. I gotta post it about that. What I should do is I should post it when they're about to come out with the boys, just to build the anticipation about the
Yep.
boys coming out. I know he's not gonna be in this season, or maybe he is. I think he might be, but just to build anticipation about the show, I should post that. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
whether
was.
whether he is or isn't, yeah, post that because people will be wanting that content.
Yeah, that was like super cool to have me interview him. I was like, dude, you man. So it made me kind of want more. I was like, I want to start interviewing more people. That's the thing I want to ask before we hop off. I want to ask like, since you interviewed Angel Reese, what was like the process of you even getting in contact with her team or like even setting up an interview? Like, what did you have to do?
I think for the majority of these teams that we reach out to, there's just a link on their website that is like a press credential request, or you just if they don't have it, you just reach out to whose ever email seems like the most or the closest to that. So they'll have like a couple of like team personnel listed, and you could send an email, and typically they'll send you a link to request credentials. The only thing is like for most teams. At least for the sports world side of things, you have to be with some kind of you know, some teams will take podcasters or, people who have their own, little radio show or something like that. But like I had to make sure that they knew that we were with WRMN out of Elgin, which, we're still a new and upcoming sports department for WRMN. It used to be Radio Shopping Network for a long time. So they were like, who? And so it was like that scene in Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm Star-Lord. Who? Like, so yeah, I still had to kind of explain who we were and what we wanted wanted to do. And once you get in the door with one, it tends to be a domino effect. And you don't have to always go for the biggest fish at first. Like you could start small and build your way up, and sometimes that's even better because
Hmm.
once you've done that, if you reach out to these other teams, you can say, hey, we've covered A, B, C, and D. Like we covered the Bananas when they came to town last year, and I got to interview
Mm.
AJ Pierzynski and Mark Burley, and that was, as a White Sox fan, dream come true. I blacked out in a way where like I don't know if I've said it on this podcast before, but when I do interviews with like some of my sports idols or just idols in general, like I will black out in a way where I know the questions that I'm going to ask and I can still ask them. I listen to their responses and can still, pair off of that. But everything else around me goes silent. So, like, I didn't even realize Mark
Mm.
Burley had his arm around me until I went back and looked at the footage, and it looked like we had been
You're
friends
like,
for
he
15
touched me.
years.
What the? Oh
I was like, this
my
man had his
gosh.
arm around my shoulders, like we've been best friends. I was like, what the heck? I don't even remember that happening. So I tune out like the crowd and everything, which I guess is a good thing too, because like if you have to be a type of reporter on that level, like yeah, you got to be able to filter out the noise. But like it's also it's a very out of body imposter
Yeah,
syndrome. Like half the time I feel like I'm sneaking out there, but then I look down and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, I have a badge on, like I have a credential, like I guess I'm supposed to
yeah,
be here and do my job. But at the same time, like what's little old Mike Napolitano doing out here? Like this is crazy.
yeah.
Like
It's
so it's
crazy.
been
Yeah, it's
cool.
crazy. But I'm also I'm very proud. I'm very proud of you, dude. Like this is.
Thank you.
I feel like I was telling people that, and even when we were in school, we both knew. I was like, from the conversation we had in school, I was like, I knew we were gonna be going places. Like I knew we were gonna be going. We both were gonna be doing big things, and the fact that like you're doing what you guys are doing with sports, and you've been able to interview people, and then I got stuff that's going on with me with that. I'm just like,
Yeah, you could probably
it's
do the same
crazy.
thing and reach out to some of these directors and shows, and they may not have like a team website like a sports team, but like even just like you said, like reaching out to individual actors. Like dude, I feel like you'd be the guy. Like you'd be that next. Everybody talks about Narwhal or I love Sean Evans of Hot Ones.
He's
People tell me
amazing,
about that.
dude.
But then and that's who I try to be when I do this podcast, is like, look up, like when I'm getting these haunt actors on, look up stuff that they wouldn't think I would know about them, and then just kind of hit
Yeah,
them with it. But well, yeah, when it comes to even interviewing, I guess what I'd love to interview some, like if I could get anybody on from Stranger Things on this podcast, boom, we're gonna talk all night.
I'm like that'd be crazy, bro. Maybe you could get a little inside secrets about how they really felt
Yeah, yeah,
about
honestly.
the ending. It's just like, Finn, how do you really feel? Like this is I'm not a part of any other like entertainment conglomerate. Like this is just little old Mike Napolitano or
Okay.
John Walker. Like, how do you really feel about the ending?
Let's
Like you don't have
reopen
to
that
lie.
wound.
Yeah, like you let's reopen the room real quick. You don't have to lie. You can honestly say how you really feel. How do you really feel about the ending? Like that's probably be the question I would ask any one of them. I'm like, listen, between me and you, I know the fans have a certain way of reacting to mediums and stuff like that. How do you feel? Like, do you feel it ended on a good way? Like, that'd probably be the one question.
No kidding. No kidding. Well, we've basically recorded an entire volume of Stranger Things here on this interview. So I'm gonna cut it off here. We've got the previous interview that people have already listened to with Cade Cohen. So you guys are getting a treat for January. Whether you're listening to this in January or carrying over into February, this month's episode was a little bit more content for you in these cold winter months. So thank you for everybody who has tuned in, whether that has been visually on YouTube or just audio on whatever podcast platform. Make sure you've got us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, like I said, YouTube, and then we do have the page on Instagram as well for any kind of updates. But John Walker, not U.S. agent, but John Walker, it has been so good getting a chance to catch
That's
up
the
with
first
you.
one I got that.
And
That's the first time I
really,
got that.
and
Yeah, they always used to call me Don Skywalker.
okay. All right. That works too. That works too. But we will have to get you back on at some point again within the year to kind of catch up in the cinema world. And then hopefully by
Totally.
then we're talking to you, and I are both talking to some actors as well.
Hopefully, dude. I'm really hoping.
And definitely when you get your written stuff done, we'll circle back and we'll talk about the release of what you're writing.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, sweet buddy. Thank you again for hopping on, and we will talk to you soon.
No problem. Thank you for having me.